No one's going to be here to hear that. So we're fine. I'm okay.
You sure?
Yeah. Alright, so...
My favourite.
Yeah, I'm really pedantic with my audio.
I'm keen for that show.
So
Okay.
I couldn't fix the quality of the video because the videos were, I went back and had a look, the videos I was watching were indeed, I had it in 1080p, HD, 60 FPS on the video itself on YouTube, but I think just the way that they captured it, because it was quite live and it must have been a live stream cut, the live stream must have just been dropping a bitrate or something, so the quality of the videos were kind of arse, and that was just how that was. But the audio doubling up, I'm so glad, someone told me after I'd completed the bulk of the I couldn't use any of it. I wanted to trim it too. I was really excited. I'm going to trim this and put this on YouTube, just to start my YouTube journey.
Oh, fuck. Why is my internet? Oh, no. No, wait. I've got my internet off. Okay. Why does it keep turning on?
Hi. I can still hear you.
Okay. Okay, cool. No, it was like glitching out and I was freaking out.
Okay. I changed the subscriber badges as well. I just updated them because I've got more slots now.
Oh,
So
look at
you might have a different badge now. I mean, that one's mine there. It's going to give me the tier 3 flare. When I clicked on it and I looked at the actual blown up version, I'm like, holy shit, I actually really like that.
Oh, yeah, you can oh, yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
Some of them do look better. But if I didn't have the tier 3 on there, it would actually look really, really good. I'll show you here. Just so you can on the screen that
Give me a look.
Yeah, so I think it's in my badges. These are all the badges I've got, obviously. So these are the oh wait, you won't be able to see unless I capture it. But I'll show you the one that I've got currently.
Oh, that one's so nice. I really like that. Yeah. I like
hang
the
on, I'll say
colours.
just showing you this. That way it doesn't like try to change it or fuck with it. Because it'll make it bigger when I post it. That's my current one. Or the one before, sorry. That's the one before. But that's a 5-year.
That is really nice.
Yeah, I thought so too. That's my 5-year badge.
Holy fuck.
And then the one after it, which is the one I've currently got, where are you? Is that one there. Because I liked the purple. So there's that one and then this one.
Okay.
So that one's good. I can't choose between the two, but I do like the purple.
Yeah.
I think this one
go
is...
back up to the other one.
Oh wait, no, hang on.
I like that one.
This one, sorry, is my 5.5 years. This one's my 5-year because I haven't been streaming for 5.5 years. So this is my 5.5 year badge. It just, I don't have it because I haven't been streaming that long. So no one's got this badge, but it is uploaded. So this is like the penultimate.
Oh yeah,
So
I can see it.
Yeah, and I've got this
Okay,
one
I can
here.
see it on the sub badges here. Okay. The 5.5
Oh, wait, can you-
year one, it's yellow.
Oh, that'd be the gold version. Until I get the next version updated. Sorry, because I think there's one coming in a month or so, a new slot, and then this will be next.
That'll
to the
be
penultimate.
it.
Yeah, because this is fucking awesome. This design.
Really like that. Yeah.
It's based off of Jian's
I love
art,
it.
by the way. Yeah, because Jian did all my badges and art, so anything that I use, I base it off of Jian's work as well. Because I paid Jian for this stuff. But yeah, I liked this one too, but I think I put this one before this one, because this one is like, when I saw this, I'm like, good God, I want it. It's really good. I think all my badges, how did you see my badges, by the way? Like, how did you see them?
Magic.
No, come on. Is it in my About Me or something?
No, on my PC it came up with resubscribe, and it's got it here, and it's
Oh,
just
and it
coming
shows
up.
you all the badges? Oh.
Yeah. It's got
Well,
the
these are my,
channel
anyway,
points,
these are my two really nice
Twitch
ones.
benefits.
And the flare that I'm using is this. because I really liked the color, the gold and the black shade. This is my tier 3 flare. So if you subscribe with tier 3, that's the flare that sits on top, and that's what I have.
Oh, you may cancel at any time.
You can cancel at any time, yeah. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild?
Yeah, when I hate you in another month.
It's kind of wild when people make those comments, because I'm a pretty likable guy. I don't actually foresee anybody hating me, but then again, there was that person that I spoke about on stream, which I don't know if there was hate there, but they certainly dipped like there was. And I'm like, maybe I'm just, maybe I am the problem. Maybe there's something wrong with me. So, you know what? You could have some credence in there. I'll give it to you. But yeah, that's my tier 3 flare. Now I do have this badge. I think this is my tier 2 flare. So if you subscribe to tier 2, I think this is the flare or the badge that you get, because I wanted to make it big enough that it covers all the other badges. But that is my tier 2, based on the bleed effect.
I like it.
Yeah, I love that, because the bleed effect is everyone's favorite. The
I do really like that one.
Yeah, this is my tier 2 flare. Because obviously the bleed effect is the best badge that I think I got done by GN. GN just absolutely went fucking haywire on a bleed effect. It looked fucking awesome.
No, yeah. I really do like it, yeah. That one is really nice.
That was my initial bleed effect. That's my Grimoire. My Grimoire Seals badge as well, because everyone saw this badge and went, I want it, that's my favorite. And I'm like, it's my favorite too, to be honest. It's really good. It was deadly. Well, I made it. It was the first effect I came up with the new sub badges, just because I remembered the fact that I'm the tattooist. They called me a bleeder when I went and got my tattoos done, especially for this symbol on my forearm on both.
Are you telling me that? Yeah.
Yeah, and so I just went, well, let's lean into it. It's my tattoo. It's based on the Heart Pirate symbol, and I'm a bleeder, so let's just get a bleed effect and go from there.
Interesting.
Now I do have this one, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I don't know what I want to do with it, but it does look pretty unique. But I don't.
Yeah, it is very different.
Yeah, that's. I kind of looked at it because I saw, like, when I look at the ones up here, where I'm like, these ones are fucking awesome.
Yeah, those ones are pretty cool.
And I like the tier 2 flare. So that's essentially the badge you'll just have for tier 2, which is good. I really like this badge. It's pretty unique. And then obviously this will sit on top of everything on tier 3 because I love the design. But this one down here, I'm like, I like the look of it, but I don't know what to do with it. So I don't know if I'm going to use it. But we'll see. And then I changed the first 5. I just updated the colors. So we know what the normal colors used to look like with the whole red, cyan, blue, and green. So now I've got, for example, I'll use the blue one. These are the first, like, 5 badges, the original. So it used to just be a standard symbol. But now this is what they all look like. They just look like this, except different color for the initial badges.
I see. Ooh, the frosted blue.
And then this is the red one. Like, they all look the same, all the same design. These were my initial badges. What I've done is I've just removed the border. I kept thinking barrier, but I removed the border around it because that's what my tattoos have. And it's just the symbol itself, and I've just given it like a melt, rather than a bleed effect, I've given it a melt effect. So these were my initial badges. Effect. Yeah, it looks like it's just
that one for the melting effect. Yeah.
Well, I made it red because when it's red, it looks like it's melting, and then when it was blue, it looked like it was frozen over, and so that's why I like the colors. Yeah, but these are the first initial, and the blue one, this one here, the dark blue, is the final one before the rainbow badge, I believe. Which the rainbow badge is still really good, but now these colors represent it because I've also got I got a green one now. I didn't have a green in the initial, but there's green in the rainbow badge, so I was like, well, I gotta have a green one. So we got the green version.
Oh, yeah. So one month is yellow, 2 months is red, 3 is that teal, 6 is green, 9 is blue and black, and the 1 year is rainbow.
And the 1 year's rainbow. And I didn't change the rainbow badge. It just I made sure that my initial badges were just now the colors that made up the rainbow because I was lacking green and I had 2 cyans. I didn't need another cyan.
I like the rainbow, yeah. I like
The
it.
rainbow's really nice. That's one of my initial, obviously the old school badge, which I gave for 12 months, and I just really loved it. Because, for example, like the original badge that I had, these were the original ones. As I said, I just took away the border and gave it a melt effect. So I took the border out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So those were my originals. So just changed the color of that, and that's just what they looked like. Whereas now I've removed the border and gave them like a melt effect rather than a bleed effect, because the bleed effect's unique. And then I just changed the colors, and they look like they stand out a lot more. So I thought
like
it was just time for an upgrade. You know, that's what I thought.
Definitely. Yeah, I know, I agree. They were so nice.
I'm actually really happy with a lot of the
like
sub
that.
badges, and I can thank GN for that. GN's done a really fucking good job. This is my demon one that
Shout
GN
out.
drew up. I was so happy with this one.
I like that one. I saw that one.
Yeah,
That
Newt had
is
this
so
one for a
cool.
while. I fucking love this one. When GN sent it to me, because I said, I don't know what to do for this badge, and I said, just make it demonic, and then she sent me this and made the flames with a little bit of purple mix, and I'm like, I fucking love it. It looks so good.
Yeah, I love it. That was one of my favorite ones as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, so people saw it, and it was the reason why I did the initial demon look with it, because there's obviously the first version that you have to get, which is the demon look, which is unique. And then I thought, if we go from here, I want people to want to get the next upgrade, and so I thought with the flames and everything that GN came up with the idea of, I thought that was a really fucking awesome idea, and she made it look really good. So this one I think Newt had this for one as well. I had this for a little bit. It's a fucking awesome badge.
I love it. I love it. That's,
You know what I
that's
wish?
probably one of my favorites. Out of
I
all
wish-
of them,
I wish
that's probably
Twitch
my favorite. Or the 3.5. I like that one.
the 3.5. Which one's that one?
It looks like a knight almost.
It looks like a what?
It's got
Sorry?
red around it. It's like
Red.
it's got red around it. It's grey.
Oh, this one?
Looks like it's bleeding. Yeah, that one.
The bleed effect one. That's really good too.
Yeah, I really like that one.
Yeah, the bleed effect's the popular
They're
one.
all really good though.
That's what I mean. Like, they're all super good. The bleed one was my favorite, and that's why I lent into the bleed/melt effect. I gave melt for the initial year, and then the bleed effect is I raised it up higher into the years because I've got a lot of people who are close to it or on it already, and they've moved on, and I'm like, well, they really like it, so I've shifted it up because the bleed effect is definitely very unique. But as I said, I mean, I got my 2 new badges with the purple blue glow plasma looking design, and I went, fuck yeah. So I'm pretty happy with the
really
badges.
like it. It looks clean, but still the bleeding effect. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
GN did a really, really good job. GN did a
Mm.
really good job. So these badges are just fucking awesome. Like, I never look a little blurry, and then when I click on it, it just makes them look sharp because of their actual... But yeah, just GN did a fucking awesome job.
Those are stunning. I love it.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the badges, you know? And as I said, I changed the flare and everything. 'Cause I want people to actually look at their badges and be happy with them, and really, because sub badges are such a... it's a unique individualization and customization on someone's channel, right? And the better the sub badge, the more you're going to remember it and think about it when you're on someone else's channel. But yeah, I want people
Definitely.
to... The bit
I
badges,
need to
I didn't
sort
care
mine
about.
out.
But
Yeah.
GN still did a good job on the bit badges. Because GN really, she's like, I don't want to just give you like what you're specifically asking for, because they seem so basic. And I'm like, yeah, but I just want basic sub badges. Like, well, I don't want to, charge you all this money for just basic shit. And I'm like, that's a fair point. I mean, if you've got additions to make, she's like, yeah, we can make these better. And I went, let's do it, So
Yeah,
GN
I
went a
definitely
lot
do need
harder.
to sort out mine.
That's good.
I need to sort out mine because mine are pretty sad. I did pay someone for a certain badge, and I'm not happy with it.
I tell you what, GN's got
Up
some
my
pricing.
losses.
She's more expensive than other people, because I explained this to Newt and other people. But Gianne's a little bit more expensive, but I'm very proud with her work, and she's really easy to work with. So I didn't give Gianne a time limit, and she worked on my stuff for a while. And honestly, if I had to pay her per hour at the end of it all, I probably owe her money. But her pricing is a bit more steep, but she also does a lot of really good styles. She'd never done... Like, she did all my layouts as well, with the dark fantasy, the pub, the memes.
Yeah.
And I pushed her on it hard, because I said, I want this in there, and I want this, and I want this, and she went, awesome, let's do it. And then at the end of it, she went, if you're honestly not happy with it, I'll still give it to you. You know? If you just want to use it.
Seriously?
And
Oh my god.
but it was like it was just... I said, obviously fucking not. I 100%, I'm like, I will pay you for your time, and I will pay you for your work, and I absolutely did. I stood on that, because I'm like, I'm here to support your style. I love her style, I love how easy she is to work with. I love how she actually came up with the billboard idea, because I said, I want, like...
Oh, yeah. That is such a good idea. I love that.
Have returned.
Oh, Beatty's worked her way into the demon symbol. Because I changed them.
You burned my house to the ground! My family's dead! What do I do?
Thank you for the subscription, by the way, Beanie, for Tier 1. Welcome back. Welcome back after 31 months. I appreciate that. And also, Pelican, thank you for your usual redeem to let me know that you're here with, you know, the house being burnt down.
You don't want to be like this.
Oh, I didn't.
This is disgusting.
I didn't move the...
This is awful in every way.
I'm sorry, Pelican. Let me move that real quick, because I put my camera back up.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way.
Scam.
Alright, there you go. It should be fixed. Let me just play it for you, Pelican. I feel really bad about that. I'm really, really sorry.
You don't want to be like this.
Perfect.
This is disgusting. This is awful in every way.
There we go.
How you doing, Yul? Also, once again, Pelican, congratulations, because apparently you've proven to everybody that you are no longer a virgin, and I'm really proud of you. These Pelican's got a kid on the way, so how cool is that?
That is so cute. Congratulations.
Yeah. They say, and by the way, Pelican couldn't just say, "Oh, by the way, this is amazing. This is what's happening. I want to share it with you." Instead, they sent me a riddle, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm just notorious for like handling riddles. I'm really good at puzzles." An absolute Omega lad, the Chad.
That is so cute.
I gave in. I typed it into Gemini. An AI that I just had open, and I typed it in, and it was like, oh yeah, this riddle means pregnancy. And I'm like, Pelican's pregnant? Or maybe Pelican impregnated a woman. It's possible.
It's pregnant. Could be either or.
I mean, he could be pregnant. It's 2025.
Proceeding to Tuesday. Yeah, exactly. You don't know.
I did use AI. And I to be fair though, I did concede and say, look, you got me. You got me. I don't know what the riddle is. And so I conceded the point and said, you won. Good job. And then I was like, oh, look at you. But hopefully that is all going to go down well, a Pelican. It's very, very cool. Thank you for sharing the information with me. Of course, by the way, in case you're thinking, if your name is Haz, and you're thinking, wow, Guy was humble, for real? And I went, no, trust me. I made it about me. I said, look, it's bitter. I said it's bittersweet, because I love that you're having a kid, but also you're going to have to start spending all your money on the kid, which means I'm no longer going to get that 100 gift subs. I made it all about me.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
100%. I do not doubt that for 1 second.
Yeah, humble streamers, humble, am I right? I'm a humble guy.
Love it.
Yeah. But once again, congratulations, Pelican, because you told me when no one else was around, and that just showed just
Fuck
how
yeah.
much of a loyal,
There you go.
ride or die homie you were, because you didn't care about the other people. You told me knowing my chat was dead, and I fucking appreciated that. I got off the stream, and I'm like, damn, Pelican, thanks for telling me. Imagine dropping 100 when the baby is here. Yeah, and imagine your partner going, we need baby clothes, and you're like, I got no money. All my money belongs to Cy.
Well, at least he knows his place. Gotta
Yeah,
start
see.
young.
Pelican knows his allegiances. He knows where they lie. Loyalty.
Definitely.
You loyal. You also need to shower, so actual lurk can be back soon. Thank you, Beanie. But also thank you for the subscription. It means that the stream is officially profitable. Just so you know, she knows about you. Your partner knows about me. I mean, I'm not shocked. I don't think.
Does
I
she
don't
know
think
how much money you spend on him?
that I'd be shocked if she knows that you subscribe at tier 3 for essentially like bare minimum content.
Wow.
She knows about the
It's 'cause I'm
side
here.
jar. See, I didn't even know if the side jar is a real jar, but if it is, that's wild. Actually, is wild.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I mean, Pelican was playing Ali's stream out loud in the speakers in the shop while they were at the shop, and I'm like, well, that's risky because when I'm on Ali's stream, I'm much more. I'm a bit more of a loose cannon. So, because Ali's a lot. Ali's a lot of energy, and I like to match the energy if I can. And Ali is a lot, but she's so fucking funny, and that's what I love about Ali. So Ali and I are just like
love
hand
her.
in hand.
She's so cute.
She's fucking awesome. She's such a good
great.
person just in general. So I'm really glad that I actually encountered her and met her, and now we game just so frequently, which is fucking awesome. She
More
knows how much a tier
frequently
3
than you
costs. Maybe it was strategic. Maybe she was like, all right, you need to put a baby in me because I need to change where you're spending your money in bulk. It can't keep going to this fucking streamer.
Side addiction.
Yeah, she's added a kid into the equation, and she's like, all right, checkmate. Now you have to check your priorities. Well, isn't it going to be terrible when she figures out how loyal you are to me? That's wild. She's just going to have to suck it up. In fact, I'd like to see her, subscribing. Honestly.
Yeah, where's she at?
Wish you'd subscribe to me. That'd be great. I don't normally have a beer on stream, by the way. I'm just having a beer because I finished my exam, my really big exam today, and I feel confident that I passed, but if not, I was like, fuck it, let's have a beer anyway to celebrate my exam and the end of my exam blocks, so fuck it. Well, I got one more exam next Friday, but that one I'm actually not worried about because I'm sitting on a high distinction overall in that unit, so I'm pretty fucking confident. I think I'll be fine. Yeah, the exam's gonna be a day off.
Okay, I need to change that to be none. And how do I kick everyone off the internet? Right now.
Is your internet being weird again?
Yes.
Because I'm pretty keen to like.
My art now.
I didn't mean to make the stream all about Pelican. And Pelican bloody, having a kid. Whoop-dee-doo. I didn't mean to make it all about Pelican. That was selfish of me. We gotta start focusing on our topics, Haz. She knows you've been here for almost 5 years? Really?
Yep.
I mean,
Alright.
I think your partner is solid if she knows that you've been here and she's like, I'm willing to accept this trait that you have. I'm willing to accept. That's... What the fuck was that?
What?
Oh, like I heard a crash
What was
behind
what?
me, but I don't know what the crash was because the cat ran into something. I think it just face planted something, but I don't know what it hit. You good? What the fuck?
Your leg again?
No, it wasn't me this time.
Not trying to kill the cat again?
Okay.
Fuck me. No wonder that thing isn't getting adopted. Jesus.
It knocked over the little sensor light that it has. I don't know why she face planted into it. I'm actually confused.
How old are the cats?
Well, I've only got one here that I'm
Oh.
looking after. I think
Yeah.
she's about 7,
Oh,
maybe 7 years,
She's still
roughly.
acting like a crackhead.
Well, I think she's got depth perception issues. She's always had something to do with her eyesight. I think her eyesight's have always been bad.
Same. You and me both.
What the hell is going on with all the immigration riots across the world? Meat Boy, that's a really interesting because so Meat Boy Redeemed, ask me about any topic. This is really good actually, This might get us onto something.
Oh.
But Meat Boy's asked what the hell's going on with all the immigration riots across the world. Now, I have an initial theory. Now, I know that majority of like a lot of these countries where the immigration stuff is happening is because there's pushback, because a lot of conservative or right-wing, you could say right-wing, I'm not going to say extremist, but a lot of conservative or right-wing leaders got into power, and they are cracking down on immigration law, just immigration rules in general. And I know that there's been rampant immigration and unchecked immigration and illegal immigration in a lot of these countries. So when you're cracking down on a law and you've had something for so long and it's working in your benefit and suddenly it's not working in your favor, there's going to be natural pushback, especially from society. And these groups will get together and fight back on that. I honestly just think if you're an illegal immigrant, no matter what country you're in, you should be deported because you're illegal. You're an illegal immigrant. You broke the law. So you should be deported because that
agree.
is the law.
And then, yeah, and then people, like, I know you've got a life and stuff, but you did the wrong thing, you gotta pay for the consequences. Sorry.
I agree.
But,
I agree. Because
yeah.
it's like, I haven't really been asked about my stance on immigration. Like, number one, I agree with immigration. Immigration's good because it also helps balance out a country's lack of labor. Because a lot of the time, because we can self-insert ourselves into any job that we want, we don't see everyone running to the fences and trying to overload the plumbing industry, for example. But the idea that we get immigrants in to fill the workplace void, you know, the issues with the jobs that people just aren't taking, that fills that out. And that's why you get immigrants in on working visas and such, just to fill a lot of those jobs there, because they can't get a lot of other jobs anyway, but they also want to leave their country. Because maybe they're just looking for a better life, or maybe their country's in turmoil, or maybe their country's poor and they come to a richer country. Totally understand. It's all self-interest. I totally understand. But if you're doing it illegally and then you set up a life and then you complain that you're getting kicked out, you broke the law. Because number one, when it comes to the law, we can't just give you an exception and say, well, hang on, we're going to give you the exception because that creates a precedence. And when you have a precedence, then people can start arguing that, well, you gave him a fair shot, in terms of fair, because fair is very subjective in this case, because the fair shot would be you should be deported because you broke the law, because you either uphold the law or you don't. Because the law is not a guideline. It should affect everybody equally and fairly, and that's what the law is. And so if you start giving leeway to people...
Exactly, that's why laws are put in place for a reason.
Yeah. The laws are there,
yeah.
I mean, generally, most people in their own society agree with the laws that are in place, and when they do polling on this immigration riots, a lot of the civilians in these countries are sick of it. They're sick of these riots for the immigration because they believe that if you're an illegal immigrant, you should be out of the country. And then ironically, you have a bunch of immigrants in a lot of these countries waving flags that aren't even the flag of the country they're in, saying, you shouldn't deport us just because we're illegal, but they're saying because we're proud insert country here. And I'm like, well, if you're a proud insert country here, then go back to that
you
country.
Done the work to actually do it, yeah.
You're waving the flag of the countries you don't want to get sent back to just because your rights are supposedly being violated. And I'm like, your rights are not being violated because you broke the country's law. The fact is, the longer you're
and
there...
it's not that hard to do the right thing.
Well, taxpayers pay for the immigrants, right? They're paying for this stuff. And so if the general populace doesn't want immigrants who are illegal in their country, then that is the will of the people, which ironically is democracy. So the majority doesn't want illegal immigrants in their country, and so you deport them. That's the majority. That is democracy. That's the will of the people. And I, it's not an insane thing to me in these countries. It's not insane. If you're in the country illegally, you should be deported because you're illegally there. Like, the people who live in that country shouldn't suffer for your decisions.
Goes wrong, but there are still better ways to go about it. That's why certain systems are set up to help people who are in those hard situations, so that they can come over to other countries safely and responsibly and fucking following the rules. Like, it's not that hard.
We can also make the argument as well that when you have rampant immigration that's going unchecked, you could say, I'm not saying it's a correlation, well, there's a correlation there, but I don't think it's a causation. But the idea that if you have unchecked immigration, at the moment we have less either assimilation into the culture or integration into the culture. And so they come in here, and if they're on bulk and en masse, they hang around their own group, and they create their own small groups in society and neighborhoods, and then they don't immigrate into your culture or your country and your rules and laws. And then if you have a very progressive country per se, you start to accept that, hey, maybe they do want to follow their own rules and own religion and own stuff, and that's totally fine. But then you start to get a rampant overuse of that, and then their culture starts taking over your culture. Now, I'm not trying to come across as like a racist individual, but the example from the UK is that if you want to be open to other people's religion, that's fine. But then when you have so much unmitigated immigration coming in, and they're in your government, and they're like, hey, you know what, we should pass Sharia law. You know, we should start, turning this country into Islamic faith. And then obviously there's going to be some backlash, and yeah, because the country obviously is very Christian dominated. So it's weird that to say, if you come over to this country, but you still want to preach the dominant religion that came from your country, just go to your country and live under that rule because you want it so bad. But if you come to this country, that's the beauty of a Western society in this case, is that you can come to this country and promote your religion or your beliefs without much pushback because there's so much acceptance. But that acceptance can turn into complacency, and then when it gets out of hand, suddenly you are a racist. Or if you're trying to be patriotic and go, well, hey, I still like, for Australian culture, I love Australian culture. But then if we suddenly have a very predominant, for example, an Islamic faith, an Islamic representation in our government, and then they start governing based on Islamic faith or religion, I'm like, hang on, I have a problem with that because that's not Australian. Because I could be open to it, but complacency can breed these outcomes. And so while we can be respectful, they need to also, it doesn't matter what religion it is. I'm just singling out Islam because, but it doesn't matter what religion it is. You should be, when you come to another country, understand that it's not your country and that you're in there on faith of you should be either integrating or assimilating. You should be doing either one of those. You shouldn't just come in here and go, fuck it, I'm going to do my own thing, and I'm going to get everybody else in on my own thing. We're going to take over neighborhoods, then we're going to take over towns, and then we're going to start pushing our ideology of religion and whatnot into this country. And I'm like, this country works on secularism and Christianity, as a lot of Western countries do. And so if you don't like your own country run under your religion, and then you come into this country and go, well, I want this country to run under my, our religion, it's only because they want to be in charge and in power, because they'll benefit from it, but everyone else won't.
Yes. I completely
the only problem is
agree.
they're not in the other country because they're not benefiting from their religion and faith, because they're not the ones in charge. And it's always the same concept when it comes to people who talk about communism. Communism's fun as long as you're the ones at the top. It doesn't benefit everybody else. That's why everyone likes it. I'm not saying everyone likes it, but that's why the idea is so rampant.
Yeah, people just, like anything, they take everything too far. They like to dig a little bit, and then like pretty much most things, people take advantage, and then it all ends up leading to shit, and then somebody needs to crack down, and then that person looks like an asshole, but then in the long run, and people end up loving it, and then they give them back a little bit of rein, and then they take control of it again and just pull back and just ruin it, so then they have to go again, and it's just a whole cycle. And that's just like normal everyday things as well. People like to test how far they can go, and when it's not in their favor, they crack the shits.
It's also a good example of immigration or just other cultures coming into other countries, and the idea is that they exactly do that. They push to see what they can get away with, and if your country is very open and progressive and accepting, then they will have a higher level of complacency, because there is a goodness of heart where they're like, okay, well, You know, you can still do that, and you want to be able to have your prayer time even though someone is paying you per hour. Because I had this discussion, and I still think I'm in the right. But someone, I think I was talking to someone, and they said, well, I'm coming across as a bit disrespectful or not accepting. So maybe you guys can be the judge of this. But we hired some people to clean our house. So cleaners. They showed up. I wasn't there, but they showed up, and they had religious faith, and they spent, I think it was like for the first hour, they spent like 30 minutes or so apparently praying on the clock. And so I argued and said that is not on, because if I pay for an hour's worth of work, then I should get an hour's worth of work. I shouldn't have to take into account your religion or your faith or your rules, because we're accepting of that in Australia. Like, that stuff happens. And the reason I say that is not because I'm being racist and I hate it. It's just the idea that is how it works in our country. That is our country's capitalist law. It's the idea that if I pay anybody for an hour's worth of work, I expect an hour's worth of work. Now, and also I want to add that I booked this in advance, so they knew that they had to come and do this job in advance, and they still spent most of it. And I still paid them. We still paid them for the full amount of money, even though they were praying throughout it. And I went, I actually disagree with that. And so the person I was arguing with said that I was coming across as a bit, narrow-minded or not accepting and this and that, and I just said, no, I actually disagree, and I'll put my foot down. This is not me being racist or aggressive towards their religion or condescending. It's just, I don't care who you are. In Australia, if I pay you for an hour's worth of work, I expect an hour's worth of work, for example. I don't care who you are. And it was booked in advance, and you should have known that. So you should have sent people who weren't going to waste our time. And that's where I came across, and that was my stance, and I'm going to die on that stance. I'll have a look at the chat.
No, yeah, I completely sorry. It keeps fucking cutting out.
It's either I sent you my money or cigars or Gundams.
What I was going to say is...
Yeah, you go.
Oh, no, all good. No, sorry, it just keeps out for some reason. What I was going to say is that I believe that when you're at work, and unfortunately,
I think we've lost Haz again. We've lost Haz. The lawman Cy. How you doing, machine?
Oh. No, we're back for now.
Welcome back. We're back. Nope, we're gone again. Okay. While we wait for Haz.
Hold on. Okay. I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I think. What I was saying is that I believe, it probably sounds really harsh, but when you're at work, you need to cut any type of personal stuff. You are there to get paid. I understand, even if you're going through a hard time, religious reasons, and that's what you do on your break, or that's what you do after hours or before work, but not while you are getting paid, no matter what it is, you need to just switch off from that. And God, if this cuts out one more time, you need to switch on to work, and that's what you need to focus on. I need to reset my whole fucking house. But yeah, it's annoying me.
I love having you here,
but
and I'll be really upset if you bail.
Oh, it is shitting me. I'm trying so hard. That's why I'm thinking I might just go on my phone, use my mobile data if it keeps going. But yeah, pretty much switch off of your personal life, switch on to work life. You do not get to interfere with other people, especially if you're doing a job for somebody else. If you were getting paid to do something for someone else and you are praying in their hours, that's wrong. It's not right. You are there to do a job. We are not paying you to pray. We are paying you to do your job that you were hired for, and that is probably somewhere, and I know if you read it through, where it says that that's probably not what you're supposed to be doing, but that's common sense anyways, and you'd think anyone with common sense would go, hey, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but then you proceed to do it in someone else's time. They are paying you not to pray, to do the job. That is it.
I agree. And it also comes into just It also comes into just how the country's culture works. Like if I was in their country, and obviously they're built on, like the country is run by their religion, then it would make sense that I'd have to follow their religious rules. Whereas if they're in our country, because in Australia we're very secularist, but we are also about 50% Christian. If it came down to religious people, like who follows religion, we're still very Christian in Australia in terms of the following, but we are a secularist state, and secularist just means that religion is not forced here. You don't have to follow religion in this country. You free will to choose what you want to choose.
Exactly.
But the idea is like...
But other people do not have to suffer because of your religion, especially if you are not from this country.
This country doesn't run on their religion, and it's not built into our culture, and therefore if you come over with that in mind, you should know, then you should be integrating or at least assimilating into our culture and knowing that you shouldn't be doing... Like, you shouldn't be wasting our time per hour, because that's not how our country or culture works as a whole.
Exactly.
We are not run by
in your free
Islamic
time,
or Sharia law, for example.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what you do in your free time, on your break, whatever, after hours, before hours, whatever. But when you are at work, you are there under our laws, doing our stuff that you are being paid for, not to pray. I'm sorry, but that
I agree.
fucking shits me.
I agree.
I agree.
And
with
that's
that.
and
That
I just when it
is-
comes
yeah.
down to the country, the culture, and just how it's built up in a societal stance, and the societal stance in Australia is obviously secularism and Christianity. So if you come over here and you try to, because as I said, Australia I think can be a little too progressive, where it's, oh no, they can now do that legally throughout their work because it's just respectful in culture, and I'm like, I get that, but I also disagree. Because I'm now being held as I am a resident of Australia, and I'm now being held to a different standard to somebody else who's not a natural resident of Australia, for example. Like, they get to pray during work hours. I don't, because I don't religiously follow their religion, which means I am now outputting more work per hour, but they're getting paid the same amount as me, so they can pray for their religion. That's just an example. I'm only using the example of their religion. There are other religions, I'm sure, that have rules, but the fact is, when I'm in Australia, I'm now being disadvantaged in terms of per hour, and that was my issue. Because I don't care if you're gay, straight, bi, whatever religion you follow, your gender. I don't care if you're one of the billions of genders that I just made up. I don't care if you're... I don't care. Just basically, you follow the same rules that I do, especially in a corporate setting. Because if I have to work for an hour and I can't pray, and I get paid per hour, and then you get paid per hour, but you get to pray for 30 minutes of that, and just say it's all religious, then that's ridiculous, because the work ethic and work output is now unfair, and I am suffering as a native to my country, whereas you're not native and you're getting special privilege and treatment, and that is unfair. It's unfair. And that's my stance. It's unfair to me because I'm a native here. Because if I reverse the stance, I wouldn't get this treatment in their country. Just like I wouldn't get this treatment in Japan. I wouldn't get this treatment if I went to South Korea. Because these countries believe in their culture and their religion and whatever else they're doing, and they have their own rules and laws, and I follow them. I don't get to just come in and modify and adapt them. And that's one of the weaknesses. I think it's a strength, but it's also a weakness if it's too far, and that's what I mean by complacency. Is that in Western countries, sometimes they do it too much, where they understand that you're coming into our country, we get it, we want to accommodate and facilitate, but then also they don't enforce the integration or the assimilation, because they want to be open and progressive and understanding and accepting. And I went, that's called complacency, and complacency breeds problems. Because then when the problem rears its head, you now have to deal with it, and you look like you're being the problem. Because now you're dealing with something that you've let go on for so long, and now suddenly you're like, oh, hang on a second, we don't want that. Now you look like the racist or the bigot or the sexist or the homophobe or whatever it is, because you use complacency. Good intentions don't always mean good intentions. And that's something that people need to learn, just because you have good intentions. Because people who are doing shit things, like evil people, believe they're doing good. They don't know it's evil, because evil is a morality complaint. Like, evil and good, that's just from your perspective, and that's why we can't define what's good and what's evil, because it's all perspective. Because bad people are doing things that they really believe is good, and that's what it comes down to. And then suddenly you've got two lines drawn because you were so complacent that you've let shit bubble up on both sides, and now they're colliding because there's a problem, because you've let it fester. And that's why rules and laws should be enforced fairly and justly. If you have illegal immigration, you see how I'm rounding it back to the point, Super Meatball? You like that? If we have rules and immigration, for illegal immigration, you should be deported because you broke the law of the country.
No, I completely agree with that, and that's why so much of that cut out, and I'm fuming right now.
I hate that you didn't hear all that, because I'm kind of spitting facts right now. I'm basically
No, I did hear the spit and facts bit, alright? I think I managed to collect it all together, okay?
Okay.
And I'm giving it like 2 more tries, and then I'm going on my phone because it's annoying me.
I reckon just commit to your phone. Just commit to it.
Yeah,
just do
that's
it.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah, because I need you here, because I really liked the discussion we were having, so I need you here.
I know, but yes, okay. But that also leads to, I guess, do you want to lead that into our next thing about if there's actual asshole people or they're just...
Oh, did you want to talk
people
about...
going through a hard time? Yeah.
Well, I was like, did you want to talk about...
Me.
I'm just trying to think. Did you want to talk about the concept about do we believe that there is toxic masculinity and toxic femininity, or do we think that that doesn't exist? Did you want to talk about that?
Didn't we already talk about that though last stream, or?
I don't think we talked about it on the stream. But I mean,
okay, we can dive into that.
I mean, depends on what you're talking about here. Like, if you want to emphasize, we just talk about like, are there just people who are bad or people who are good? And I'm like, well, that's a moralistic debate.
Yeah, no, I just mean like you can have troubled people, and then can you also have just straight up assholes, like people who are just genuinely born horrible. And that's what I've noticed, where I know this is a bit of a weird thing because they're just kids and stuff, but I have noticed that there are some kids that can have asshole moments, but then they can be really sweet and they can really kind of flip your mind a bit. But then there's other people that I've noticed where there's some kids who are just straight up mean, and they just like, they'll purposely go out of their way to hurt people, or in like physical and like just mainly physical at the moment because of their age. But I just feel like there are some people who are just born horrible, and I've noticed that a lot, especially in my other job, but mostly in this job, where I just feel like I know you can have traumatizing events that can do it, or bad parenting and stuff, but I just have a feeling that some people are genuinely just born mean, and they go out of their way. Or like, there's some people who have really good upbringings, but they're still assholes because of their whole, like, I know you can think of like the spoiled brat and stuff like that, but I have a feeling that there are just some people who are just born like that, who are just born to just cause havoc and just really mean, and for no reason, or even if there is a reason, they don't have a good side. They're just trying to be mean and cause havoc all the time. And I don't know if that leads into more narcissistic behavior, or if that's just...
Well, it depends on what you mean by narcissism. Because narcissism isn't just someone who just treats other people like shit. That's not the definition of narcissism, and I think narcissism gets thrown around a lot. I just wanted to point this out for Yule, because I actually agreed with Yule initially. But this is where the nature versus nurture debate comes in. Yule didn't mention it.
Thank you for following.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Thank you for following. Cy will... Yeah, it's the usual. I appreciate the follow. Yule just said, no, nobody is born horrible. People are raised to be horrible, or end up choosing to be bad or horrible. And I actually made... I actually made the argument, because this is a nature versus nurture debate. Where there are people that they have studied longitude sort of testing style, where even with good nurture, individuals will still engage in harmful or cruel and antisocial behavior. Like, there are people who are just bad people, and that's why the debate happens.
My brother's the example of it.
Because you can still have a really nice household, a really supportive household and all that stuff, but people can still just be bad for the sake of just being bad, and then we have to argue what bad is. And so the testing was obviously harmful, cruel, or antisocial behavior. I agree. And this is where the nature-nurture debate, because we can also flip this and go, well, was the nurture the best nurturing style for this person who still went on to be an asshole? Maybe they didn't reflect very well against the style of teaching of how to teach good behavior and bad behavior. We can make these arguments, and that's why the nature versus nurture debate exists. So what you're saying,
okay.
Yule, technically is correct, but also what I'm saying, when I can say that it could just be nature, is also correct. And this is where the debate happens, because it's just so open-ended on both sides, with so much proof on both sides. I just wanted to point out really quick, but thank you for being here, Machine. By the way, I am reading what you're saying. I just didn't want to talk over Haz, because I am just trying to focus on what Haz is saying and stay on topic. But I am reading the chat, and I did read what you were saying.
I don't even have the chat up. Are you proud of me?
Actually, that's probably
It's also
good.
because my internet can't handle it.
Well, yeah. So the chat's probably going to fuck with you. You'll read it, and you'll just get in your own head, but yeah.
I will. That's why I'm not reading it. And because my
Yeah.
internet can't handle it.
But it is one of the ideas that they do argue with, is nature versus nurture, in terms of, are people just bad for the sake of being bad? And so the first step I say is, instead of nature versus nurture, let's just look at what bad and good is. Because if I said to you, like, I could ask anybody, I could say, what is bad? What is evil? What is bad behavior? Like, what is it?
Oh, for me? Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'll just ask you. I'm gonna go get myself a bevy, but I'll leave the chat with you. I'll be like, 60 seconds. But if I'm just generally asking, like, this is how I sort of talk about the nature versus nurture, because that could just go on forever. And so I just try to break down things and just go, well, let's look at it in this light and just say, what is good and bad? What's good and evil? What is that to you? What does that mean?
Okay. That's a hard question.
Yeah, like, think on it, but I'll leave the floor with you.
Everyone take a 30 while Haz talks. Fuck off, you. You hate me. I swear to God. No, I don't know. I don't know how to talk. Help. I don't know. Working in childcare, I have noticed a lot of arsehole kids. And the fact that I love dodgeball, and I love pegging dodgeballs at children.
Alright, I'll cut you off real quick because you were onto it and then you completely deviated dodgeball. But I'm gonna cut you off, but I'll give you direction. When you said there are bad kids, why are they bad? Like, what's the traits that they have that you deem as bad? Because then and by the way, when you deem these traits as bad, then when we reverse it and talk about the opposite, that would mean that those traits are good. The opposite to these bad traits. So that's why we do this.
Okay. Well, no, I've noticed that, okay, and I do know that they are just kids and they are just learning, but like anyone, you can definitely tell how they're going to be when they're older. We have this one boy he's like, I don't think he has autism or anything, but he can be just really mean, and he'll go out of his way to either hit someone or steal something off them, or what else? Like, yell at them, or even just swearing at them. Like, these are like 4-year-olds. And he goes out of his way to do it and just likes to agitate everyone, and it tries to get a reaction out of certain teachers and stuff. Like, I've noticed, obviously I was talking to you about it before, how he respects me a little bit more, but he goes out of his way, and I've seen him, when I watch him, he literally will stand up from, like, another kid could be across the room, and will stand up and purposely go over and walk over to him, take his thing, and then slap him. And it's like, why did you feel the need to do that? Is it just a thing that your brain just goes, oh, I have to do that, I just need to do that? Or is it just giving into intentions, or is it because you don't like the kid? And I don't know, and I don't know if, because they're so young, if they really know what that means.
Well,
about,
just
like,
really
everything.
quickly, you're saying, can we can do a thought experiment real quick? It's not going to deviate, but I'm just elaborating. When you say he goes out of his way to do things, is to you could we say that to you it looks like he's going out of his way because you know it's behavior that you have identified as something extra or not the norm, whereas to him it could be normal behavior? He doesn't know he's going out of his way to do it. Could we make the argument?
Maybe, yeah, perhaps. But he kind of gets a look on his face, and then he kind of looks at me, and then he'll stand up and he'll walk past all these kids and just go up to the one kid that he knows that it's going to annoy, and goes up to him and starts shit. And I can just tell by the look in his face that he's going to do something. That's why I'm usually pretty quick to pick up on it. But
so you know what this sounds like? Exactly what we were talking about. We're talking about classical versus operant conditioning. This sounds like a conditioning.
That's what I was thinking. But I've spoken to his mum quite a lot, and she's trying to sort out. She's fine. Like she's not really. She doesn't seem like the one to be very neglectful. Like whenever I tell her, "Oh, look, he did this today," she'll talk to him about it, and she's not gentle about it, but she's gentle enough to not scare the other kids. But
I like that. So if they're not neglectful, because I love how you said the word neglectful, because I know what you're referring to. But what would you think she is? Do you think she's authoritarian or authoritative, or? Because it's hard to explain. Not hard to explain, but it's hard to make a guess, right? Because we don't know how she.
Yeah, I don't know how she is at home.
We don't know how she disciplines her kid.
Different.
We don't
know.
She
could be completely different at home and not give a shit about him.
Well,
or
absolutely,
she could
because
be
often
really
people will put on a mask. Especially when it comes to,
definitely.
you want to put your best foot forward in parent-teacher interviews, right? Or when you're meeting a teacher or someone who's looking after your kid, and then they go, well, your kid's a bit of a problem, and then they want to put their best foot forwards because there is also the innate trait where they don't want to, because they know if their kid's fucking up, the initial gap that people are going to bridge in their own head, the initial link is that, oh, if my kid's bad, then you must think that I'm a shit parent. That's immediately the link that people make in their own head, and so they react in that manner and go, well, if I put on a good face or a good farce or a good visage, then maybe I'm not going to come across as a bad parent, and then maybe it'll be like, well, now you just think that my kid's bad, but I'm doing my best, yada yada, and that is a type of manipulation tactic. It's a ploy. But I'm not saying every parent does it. It's just we won't know unless you know what they're like at home. We just don't know.
Exactly. But I don't know. She's very. I don't know how to. She's not like. You can tell most of the time she's not faking it, because she's not putting on that fake smile and the fucking stupid laugh that most parents do, and she does especially when and pretty much. Oh, that's so funny.
You can just tell when they're He's not normally like that, I promise.
Yeah, no, she doesn't do that. That's why I've noticed she is. She does seem like she's trying, and that's why I think that's why I'm leading into that whole, maybe is he just an asshole? Like, is he just genuinely a dick of a kid? Because I've met both the parents. They are together, so they're not separate. But I have met both of them, and the dad seems just your usual, just, oh, hi, how are you? Yeah, sorry, blah, blah, blah. But she seems very
You keep
involved.
talking, but I'm just going to type some ideas, but you keep going.
Okay. She seems very involved, and whenever I do tell him, or I have to make her sign an incident report and stuff, she will talk to him about it, and she'll go, hey, what's going on? Why are you doing this? She'll talk to him about it in front of me, and I have a feeling she is, and then certain things, like if he bites someone, like he bit a kid on Tuesday, because it was public holiday, bit him on Tuesday, and she was pretty strict on it, but she obviously wasn't screaming and trying to hit him, and he seemed somewhat respectful, but he just doesn't seem like he respects her at all. You can just tell by the way he looks at her, and he just doesn't respect anyone. Like, he respected me to a certain degree, but like any kid, they'll try and push the boundaries. Obviously, when he sat on the chair, he'd be 5. Yeah, 5.
Is he? Do you think he reflects, or would be acts a little bit better underneath? If the father was around, like when the father's around, or do you think there's a better connection between him and the father versus him and the mother? Because if the father, for example, is complying with his behavior and the mother is offering up resistance, then he could be identifying that as well.
that is another point I do want to bring up about another one of the kids who do have separate parents, and one of them respects the parent.
Sorry, you look like,
the
yeah,
parent.
I don't have to lead you then. You know exactly what you're doing. Sorry, you continue.
Yeah,
My
I
bad.
know exactly. Okay.
Yeah, you
so,
got it.
speaking on that, I'm just going to go off on that real quick. There
go
is
for it.
one boy in particular that I want to do a perfect example of that. He goes off to his dad's maybe roughly around 2 to 3 times a week, and when he comes back, he does really well. He's usually pretty sweet. He'll have small incidents, but nothing crazy, and you can tell when he arrives, he seems a lot happier, and he seems pretty relaxed, and he doesn't seem like he wants to run amok. But then I notice as soon as he gets dropped off late that he's been with mum, and I notice whenever he's with mum, he is fucking mental. Like, he is insane. He runs amok, he jumps off everything, he swears at you, he spits at you, and he just goes nuts. And that's what I'm trying to compare with the both of them at the moment. But I have met the dad a few times, and they've come together on pickup sometimes as well, but they do work separate hours. But they both seem pretty on top of it. Like, they're trying to get him on some medication, trying to see if they can diagnose something. They're just trying to figure something out so they don't go insane. And you can tell that they do definitely listen to each other and they talk about it together. And that's why I wanted to lead into that. I think he's just an arsehole. Like, I genuinely believe that he's just something in his brain just isn't, well, not normal, but I don't know what the best word is. Just the cogs aren't going properly. And I have a feeling that, I just have a feeling that that they're kind of at a loss as well, but they are trying. Like, it would be very difficult having a kid like that. I can understand, considering he's in like 3 days a week. So they do try and have a good balance with him being at home and daycare. That's why he's not in every single day. And I did ask her, is he at any other centres? Is he with you a lot of the times? And she goes, yeah, we try and have him as much as possible to try and whenever I tell, do you think this will work? And they'll try it at home, and it'll, like anything, it'll work for a while, and then he'll get over it or he'll find ways around it. And I've noticed he does that quite a lot at our centre, and he really likes to pretty much mind fuck you. And he goes in and he'll find ways around things, and he'll push the boundaries a little bit, and then you pull him back, and then he's pretty good for about like 30 minutes, and then he goes straight back to it. But the thing is, I've never noticed a sweet side of him. I've never seen him apologize. I've never seen him try to like cuddle or just anything. He just seems like the type of kid who just doesn't have a nice side. Like, I've never seen it, and especially being at daycare, that's pretty much where most of their worst behaviours come out of. He's just constantly got a look in his eye and an attitude all the time where you can just I would just say he's just an asshole. And it is so draining. Like, it is so mentally tiring dealing with him, and I can't imagine how the parents are feeling, and that's why, I don't know, that's why I think he's genuinely just really, really an asshole. Yeah.
That's fair. I do want to point out that Newt did add, new headline, Has Things Kids Are Assholes, 2025.
I do. Kids are assholes. They're horrible.
I typed in, I don't think it actually relates to this, but it just kind of got me thinking on a similar thing, but the Oedipus complex, which is kind of interesting. But it's it's the child's unconscious desire, so unconscious desire for the opposite sex parent, and rivalry or jealousy towards the other same-sex parent. Now, he only talks about this within boys. I think there is an Electra complex, which was produced by Carl Jung, but Freud actually disproved that theory because he disagreed with it. He says this only shows up in boys versus like the daughters or women, essentially, like girls. And so, yeah, anyway, that was just tidbits of information you just didn't need to know, but I knew it, so now you know it. But yeah, it was the idea of like desire for the mother and rivalry with the father. and this could come into context in terms of like he could desire the mother in a way where on top of this, where the mother is more lenient with his behavior, and so the desire for the mother in terms of the parent is better for him because it benefits his behavior, whereas the father could be more I've got rules and boundaries and that too, and so there's a rivalry within where it's another male in the house and stuff like that. It's why there's always the idea of like you should have it's like boys act out, and if it's like a single mother household, I mean, when a boy acts out, I mean, he's a boy, especially when he gets to like 15 years old, 16 years old. And I mean, these words can change a dynamic in development where it's like, wait till your father gets home, because that's immediately it's immediately like, okay, well, I've been picking on and taking advantage of mum, but when dad gets home, he's gonna kick my ass. And there's the difference. It's the idea of like the hierarchy of structure and force doctrine, and the rivalry with the same sex, and understanding the boundaries. So, for example, I mean, I just mentioned this because I had a single mother household, and I was actually making an initial comparison with obedience versus conformity. So the difference between obedience and conformity while you were talking. They had two different studies as well. Whereas I show a bit more of obedience, and I think obedience is, in terms of like obedience, it's better in the way that the people are going to follow the rules. There's a bit more duty, honor bound towards it. Whereas conformity is like, I'm conforming to what you demand, but I don't agree with it, and eventually that can boil over. So there are two like essential differences between the two mentalities. So maybe like I know my older brother would follow some rules, but he would definitely break them from time to time on purpose, because he's like, what happens if I do? Like, what are you going to do about it? It was the test, Whereas I was more obedient. I was like, I know if I broke the rules, I mean, there's nothing much that would really happen, but do I need to? And so my brother was very more conformity, and I was very more obedience in the single mother household, for example. And that's why I started leaning into the Oedipus complex, which does get a content violation, but I said, hey, trust me, it's not a bad thing. It's just the way that it's explained. That's all it is.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's all, because when I typed it in and it gave me this, like, it may violate, I just was like, hey, if I press it, it's not going to get up me, because it is an actual complex, and it's something that it is studied, so. But anyway, it was just while you were talking, I just kind of was, this isn't really, like, what's going on, it was just something I brought up because it does create rivalries with certain parents, and that rivalry can be spurned from the fact that one parent can lean into giving them leeway, and they identify that, versus their bad behavior getting constantly attacked by the other parent, and they have an issue with that parent. But they do grow out of this. So
Okay,
as a 5-year-old,
definitely that same-sex thing. I do agree with that. That they naturally, like, I know it's weird to fucking compare, but like with dogs, have you noticed, like, anytime there's a male dog who's peed on a tree, the other one has to go by and pee on it and mark its territory and stuff. Like, I do notice that.
there can be rivalries of same sex for sure. Even animals can also demonstrate it, because I know a lot of people talk about alpha. I know alpha wolves and stuff. It's not really an alpha concept. I believe that was disproven. The guy who came up with it wasn't talking about it in that manner, where there's like an alpha wolf per se. But yeah, like, I totally understand what you're talking about, but as I said, there is a rivalry between the sexes, 100%, especially when you're a kid. I mean, as I said, the Oedipus complex, while I don't think it is what's going on, it is one of the things that we could probably, I just had on the back here because it was just something that could be going on. But it is, because the Oedipus complex is for that age bracket. While you read that, I'm just going to check on the chat real quick. So Meat Boy said, when it comes to evil and good, isn't it decided by societal norms and laws? And I pinned that because that is absolutely correct. That is essentially what you would determine the factor of good and evil. It is determined by the societal normal standard by the general and majority populace. That is correct. You're back? You got another beer can? Nice, Yule. Nice. I'm having a beer on stream because I finished my exam today, and I think I passed. So I'm pretty happy with that. Apparently the 5-year-old that you were talking about, Yul, not Yul, but Haz, apparently Yul said that the bro was training to be an ICBM. An intercontinental ballistic missile, if you're curious.
He's a fucking asshole. But yeah, there is quite a lot that goes
Oh, you are
on.
in your second glass
You
of
don't-
wine. Damn.
I am. Yeah.
You're becoming
I
an
am
alcoholic.
smashing
You've got to
a bit
stop
too quick.
drinking. Kafka. Also, how you doing, Kafka? Hopefully you're doing well and listening into this amazing conversation. Yep, mum's
I
the
don't know,
nurturing, dad's
I-
the discipline. Yeah, normally that is the strength, and that's normally how it's seen. And you'll often find that a lot of the time, the discipline does sometimes outweigh the nurture, especially in consideration when it comes from like a father who has a bit more of a authoritative desire rather than an authoritarian desire, because authoritative is a bit more, we have rules, but they're also very accepting and very respectful. And you'll often find that sometimes that's a little bit strong, and it can be upheld because there is the idea of the Force doctrine where it comes to like rivalry with males versus rivalry with females. Rivalry with males is normally more physical, and with females it's normally more mental. That's just a natural thing. I'm not trying to, just pointing that out. Because women and men have different strengths. I just want to reiterate that. Women
That's that
definitely,
whole
from
toxic
cognitive processes, women are very strong
masculinity.
mentally over men, whereas men, we have a natural physical advantage, and that is a strength, and so men often lean into the physical aspect. So rivalry with men normally is more physical versus women, and women, which is a bit more mental for that reason.
The good old belt.
Oh man, and I'm telling you now, a lot of behavior would have like disappeared real quick if it was like, wait till your dad gets home. I'll be like, I'm sorry, Mum. I apologize. I'm really sorry. Because that's a real understanding, you know. Because there's a real threat
Jesus,
there.
you.
But hey, there's some gnarly mums out there.
Drunk me
There's some-
craps
there's some-
on, so I'm not doing that. There are. I feel like I would be very strict, well, not strict, but I would be very firm because because I was raised single man. So
And I
she
bet your
kinda had to
mum set
carry
boundaries
us
and
around.
rules, and she tried to
Oh,
enforce them.
100%. She was strict as
She has
fuck
to.
in the beginning.
Because single mums have to take
She
on
was
a masculine role.
crazy.
They have to take a
Mm.
masculine role. They
Yeah.
have to. But the thing is, like with
She did the whole "I love you, but then I'll beat you" 2 seconds later.
yeah, like my mum, that was the thing my mum learnt real quick early on, was that she followed through. Like, because I got hit with a spaghetti spoon, and she used the plastic spaghetti spoon because the wooden spoon would break. And then when we learnt that it could be broken, we knew that it could bleed. So we would push the limits, and then she used the spaghetti spoon, and then we realized, oh, that's not going to snap. So we learnt real quick that it fucking sucks. And so we learnt boundaries that way, where mum was like, I've got to show you the fucking boundaries. I mean, you're gonna act a fool, you're gonna fucking learn. And the plastic spaghetti spoon, all she had to do was grab it, and I just went, you know what? That is some
Oh,
really
the
good
amount of
operant
time-
conditioning.
I got plates thrown at me.
That is some good
Yeah.
conditioning. I've probably got like a spontaneous, what is it, like spontaneous, it's something like spontaneous restoration. It's a concept where it's like you have a phobia or a fear of something, but then you're not shown or around that fear for a long time. And then you see it again and it's shown, and then you get that like inside fear again. And you're like, oh shit, because it reminds you of it, but it's not as strong, but it reminds you of it. And I think I've got that as like a spontaneous something in the mind. But it was just that idea, like, my mum has like she's got a Russian shot putter build. Like, if she's going to beat the door down, she's going to beat the door down. She's coming for you. So we learned some rules. She's mellow now because she's
same.
old and has bad knees, but, you know, I can outrun her.
Oh, mine, yeah, that's the thing. I can outrun mine, but fuck, she's got a good arm. She can throw anything.
Oh man, my mum has a powerlifting build. When we're at the gym, I'm like, she's got 2 keyhole surgeries on her knees and they're fucked, and she's still leg pressing 140 kilos with bad knees. I'm like, she is just like, you could just tell people you're a powerlifter and no one's gonna not believe you. I always said that she's a German shot putter or something, and that's just how I introduce her. She hates it, but then she loves it because I'm like, trust me, you've got the build.
Love it. Oh, I like the
but-
thing that machine said.
Yes, I'm scrolling down. I'm so sorry. Friday the 13th. Also, Machine asked how I was like 46 years ago. I'm good, Machine. I'm good.
Flack streamer.
I didn't know it was Friday the 13th, so I'm hoping that I passed my exam. I'm pretty confident. But if not, I mean, fucking Jason, are you busy? Sort me out. Toss me in the lake.
Smack me in the sleeping bag against the tree.
Yeah, the testosterone is palpable. Testosterone's palpable. Why are people touching tips? Gone. Doing good, day off work. Mood's a little tired though. Unless you're Newt, a brain-dead potato with wet noodles for arms. I won the genetic lottery. I mean, that's hot. I hate authority. I always push back a lot as a kid on rules. We have taken a much more relaxed view of rules with your son. We always explain the logic behind them instead of just saying because I said so. So Machine, that is an exact example of authoritativeness, not authoritarian. So that's the most reciprocal. Not reciprocal. Receptive is the right word. So most receptive form of teaching rules and boundaries. You have rules and you enforce them, but you explain why, rather than just follow my rules or get the fuck out of my house, more authoritarian sort of style. So that's a really good example. So it sounds like you were under a bit more of an authoritarian rule growing up, and now you've taken a more authoritative adaptation for when you're passing on your rules and regulations, which is good. I like authoritative stances, which means there are still rules and there are still disciplines to be had. And they do have to be upheld, but you're not just out to hurt someone just because you're in control of your child, you know?
I completely agree with that stuff. That's why when I am doing stuff with the kids, I do need to think of that, because I don't want to be the pushover, but I don't want to be the fucking asshole who everyone's like, oh, we don't like her, she's too much of a dick. And I don't care what the kids think, but still, it's that they do need to know why. You can't just leave them guessing, because then they'll go, well, fuck you then. And I was very much like that when I was younger. I agree with Machine. I was very much one of those kids who grew up on that because I said so, pretty much. Why do I need to do that? And then, like, especially with teachers, I had quite a few teachers who were like that, and that's why I used to skip, and that's why I got expelled, but we're not going to talk about that.
You got expelled for skipping school?
No, way worse.
Way worse?
But, yeah.
I've never been expelled. I've skipped school, but I never got in trouble.
Yeah, that's why I didn't make it to year 12.
Really? You never went to year 12?
Expelled. No.
So you
out
don't have a year 12 completion, essentially, when they say what the highest level of completion is for schooling, you can't say year 12.
I do not.
Do you have a year 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was in year 11 when I was expelled.
To be fair, school doesn't really teach you a lot of good shit. I'm going to be honest. I actually
that's
got
why
salty.
I went to the army, and that's why I got it through there. But yeah, I completely agree with that. Because I will notice nowadays that my mum has slacked off with that, which is good. Like, she is definitely more relaxed with things, but that's also because I'm older and because she can't control me anymore. But she's always been very controlling naturally, and that has stemmed down from her mother as well. Apparently, I used to talk to my aunt because apparently we're like the exact same, and she used to be so strict. Like, you had to be in bed at 8 o'clock, no moving. She used to lock the closet so that they couldn't go and get food downstairs, and like, my mum wasn't that intense, but she started to go along that lines. And then once I started going through certain stages, it kind of forced her out of it, where she had to go, look, this obviously isn't working. And that's why I really respect her for that, is the fact that she was able to recognize that and go, okay, I need to make changes because this isn't working. Because we got to the point where I did not ever want to come home. I was trying to run away. I was trying to work all the time. I was just trying to do everything to get away from the house. And I don't want that experience to be either for if I have kids or even at work, because I have noticed that it does drill my patience, and I can see how so many people get so strict because they just want them to just stop, because kids can be so intense and everyone's different. Everyone is completely different, and different methods will work for different kids. Like, I've noticed, so when some of them are crying, you go, oh, what's mum doing today? Would you like to do a drawing, or would you like to do a painting for her? And then they'll usually settle down and go sit down. But where other kids, they'll tell you to piss off, or they'll just keep crying. And then some other kids, you have to kind of let them cry for a little bit. I know you're not supposed to let them cry it out, but to a certain degree, yes, when they're crying over literally nothing afterwards. I do agree in that. And I had a great example of that today. I was in the little room, and one of the kids supposed to have a sleep, and I know he needed it because he was crying beforehand because he was tired. Set up the bed, and then he just refused to sit down, and he just kept running, and he managed to open the gate and try and run out the front door. I had to literally pick him up and drag him back in, but then he just kept crying, and I didn't know what to do, and it just got to the point where I just kind of sat there. I sat there with him, and I was just
put him in the
patting
airlock,
and
and then just turned the monitor off, and you were like, whatever happens when I hit this red button, happens.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I had him in a corner, so like I just had him in a corner next to his bed.
With the corner.
I had him in the corner. He had his bed. I just sat him there, and I just sat there, and he just kept crying, and I was there, and I was telling him I'm here. I just couldn't do anything because there's some things you just cannot do, and it was out of my control.
Sometimes
and
it
I was
just
like,
happens,
look.
man.
Yeah, and he was crying over nothing. He was tired. I know he needed a sleep, so that's why I put him on the bed so that he could, because I know exactly what he wanted, and you could tell, because he was even saying I'm tired, and I was like, well, I can lay down. And he was sitting there and crying for 40 minutes, and then after that, I held on, I stayed there, and I kept putting him back, and it worked. He went back to bed, woke up, he was fine. And that was one of those things where people go, oh, you don't let him cry out. But I'm also not going to force him to a certain degree. Obviously, you don't force them to sleep if they don't want to, but he was crying, he wanted to sleep, and I knew he needed to. So that's why I push. Certain things I will not push, but that I did today. And it worked, and he was great. So that was one of those examples. And I believe that in school, they need to start teaching more life skills. I've noticed, especially when you get into year 6 onwards, I believe that they should be learning more life skills rather than fucking X, Y,
what age
Z
are you
shit.
in year 6? How old are you in year 6?
11?
Oh, someone on Kick. Hello, streamer. You looking to have more followers? You know what? Instead of just baiting me in with this more followers bot shit, just fucking full send. Just bot me up. If you're a Kick bot, don't bait me. Just fucking bot me. Just do it. Full send. Stop tickling my butthole and just shove it in. That's more of a Kick comment. I'm back on, and now we're talking back on Twitch. Sorry.
That's pretty hot. Yeah, that's pretty hot.
That's what I always say before I sit on a cactus.
Oh god. Ow, that would hurt. Just a little bit.
See? That's the wrong attitude. You're not a winner.
Oh yeah, true. I'm fake.
You gotta make that cactus disappear. It's all a mental game.
Yeah, you just gotta keep going until all the pricks fall.
What was the dude who did it? LA, not to deviate, but LA Beast? Was it not LA? Yeah, LA Beast. He ate a fucking cactus. With the spikes and everything, and I'm like, what the fuck
I'm
is
sure
wrong
that
with
ended
you?
well.
Oh yeah, he
Can't you die from that? Just from the juices? Like, isn't there something
no, apparently
in there
the juices are fine. Some cactus you can actually eat, but normally people do eat cactus, especially because it can't hydrate. They just normally take the spines out. But this dude was like, fuck the spines, I'm gonna eat them. And then yeah, he uploaded another part where it was him sitting on the toilet, and he was like, I've made a mistake. And I'm like, how did it make? Because they were tiny little spines, so they made it through the tract. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that.
Oh, nah, that'd be so itchy and ugh, nah.
Yeah, it was bad.
That would suck ass. I love how we got onto that.
Yeah, sorry, it was just it's whole because Kick just kicked in because no one talks to me on Kick, and so I just sort of glance over and see a bot comment now and then, and Newt, you're a fucking Kick mod. Can you ban those bots, please? Newt's like, oh fuck, I am.
Gotta go over there. Hold on, let me do.
Yeah.
The real ones.
The reason why I hated school so much too because I was in advanced, I was doing advanced English and advanced math, and
Oh,
I was talking to
nerd.
my friends who were in like the pre-communication English, which is like what everyone just called that the dumb English class. So I'm out here learning about how to, write a
Suspension.
story for Macbeth,
Yeah.
and then I'm asking what they're doing, and I'm like, oh, we're writing resumes and stuff, and I was just there in year 12 going, hang on, that sounds more useful in real life.
Exactly.
Why is
I
the dumb class
completely
doing
agree.
resumes and I'm learning about Macbeth? What the fuck?
I completely agree with that. That's why even when I was in school, I used to always say, why can't we learn shit that we actually need? Like, I agree. They should be learning how to do resumes. They should be learning how to set up your life, trying to find what you want to do early stages so that you can sort it out and you actually have options. Because I've noticed so many people leave school and they go, well, now what? Because they haven't been taught how to actually live in the real world, because that's about 13 years of your life, and that should be the most important years to do fucking life skills.
Yeah, I did the math. So by the time you finish year 12, if you've been going to school and preschool and all that, by the time you finish year 12, you've spent 2/3 of your life at school at that point.
Exactly.
So you've only ever known a school environment, and the way that I see it is that if you finish year 12, the school environment, at least where I was designed so that you should be jumping straight into university and just study forever. That's what you do. Just study and keep studying and keep doing more study, because knowledge never ends. You're always learning. And I'm like, yeah, you can always learn, or you can go and do an actual fucking job and continuously learn while doing the job. There's a
exactly,
difference.
and actual life skills. And that's why I believe also that there should be a lot more work experience. I know that obviously you don't get paid for it, but maybe they will get to a point where you do get paid, and some people do pay them. I'm pretty
Could be
sure.
a wild take, but I think year 10s, when you hit year 10, you should have to do like a mandatory 2 weeks like field placement for like a TAFE thing, like a TAFE workshop or something.
I agree. Yes,
for 2 weeks,
I
just 2
completely
weeks.
agree.
Once a week, like for
Yes.
2 weeks, you go there and you just do like a mandatory TAFE thing where you just check out all the things and you play with everything and you look at like the woodworking, or you look at what other things that TAFE would offer. And then like for 2 weeks, and then you can say,
childcare,
hey, look,
everything.
do you just want to go to TAFE and because you might like these jobs or skills, or you can continue past year 10 and go to, because once you commit to year 11 and 12, you're essentially going for the I need a good overall score in order to get into university. You're committing to a university pathway.
You're pretty much, all your interest should be like pretty much is uni, and by then hopefully you should know what you want to do so that you can just go straight into uni. But for year 10, I believe, and even if you are continually trying to go on to year 12, I think they should still do it in year 10 either way, no matter what. If you're trying to go to year
I agree.
12 or drop out in year 10,
I agree.
they should just give them options, and then they can decide, okay, I'm going to commit the next 2 years so I can make it easier to become a doctor or something, just shit like that. Or
Dude,
but the
can you
thing is,
respond to that
have you
bot
noticed-
and tell them to just
Have you
fucking full
noticed-
send? Anyway, go Haz, sorry.
I have noticed that. Do you notice that usually the people who drop out in year 10 are already making double the money, and after all that time, because they've had that experience earlier and not just been focused on school and stuff?
What's the difference
I
in life
honestly
skill? You
believe-
can leave at year 10
Yeah,
with
exactly.
basic life skills and get yourself into a job,
Exactly.
or you can take the gamble,
100%.
commit to year 12,
And
but
I
then
was
you
on-
know you have to commit to university to get
Yeah.
a higher paying job.
Yeah,
But a lot of people
exactly.
don't commit to university in Australia after year 12.
Exactly, and they do the
And
whole
then-
gap year, and then they go,
and then
"Oh,
they
I wanna
flounder.
work," and stuff.
They run around and just
Yep.
they loaf around, and then they wonder, well, I don't know what I want to do in life, and then but then they realize they're in a position where the people who dropped out in year 10 have fucking life skills from actual experience, and they dropped into TAFE early and did one of
Yep.
those trades or whatever, and then when you flounder because you were supposed to go to uni and you chose not to, you realize that the job opportunities for you are even less than fucking trades.
Yeah.
And so you just have to pick
Yeah,
up whatever you
exactly.
can or go for a trade. But you also wasted a couple years of your life because you didn't commit to university. And I think that needs to be
And-
explained better in the system for kids at that
Yeah,
point
they're
when they're
still on
15 and
that
16.
fucking
They need
thing.
to know that if they go past year
Yeah.
10 and they don't want to do TAFE or trades or anything, that this rule or this following or this pathway is like you have to commit to uni. You need to. Because you're gonna
And
leave
nowadays,
years
they've
12
made
with
it
no
so
skills.
much better. Yeah, they've made it so much better and so much easier to drop out and actually become successful. It's not the end of the world if you don't go to year 12. Because I know back in the day it used to be the whole, oh, if you don't go to year 12, you're going to fail in life.
Fearmonger. If you don't go to year 12, you're not going to be successful. University's where all the good jobs are at.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, how that aged poorly.
Yeah, and they were so adamant. But they've got options now. And honestly, there are so many people who are doing so well in trades and sorting their life out, and now they're making all this money and they're able to buy a house and stuff like that.
Well, I will say
they know
that
what they want to do, and
there are certain trades that are overpaid. I just want to say they are fucking way overpaid. Now, don't even get me started on electricians. They can go fuck themselves. They are overcharging, and they know they
it's
are.
their month. Yeah, it's their month this month.
Well, it's because electricians, right? Because they know that the world relies on energy. Energy is essentially the number one thing that the world needs, because IT or like technology and communications and all that stuff, like the strongest corporations in the world, they need energy to produce technology. So if I'm using ChatGPT, for example, they need to have the servers running, and they know that there's lots of people using it nonstop, and so they need enough energy to produce it, or it crashes and burns. And so energy production is one of the largest things, and so when you have people who literally wire that shit, they take... and I'm like, hey, look... I was like, hang on, I'm kind of cooking, but then it just said hype train incoming, and I'm like, for what? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Did we get a hype train?
Warm hands and feet inside the
Yep.
vehicle at all times.
Level
The company
2.
is not liable for any injuries that may occur to the person. Thank you for flying.
All right,
through
wait.
Holy
such-
shit.
I remember the
Level
beatbox
10
I did
hype
for it
train
too.
and Cy will play Dark Souls 2 Smile.
But, by the way, I mean, Haz, what was your hype train? Level 6?
Level 8.
Oh, go fuck yourself. I was like, if you'd said level like 5 or level 6, I would have said, hey guys, let's try and beat Haz's bullshit hype train. But when you said level 8, I went, that's a bit much. I don't think we can do that. So yeah, go fuck yourself. And yeah, that's great.
Oh, it's okay. Hold on. I'll send my money that I got from my Twitch payout.
I don't remember the last time I got a hype train.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Wait, I know, before stream, I know exactly what you got paid, and it was definitely only 5 bits. How dare you give me 10 bits? That's double what you actually got paid. Don't give me all your money.
Sorry. Gosh. I'm overspending.
I think you
You're
are
sending me into
overspending.
bankruptcy.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
In fact, I need more people like Beanie on my stream, where they have a poor financial decision-making skills. I
A
love.
resplendent offering.
We love it.
Yeah, can we beat level 8 just so I can gloat to Haz on stream that I beat their own hype train? Where's Fred? Hey, Fred!
A gleaming
where's Fred?
endowment.
You led that level 8 hype
Anonymous.
train. How about you
Yes.
come get some revenge? Come swap sides. You know, like, jump on my side of the fence. Let's go.
Sides.
Come with me.
No. Forever rivalry. Rival? What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good chat.
Comes. There's a special on subs. Technically, I saved money. I actually love the fact that you saved money, Beanie. By the way,
That's yeah.
because subs
go-
are way
go
overblown on this on Twitch. I will admit that. All jokes aside, we don't have to get to level 8. But damn, there's some really cool hype train emotes. I won't lie. I'm not trying to, if it sounds like I'm promoting it, then look, just put 2 and 2 together. I don't care if you make the assumption, but I'm just saying, like, some of the emotes for the hype trains now look really, really cool. There's some good ones this time.
Got 100 bits. Fucking scab bitch.
Well, I mean, come on, Haz. You got a payout. Let's go. If Pelican
Give
dumps
back some
100 gift
support.
subs right now, I'm going to be honest, this keyboard's going to be a little bit sticky. And I have to make it about me. So
Yeah.
I've got to be like, because I
100%.
want to clip the shit out of it too, because I'm going to be like...
You will definitely get past the level 8.
I'm going to be like, well, it's going to be like, humble streamer makes donations all about him, because I wanted to end up on like a live stream fail where it's like, a member of stream announces a pregnancy, streamer makes it all about him and his monetary value. I was like, because I mean, I did do it. I was pretty great with Pelican at first, and then I was like, yeah, but there's also a downside to that. But to be fair, Pelican's partner actually knows that he watches my stream, which is a terrible decision, but I am in favor of it because
Map
it's
up that jar,
self-interest.
Pelican.
Or just spam bang several times. You can't. You can't. You know why? Because when I'm multi-streaming on Restream, I don't have any sound from the sound alerts coming through to my headset. And it's not because I'm trying to protect myself and save myself from jump scares. It's actually because I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to change it. But also, by the way, hype trains aside, I don't remember the last time I had a hype train, but thank you, Beanie, for the 5 gift subs, because that's fucking wild.
Look,
Cue
you're
the
gonna get the
obligatory.
payout.
I only gave them because Haz was here, and I'm like, you know what? I'll take that. I'll invite Haz more often if it
We all
makes me
know why
monetary.
there's so many people.
Yeah, everyone's here
I'll
because of Haz.
Just
and
drag
that's-
me along.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just be driving home. Haz, get on stream. Let's go.
I actually have a photo of Haz.
Need the
Maybe I
money.
should put that up as your picture.
Oh, is it that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got a
do
photo
it.
of you.
I'll
Yeah.
show you. Yeah, face cam. Face reveal.
Yeah, like face reveal. I think it's time for the face reveal.
I think it is. Yep. You ready? I'm ready.
There it is. There it is. There's the face reveal.
Oh. Stop, you're calling me out.
I found Haz. We found Haz. So that's what Haz looks like.
Shit. Calling me out. Cat ears and all.
Cat ears
I
and
love
all.
how you queued right into the boobs.
It wasn't actually intentional. It's just because they're so fucking big.
Thanks. I get told
Hey,
that all the time.
by the way, if you're curious, everyone, this is the maximum. This is the bust limit that ChatGPT would make a picture on. They're like, we have reached
I can
maximum
make it,
bust
yeah.
capacity. That they couldn't go any bigger because it would break the guidelines.
Yeah, because it might bust too much.
Yeah, it was too much. They were like, we have rules, and I'm like, well, you know what? You stretch them for me.
Very cute scales. Thanks.
Yeah, scales. That's what everyone noticed.
Yeah, totally. It's not the big ass honkers.
I'll put that there, but then I'm gonna change that to black. Remember when Ali said she doesn't trust anything black? Just gonna. She said that. I got a clip of that too. That's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one that's gonna go viral.
I'll
gonna
put
get
it
you
over
the-
the tits. No, we'll put
Thanks.
it up here. I don't know where to put this, but
Put them on the tits.
no, I want them to be like so people can see them.
Oh, true.
I-
Yeah.
It's like people know when you do YouTube shorts and the fucking
Cover the
captions.
face. We don't need to see the
captions are where the
face.
tits are, and I'm like, they fucking know. You just know. Everyone's looking.
No, just put it over the face. We don't need to see the face.
Over the face.
Yeah.
Okay. Over the face. Well,
Love
that's
it.
Haz. So there's the face reveal for Haz. That's actually Haz.
Yeah, this is my face cam right now. Hi, guys.
Wait, she has a face?
Can't
I'm gonna
see.
be honest, man. I tell you what, the shorts where they show like a chick with big tits and she's about to say something, and I'm sure it's gonna be completely intellectual, and then it cuts to a guy just saying, "What color were her eyes?" And I'm like, "Oh man, I don't have a fucking clue." I was not looking at her eyes. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're like, "What color's the shirt?" I'm like, "Man, come on. You know I'm gonna fail that."
I love those videos. They're great.
Yeah, it was just not happening. I have no idea. But anyway, yeah. We've had a really good discussion.
We have tits, cactus,
Those were the highlights.
children being medicine. Yeah.
The
Oh.
children one, I knew
Maybe
we were
let's
gonna.
not, yeah. Maybe let's not put that in the list.
Context probably would help that sentence, but we actually had a really good
No, let's just
discussion
leave
for
it.
about an hour and a half on that actual topic. Well, not an hour and a half, maybe about an
No,
hour,
that
but we
was
did a good
very
hour on it at least. It was pretty good.
No, I did really like that because I have been, and I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'm gonna have a truthful moment right here.
Yeah, go on.
I am struggling, but in the best way possible, if you know what I mean. Like, I love this job, but I am struggling. It is very different, and
Oh, you're
it
getting
is
real.
certainly something I need to adapt to. Yeah,
Keeping it real.
I
huh?
am very, very, I don't know. I just have to find ways. It's really testing my patience, I think, which I think
Well,
is a really good thing.
You said
I
it was
really
something you
like
wanted
it.
to do, right? But I mean,
Yes.
we never know until you actually try and do it. Because I remember
Yeah,
having this
exactly.
conversation with you where I said, look, honestly, if it's going to be closer, and I know the travel's going to be there, but if it's closer and
Oh,
it's in
so
a field
much
that you
better.
want to do, I mean, there are some positives. But obviously, when it comes with kids, I mean, kids are going to be difficult regardless. Doesn't matter, like, it doesn't matter what, like, center you're at. Children are just going to be children.
Oh, yeah, everywhere.
And it
And
will
this
test
isn't
you.
even actually like a behavioral issue place. Like, it's not supposed to be, but the amount of shit we have. But I've learnt so much. Like, I fucking learnt sign language. How cool is that? Because a lot of them are non-verbal and stuff, and
Well, it was actually
seeing
one of
them
the theories
do.
here. It was
Oh,
actually
where?
here, with pre-operational, because I brought up
Oh, there we
Piaget,
go.
fucking
Lack of
Piaget, which
understanding.
they tested me in the exam with 10 questions, and I'm
Your
pretty sure I
favourite?
cooked them all. Nah, he can go get fucked. Piaget, well, a fucking loser. What an absolute Jean Piaget. Wow, he sounds Spanish. So
Sounds like an
pre-operational.
arsehole.
This was the thing here, which I actually did remember, was the fact that they do have difficulty seeing others' perspectives. So that's what kids do between 2 and 7. They don't have that development yet in their own brain, so they can't actually do that. And also lack of understanding of a conversation in general. So their estimation skills are really bad. The idea that they can estimate an item or object based on its volume, knowing that it could be heavy or light. But also lack of understanding in a conversation, conservation, sorry, this is conservation or conversation. Conversation, I think, is a little bit later. But just the idea of, like, seeing other people's perspectives and that they just can't understand them yet because they're still very internal when it comes to that with themselves. I thought it was kind of interesting. A use of symbols, a language in pretend play. Very cool. Conservation.
I've noticed that they do.
Yeah,
You know what's so funny? I will bring in this awesome stuff, like this whole like brand new sensory play and felt play and stuff. You know what they play with? The fucking box. It's like, wow.
You know what? That reminds me of just cat behavior. You put a box out, and they'll just sit in it. They don't give a shit. Doesn't matter if you have a cat stand or anything. They'll just sit in the box. I'm like, why are you in the box? And like, just because. If I fit, I sit. Right? I'm like, this is fucking weird.
Yeah.
The cats love boxes. I don't.
Mm.
But anyway, Newt also
laundry,
says
have you
some
noticed?
adults lack that shit too when it comes to difficulty
Oh,
seeing others'
100%.
perspectives. And I'm like, it's so
It's
weird
so
that
weird.
at ages 2 to 7 for pre-operational, from 2 to 7, and you can have someone in their 20s and 30s and they still lack this fucking ability to see other perspectives.
Yeah, Newt, it shows you used to play with boxes. No, but
Oh,
it's just so
by the way,
funny how
Newt,
they.
Do you like your sub badge? Because the one you get after that is going to be real nice. I showed Haz, actually. Actually, I'll show you now. I'll put it on the. I'll put
No,
it on
let
the
him
thing.
wait. No, don't show him, and then make him sub, and then he'll see it.
What? No, because he can't have it yet. That's the maximum badge.
Oh.
Because he can't get the one after, so I figured if I show him, or maybe I'll just leave it open to interpretation, or he could just be like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
resub, and then it shows all the badges. But the badge after that, Newt, is my favorite. It's fucking awesome. But yeah, make me as if this is a choice. Yeah, Newt's kind of Stockholm
He's
syndrome.
stuck.
He just has to subscribe now. But yeah,
What the
Yule's
fuck does
got
that
the
mean,
one before
Alice?
the rainbow badge, which is the blue one, because I noticed the dark blue and I went and looked at it. Because I changed my first 5 up to the rainbow. The rainbow badge had colors, but the initial badges I had with the border didn't have all the colors in the rainbow, so I thought that was just weird and bothering me. So I changed the first 5 to actually have all the colors of the rainbow badge, and I removed the border and gave them a melt feature, so they should stand out a little bit more. Because I was looking at the badges in the chat, and I'm like, a lot of them are really good. So I was pretty happy with them. But anyway, I've got some interesting badges now, so if you want to check the resubscription thing, you don't have to subscribe, but it's the fact you can check it, and then you see all the badges if you want to, but I like them. I'm a big fan of them. I still got the ones Jian made me. They're fantastic, and all the work is based off of Jian's work, so hell to the motherfucking yeah. Who the fuck looks at this and just goes, stage 1 is sensory motor, and then stage 3, concrete operational, and I'm like, are we in construction? Why the fuck?
That's such a weird way to explain it.
I hate psychological shit like this, because it was like I answered it correctly on the test because it came up, but it was the idea that they were like, if a kid does all his chores and his homework, and he's getting good at his homework, and they remove his chores, what sort of like a reward system is that? And then you could say that's positive reinforcement, right? Because they're like, they took away his chores because his homework's getting good, right? Positive reinforcement. You would be wrong, you dumb, silly bum, poo-poo face heads. It's actually negative reinforcement, because in psychology, negative and positive means mathematical, because you removed something for a positive outcome. So it's actually negative reinforcement, even though it was a good thing on paper, because psychology matters. Sorry, I was just ranting, because good God.
That would send me insane.
Yeah, it's so annoying, because negative means removal, and obviously positive means addition. It came up on the test, and I'm like, but that sounds like good positive. It's like you're reinforcing the fact that they did their chores, so they get a good outcome for it, like a good reward. And it's like, no, because you removed something, even if it's good, it means negative reinforcement. And I'm like, but that sounds bad. And they're like, yeah, but negative means you remove something, but you're also reinforcing the behavior at the end. And I went, yeah, psychology kind of sucks sometimes.
Interesting. Yeah, actually, that's fucking, yeah, that's just
It makes sense
confusing.
from their perspective, but that's a problem. You can look at it
Yeah.
from either perspective and it makes sense logically, and that's why psychology can be tricky, because you can make logical arguments on both sides and it would still make sense on both sides. It really depends on the perspective.
Yeah, but then you have to follow the curriculum.
And then you have to follow exactly what's been officiated, because if the person who's made the theory goes, well, no, I made the fucking theory and everyone foundationally builds off it, in which case you'll have to go, well, that's what he meant, therefore that's the official. Even though
Yeah.
it sounds silly. So I need to make
What an
make
asshole.
like a psychology theory where it's just like big dick energy, and it has to be
Big
official,
dick.
which means everyone has to refer to it officially. As this is the big dick energy theory. I just want a university to be like, it's the leading theory when it comes to cognition, so we have to put it on a
You should
slide.
definitely use that.
Big dick theory. I want to do something like that, because fuck all the people that's getting me to use all these bullshit fucking words. You know, when they like, here, I've got a prescription for dinka donka dinka jing zhong, and I'm like, why couldn't you have just called it, you know, I don't know, flower, and be like, okay, this is a flower pill, and I'm like, why couldn't you have just said that? Why do we have to use a 17-letter word that has 14 X's and 13 Z's? And the math ain't mathin'. Did I see any other topic? Oh, the other topic. Meat Boy, I was just thinking about that because you redeemed a second one, but because I am, I saw the 5 gifted subs and just, you know, I saw money.
Yeah, you're invalid now. Money over
Alright.
you.
No,
You should know this
You
by
know
now.
what? You know, we can't do that. It's not fair. I'm scrolling back up. So Meat Boy, okay, you can take the first lead on this if you want. It's a pretty
You don't
open.
wanna be
it's a
like
pretty open
this.
question.
This is disgusting.
So Meat Boy
this is
redeemed. Asked me
awful in
about.
every way.
You don't want to be like this. This is awful in every way. So Meat Boy asked, when did delusion become the normal thought process?
Ooh, okay.
So in this case, we could
Whoa.
ask, what do you mean in in which context? Because delusion can be when you say normal thought process, obviously, I think this is a leading question, because you've likely got a scenario or situation in mind, Meat Boy, in what you're referring to, which is why you've asked it in such a manner. So, do you want to let us know in regards to what? Or do you just want
Yeah,
us to
because
try
there's like a
and...
million things you could talk about for that.
You could mention that in a lot of things, yeah. So if you can be more specific, and then Haz can give us the third glass wine wisdom.
I'm almost up to my 3rd glass.
Almost, but that's a big glass. Like, how big are the glasses though?
Oh, they're not small.
Oh, okay. Are the glasses about as big as your display picture?
Yeah, pretty much.
Damn,
About the same.
that is a
Each
big
cup.
glass. Yeah.
Actually, it is probably not a normal size.
While I wait for Meat Boy to
Okay.
clarify, because I love the question, by the way, Meat Boy. I think it's a great question. In it, bruv. Newt, also, there's a free verse TikTok you absolutely love. This guy not only has a killer voice, but makes the exact point. Why do we give pharmacy products such boring names when we could call them something like schmump? Actually, you showed me that, and I agreed. Because, yeah, obviously I'm not the first to think of it, and he's not the first to think of it either, because the idea is like, why do we call things like paradox a tinglatongan? As it's just wild that we call shit like that. Because even doctors get it wrong because they have to remember what they're trying to prescribe. And I'm like, yeah, if you made it a bit more fucking easier to sort of remember... Yeah, that's right. See, Newt, I remembered. What are you doing? On my YouTube feed.
Oh.
Hang on. So on your YouTube feed, I'm assuming you mean Gen Z females wanting unrealistic things from prospective partners. Okay, hang on. So we're going into some dating territory. So we're going into, I'm assuming the standards or the current standards of women online, at least, and what they're demanding from a partner, and why there's such a relation or a dating crisis, as they would say, right? Because I've heard about that concept where there's a dating crisis because there's a difference between, it's sort of like a sex war or a gender war, the difference between men and women. There are women who say it's men's fault, there's men who say it's women's fault. I'm curious though. I'm having fun hanging out, but you have to go. No worries. If you are shooting off to work, then thank you for being here, Newt. Appreciate that. Go and grind. But yeah, Haz, what do you think? Thank you for being here, Newt. What do you think, Haz, in terms of the standards that women are demanding online about potential partners? I won't be here, by the way. I'll be gone for about 2 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm just gonna grab a bev. But floor's yours. Yeah, like you can carry this. You can give the female perspective.
Okay, so like my standards, I guess.
Do you know much about the current the general landscape of the dating world?
Oh, sort of.
I'll try and get something up on ChatGPT just so you can sort of see it. But I think there's so let's have a look at the percentage of men versus women matching on dating apps. Let's see if it can bring up some apps, because it can be skewed, so we're going to have a look. That's already really depressing. 1.8% for men? And by the way, the median match rate of less than 2% for men on dating apps. Did you know that dating apps are predominantly used by men, and they have the lowest match rate?
That is fucking crazy.
So swiping behavior.
Yeah.
That's what I saw the other day. So approximately 76% of males and 24% females, and Bumble is still 61% male. And I'm like, think about the pool here. You'd think because there's so many men on the platform, and with women's, being so active and whatnot, the sexual revolution, you'd think that the percentage of men being matched would be a little bit higher than 1.8.
That is ridiculous. How is it so low?
So those stats actually, I've heard of these stats, actually came from, like, Tinder released them. They actually released the data because they were like, Jesus, like, this is wild. Bumble's kind of the same, and it's dominated by men, which is kind of interesting to me because Bumble is where the woman has to message first. But then I'm like, hang on, that would make better sense because on Tinder, anyone can message anyone. But on Bumble, with women messaging first, they're only going to message people that they predominantly want to talk to, rather than getting messaged out of the blue. And so it would make sense there'd be more women on that platform for that reason. They're more selective.
Well, there you go.
Women more likely initiating conversations would make sense because they are more selective. That would match the data.
Okay. Look, I I've never used the dating app, so
Yeah, the dynamics
I have
of
no idea
dating
how it
apps reveal
works.
that women being more selective achieve higher match rates. And women would be more selective in an innate sense because women have to bear a child, whereas men don't. And so men, when they sleep around, would make a lot of sense. Because there's different dynamics between this. I'll just say this before I go so then you can take the floor. But it's the idea, right, that men and women look at partners in a different manner. Like women, I would argue, you could argue, that when they see a man that hasn't slept with any woman, the idea is like, why? Why don't other women want to sleep with you? Is there something wrong with you? And why do they not want to breed with you? Because women will like, well, how come he hasn't had a kid yet? Is there something wrong with him? Because women like to have a man that other women want. Because often women will fight over men. And
Yes,
normally the men that they
jealousy.
fight over are a very specific type of male that they're going to fight over, because obviously women are selecting based on like the selective count in terms of like who's going to bear me the strongest child. I want the best man for me to give me the strongest child, the strongest genetics, the whole point. They want the best man with a lot of respect, a lot of reputation. Maybe he's got a lot of money. They're looking for the best because they have to bear a child. So that's like the kind of idea as to why women are just innately selective versus men who can impregnate a woman and then go to the next woman and then go to the next woman and then go to the next woman. They don't have to deal with 9 months of we need to stop. So there's a lot more responsibility on women when it comes to men in terms of picking a partner, and that's why they're more selective. I understand. But in this case, just simply the idea that if you have dating apps and men are getting 1.8% swipe rate on Tinder, then you have all these women fighting over the same men. A very hyper-focused group of men that they're all sleeping with. And there's a whole large bunch of men who are not getting matched at all because they do not fit that 1.8% top-tier criteria. And so that's where the dating scenario in terms of stats is unbalanced, because you've got a large pool of women fighting over very small, minute groups of men, and they're getting all the women. And there's a lot of men on these apps who are not getting anything, and so there is an epidemic of loneliness because they don't have a lot of contact with women. Now, if you're going to use Tinder and try and find someone that you want to be with in terms of like, I'm going on Tinder because I want to find my soulmate, you need to check your priorities, because you have to look at the landscape. Look at the landscape of Tinder. I don't think people are going on Tinder looking for like their forever soulmate. Let's be honest. But with that in mind, as I said, there's lots of variables to this. There's heaps of variables to this. So I'll now that you've got a bit more of an idea, hopefully I've helped sort of, stretch it out a little. I'll leave it with you. The floor is yours. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. But yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Cool. Well, okay. I personally have never used a dating app, so I have no idea how they work. But, obviously I have rough. Obviously swipe left, blah blah blah. I don't know. I feel like insecurity is a big thing in both men and women. And I feel like me personally, I don't judge anyone who uses these types of apps, but I already notice that it is an insecure thing, that you're worried to go out there, you want to test the boundaries and you want to talk to them and get to know them like anyone, but from, what's the best way to put it? From a distance to a certain degree, where there's not really commitment just yet. You don't have to meet in person, you don't have to hang out. You can just talk for a little bit and go, oh yeah, I'd go on a date with you, organize it, and then they go out. But I feel like, best way to put it, I feel like that has put a lot of issues with certain relationships, and that's why I believe that there's a lot more insecurities and like all that anxiety and stuff like that, because it is getting so big and it's becoming more normalized to use dating apps, and women do naturally have higher standards, obviously, like Cy said, because they have to think of it, is this man fit to bear my child? Is he going to step up when you need him in the hard times? Is he going to Is he going to provide for the family? Like that whole natural, can I be at home and be safe knowing that I'm going to get help in both physically and mentally with support and just being there for each other. And women have increased their standards, I've noticed, but like
What have you noticed
anything,
with that?
it depends on the time. Oh, hello.
Because I was sitting here and I'm like, I don't want to cut you off because I like your take, but also I'm like, because the initial question was, do you think their standards are too high as well? So do you think women have the current standards are too high, and is it because of dating apps?
Yes, I do think that they have gotten a little bit higher, and obviously you need to have certain amount of standards, and I believe that obviously you're not going to go for just a pathetic guy who just is going to sleep around, and he's just going to muck around, and depending on who you are as a person, if you're just there for a hookup, obviously, then it doesn't really matter and you don't need to dive into that. But I just feel like their standards have gotten a little bit ridiculous. Like I saw the other day, this girl was complaining because they kind of want that old love. I feel like nowadays they want that old style of love, and to a certain degree, yes, that can work, but like everything, it's changed. Back in
What's
the
the old
day, in that
style?
old style,
Yeah, what is that?
they didn't have the internet, and they didn't have, that whole kissing off the train and going 2 hours just to see each other for 5 minutes and stuff
Yeah,
like
it
that.
sounds like they're looking
And-
for the old style gentleman romantic, like the diehard romantic sort of love.
Yeah. Yeah,
Now, could we make
definitely,
the
and
argument? Because I just want to put hey, let's do a thought experiment. Could you say that if these sorts of women are demanding that, but they're not acting in a way to reciprocate it, then are they also part of the problem? Because if it's like,
Yes,
I want to be
definitely.
treated like a woman, I want to be treated like a princess, but if they're not acting like one, then why should the man treat you like one? It could be say that there might be,
Exactly.
that's where a sort of communication issue does happen between what women actually want, but they don't act like what they want.
I completely agree with that. I think that they put all this pressure on men to bring this back to a certain degree, and they put all this pressure on and just end up driving them through the ground because they don't know what to do. But then they're not getting the same respect. Like, women are starting to expect it now rather than
act in a way to get rewarded with it.
Yeah,
They're just
yeah.
expecting it, and they're still acting ridiculous. So they can still act
Yeah.
like trash, and then when a man doesn't treat them like what they're expecting in their own head, they start
They go,
attacking men,
"Oh,
saying that it's men's
yeah.
fault, and they're not
Yeah,
treating
it's
us how
all
we should be
men,
treated. And I'm just curious, by the way, because this would be a big one, because I like what you're saying, but do you think feminism has anything to do with this?
Feminism.
Like the
Do you mean,
feminist
like-
narrative, like the idea of the women being held down and they should be their own person, the whole boss babe mentality, career first, family second, stuff like that. Do you think feminism has anything to do with the unrealistic standards that women have? And do you think that maybe feminism has created a barrier of hate within women when they look at men and they don't fit a certain criteria now, and that's why they've become more picky? Because feminism is very
Definitely.
female empowerment, but when you empower
Yes.
females,
Yeah.
you compare yourself to men, and if men don't fit this certain criteria of empowerment, then men are seen as lesser, and they're looking at men going, we're all the
Exactly.
good men.
Like,
Men are pathetic
people-
nowadays
yeah.
because I'm so
People
good. Do you
complain
think...
that they want this old style of love and they want this really romantic guy, but then they want to be an independent woman who doesn't need a man and stuff like that. But to a certain degree, that's why I feel like a lot of men also get confused, and that's when they start they just lose track of what they're actually doing and what they actually want in a relationship, and either they'll dull down to their level, or they either won't cop it, or that's when they start doing shit like going back on dating websites and stuff like that. But I personally believe I do not like dating apps. I think that it is a little bit odd, and but like anything, I guess it just depends on what you're there for, and
Do you think there's credence in what Meat Boy just said?
Pardon?
Meat Boy is mentioning that it's why there's a dating fatigue, and he thinks that this concept is why it's dating fatigue. Is such a
I agree.
like a common thing now because it's normally skewed to one side. Because looking at the stats, these sites and dating currently online absolutely heavily benefits the majority of women and the minority of men. And that's why men are not playing the game anymore, because obviously it's self-interest. We don't want to participate in shit that isn't benefiting us. Whereas if it was the opposite, you would have the same thing. And we can flip the logic and go, if this was benefiting majority of men and only benefiting a minority of women, then there would be a problem, because we would have the same argument. We would just reverse the sex.
Yeah, and then
I think that is exactly where this is coming from.
And I think that you end up confusing people, because if you want to be this whole independent woman, that's fine, but you also need to accept that you can't have both at the same time. You can't be this completely independent woman and then want to be treated like a princess all the time, because most men will try to do that and try and keep you happy and try and do that, like open the doors for you and stuff like that. But then when you start downing them and saying, no, I don't need your help, I'm an independent woman, I'm pulling that whole independent woman style, then they start going, oh, well, then she doesn't need my help. And then they start going, oh, well, he never loves me, it's all men, he never wants to show me any romance, he doesn't even open the door for me. But you had that chance, but you decided to do that whole independent woman, and now you're facing the consequences, and you only do it when you feel like it. That's not how it works. You need to sort out a balance.
That's absolutely operant conditioning. And it's not just men in general, it's people, because people are patterns. And the fact is, when women start treating men like shit for doing these things, men will associate these things with, oh, well, I got yelled at or talked down on, or women didn't like it, therefore I just won't do it anymore. I won't open the door because I got told off, because they didn't need me to do it, etc., etc. And that's exactly what it is when it comes down to when you have men, or some men, doing that, and then they get talked down on and they tell their friends, and then you have a mass hysteria thing, right? Well, not mass hysteria, but the idea of the social facilitation, I think is the word here. I'll type it in. But it's just the idea that when you hear enough men having this issue and they're like, well, women just don't like it, that ideology spreads, and then men just stop doing it because it's not working, because women said it's not working. And now women are like, you know what? We actually like that sort of shit. Maybe you should do that again. And men are like, well, no, you didn't like it. And now you're changing your mind. So now we don't know what the fuck you're doing. And now there's resistance in changing this thought pattern that is now taking over social norms. Yeah. And that's where the divide is. There's a big divide in what women have asked for and what men are providing, and now that men have to provide this or that, or change back to this old school, like, there's no more gentlemen anymore. And I'm like, well, women aren't acting like the women. They're not acting feminine anymore. They're acting different. And that's the other thing, where it's like femininity, what you mentioned before, it's like men will naturally try and impress and provide and do it, and I just went exactly right. And a woman who is going to be able to receive that in terms of a psychological aspect at the most efficient will be a submissive woman. A woman who's willing to submit to that rule and go, you know what, he's doing things for me, he looks after me, he takes care of me, and she takes the back seat. And like, submissive doesn't mean chained in the kitchen and doing what he says, otherwise he beats the shit out of you because you didn't dry the can opener. And nothing to do with that. That's not submission, that's just abuse. And that's in every relationship. That doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be, that's not even male specific. I think it's in America, lesbian marriages, they have a 70% divorce rate, and that's the highest divorce rate out of all relationships. And I'm like, so the problem can't clearly be men, because women have the highest, like, they're outperforming us there. So the idea is, like, that's not submissiveness, is to act like a slave. Submissiveness is just when he's taking the lead and says, well, I want to give you these flowers, and I want to show you that I can look after you and protect you. In order to protect someone, they have to take the role of someone weaker than the person who is protecting you. Because if you're stronger than the person that is trying to protect you, then you're not submissive. That's not submissiveness. You're the dominant. You're the leader. And that's what it is. It's role dynamics. And so when a man naturally is stronger, but he wants to be like, hey, I want to protect you, look after you, there's things that I'm expected to do if I'm going to look after you and make sure that we are going to be a functional family, we're going to be a functional relationship, because I'm pretty sure, it's weird, but I'm fairly certain, at least from my experience, so this might be anecdotal, but women that I've encountered, they've been much more interested in me when I was growing up because I was more physically dominant. I had more reputation, or I was stronger, or I was a bit more of a leader, or I was just a bit more masculine in terms of I knew what I wanted, I put my foot down, I didn't budge on things, I was focused. Versus a man who's like, oh, you make all the decisions, you do you. She goes, oh, where do you want to go? I'll just go where you're going, love. I'll go where you're going, babe. I'm pretty sure women just tend to not enjoy that long term, because there is a role dynamic between when you're dating a man, but if he's acting like a woman, then just fucking date a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Because if your man's acting like a woman, then there's a problem there, because you can't separate the two now, because mentally you're like, well, he's just so fucking soft. And I have to make all the big boy decisions, and then it feels like you're leading the family, but also having to take the submissive role and also care for all the kids and care for him as well. And now you feel like you're raising another child. It doesn't feel like, if shit's getting tough, I can look at my husband, for example, and I can look for him for strength, because, you know, when he gets back, he's going to take the load off and make things better, because you're looking at your husband or your wife, and you're thinking, oh, well, there's the extra strength that I need to take the pressure off, because they know what their role in the family dynamic is. And so if you have a woman trying to do everything and then shitting on men because they're not they're too masculine, or they're toxic. It's like, oh, the toxic masculinity trying to control me. And then it's like, well, then you shouldn't be in a relationship, because you're clearly not ready to give up some of your... You're not willing to give up some of your ground and control to somebody else. And this goes for men, because men also have to do that as well. For me as well, I have to give up the concept, if I'm going to... What I do now, because I act single, as a single man, so naturally eat a lot of microwave TV dinners alone. All the usual. And I don't wash my ass more than twice a month, because I'm just on my own, right? I'm just single. So anyway, all the usual. But when you're with a partner, men also have to give up the idea that it's not just them anymore. There's going to be things that they can't do anymore, in terms of I have to consider what my partner wants, or what my wife wants, because you've got extra responsibility, and so you need to step up. And this is exactly the dynamic, is that he has to step up in order to be a man. There's like that masculine sort of trait. And the reason why we say masculine traits is because they're predominantly found in men, not women. Because women can be masculine, but it's not the generalization of all women. It's not common. And so when we say masculine, that's what you expect men to be like on average. And so when you don't have one, women notice that. They notice that he's not as masculine. And they see that. And it does sit in the back of their mind, because there needs to be a dynamic in the relationship. You can't have two leaders. There needs to be a leader and a follower. And the follower can still be they can still be respected by the leader, because a good leader listens to everybody. He doesn't just take the charge and then go, well, your decision sounds logical, but you're lesser than me, so go fuck yourself. And then they go and make a shit decision. The idea is a good leader listens to everybody, because they're not just leading themselves, they're leading the troop, which is the family. And so you listen to everybody, and then a good leader can summarize everything and put it all together and make a good decision that's best for everybody at a neutral level, especially if there's disagreements.
Yeah, I completely agree. That is very good leadership. That's what I like, when people actually are able to consider other people's opinions, and try and involve everyone to a certain degree. Because maybe maybe you have to make a decision about firing someone, right? And half wants him to go, half wants him to stay, and you have to think about it. You have to kind of step out of it for a little bit and go, what's better for the business? Okay, now let's talk about the people. Compare it, and then find other ways around it. Okay, now that he's gone, but do you want to do this, and blah blah blah.
I agree. I know I went on a big tangent, but it was just
No, I loved it. That was great. That was perfect.
So Meat Boy brought up a thing because there is actually now a height slider on Tinder because women on those the platforms prefer taller men. And I just wanted to point this out. I tried to get Australia, but it looks like it works for Australia and America. But the idea about you have to be 6 foot or taller because women like tall men. And I just want to say the general height distribution, like the average man in Australia, is about 5'10". I'm 5'8", so I guess I'm below average. I guess. What a shame.
Actually, I can't laugh because I'm only 5'2".
I honestly, when people hear how tall I am, they initially think, I swear you were taller, just from the way that I sound or the way that I act. They just assume I'm taller, and I'm like, no, I'm not. But that just goes to show the confidence that I have, I guess, in how I present myself. I just present myself as someone who's 10 feet tall or larger than life. But the idea is like they want someone who's taller than 6 foot. So for specific data, for instance, in the United States, in terms of 6'5", only 0.1% of men in the United States and Australia, I guess, are 6'5" or taller. That is wild. Because if we look at that, we think, okay, how many of them, right? Because to say that women are looking for 0.1% of men. How many of these men, for one, are married? So you have to eliminate them because they're married. They're not in the pool anymore. How many of these men are employed? Because if not employed and you're looking for someone who can provide and look after you or is also ambitious, you have to eliminate them too. How many of these men are gay? Because they're not going to be dating you because they're gay. So you have to eliminate them. And this is all from a 0.1%, right? And we're still cutting people out. Now, how many of these men are going to be attractive? Because attractiveness is a thing. They have to take it into account. It's not just at the 6'5". Women like to say, oh, it's because he's 6'5", I'd go with him. But the fact is, they still look for that physical attraction. He can be 6'5" and look munted. And at best, they're going to sleep with him. And at worst, they're just going to make fun of him anyway. They're not going to sleep with him at all. And then if they're not attractive, then you have to think how many of these men also fit the criteria of the personality they're looking for. Because he has to have the personality that you want. Because if he doesn't have a good personality, and because these are the sacrifices you need to make, and we're cutting all of these men out from a 0.1% stat. And so when you have a large portion of women looking for men who are tall, they're all fighting over the same hyper-focused subset group of men. They're all fighting over the same man, and then they wonder why, oh, he wasn't loyal to me, and I'm like, well, yeah, because he has options. He's sleeping with a bunch of women because he knows that all these women are going to give it up for him. Because women control sex. 100%. I'm not having sex with a woman unless she says I can. That's just how that is. But I tell you what men control on the backswing is men control a relationship. Because you're not going to be in a relationship unless he agrees. So women control sex, but a man, you're not in a relationship unless he says we're in a relationship. Because it's a two-way street.
Exactly.
And if you're giving up sex before a relationship, I mean, you've given him everything. It's like, why would you need a relationship if you're giving him everything that a relationship would entail? You're giving him all the perks, but he doesn't have to be in a relationship. And so this just comes down to critical thinking and understanding from a female's perspective. If this man wants to be with you and you don't sleep with him, sure, he can sleep with other women, but he's going to remember you, surely. You're going to be the one that got away, or you're going to be the one that he wants to be with or sleep with because you're the only one that is not acting like every other woman that just wants to sleep with him. Because remember, you need to be the person that doesn't act the same as everybody else around them. Otherwise, there's a reason why. If they're single, but they've got all these women lining up, for example, why is he still single when he's got all these options? He would have just picked one. So if you come along and you don't act the same as the rest of them, it's because you're fitting a criteria that he's just not used to seeing, and that makes you unique. You're mysterious, and that's how you play the game. And that's also both sides. That happens for women and men. That's both sides.
Queen.
We love our short kings.
We do.
I fucking hope so. I'm 5'8".
To a certain degree, I wouldn't even class that as short king.
I've had people. I think 5'8" is not
shorter.
short. I don't think that's short.
No.
I think 5'5" or 5'2" for a man, like for sure, like a man. I think 5'2" is short. That is like, I'm looking at you and I'm like, bro, that's tiny for a man. But yeah, 5'8". I mean, I've stood next to people who are 5'10" or even 6 foot flat, and the difference in height isn't even. It's not crazy, you know. I don't look at them and just think, because then they can go, yeah, well, if you're 5'8", it's like, well, what if you're standing next to someone who's 6'4", and I'm like, Even a 6-foot man would stand next to 6'4" and feel short. 6'4" is ludicrously tall. It's super tall.
Yes.
Everyone who isn't 6'4"
My
is fucking.
partner's 6'4".
Like, everyone will feel
6'3".
short around them. Even if you're 6'2", it'll be noticeable that you are just shorter than a 6'4" man because they are ginormous people. It doesn't matter. And so that's why I've just gone, it doesn't bother me because I've never felt short. I just haven't. For that reason.
Yeah, well, I fucking hate my height because I cannot reach anything. It's awful.
But see, that's why there's a relationship dynamic. Because I'm telling you now, the fact that if you can't reach things but your partner can, even if he doesn't say it, I fucking guarantee, because he's a man, I'm a man, he loves the fact that he can reach things that you can't. Because he feels useful. He feels useful. It's a sense of purpose in a relationship. There's something that, even though it's small, it's something that he knows that he will do for you because he can, because you can't. And it means, to him, like to a man, it means that we feel reliable. You know, it's like, okay, they rely on me for this. Even if it's small, it's something that I know that they need me for. And I feel needed, I feel wanted, I have a purpose.
Yeah. That's another thing that I wanted to dive into about that whole independent woman and stuff. I used to be a little bit like it, so I will admit. But I did settle down eventually, obviously. That they want to feel useful. They want to feel like they can do something, even if it's small things like opening the door or holding your bag or bringing in the groceries with you and you not carrying anything. Like they just like
and doing
that.
it in one trip, by the way.
Yeah, in one trip.
That's a male
power
thing.
move.
That's a man thing.
You know what?
It's a flex.
He sticks it on a broom and then
I'm
carries
telling
them
you,
all.
don't knock a man for doing that, because weirdly enough, what you're saying is correct. Because for men, when you make fun of the little things like that, because men deep down, we just want to be wanted, we want to be needed, and we want to be relied upon, even for the small things.
You want to be valid, queen.
Well, we want to be recognized for the effort we're putting in, and men are just simple creatures. These little things mean so much to us. Like the idea that when we open up a jar of jam because a woman can't or our partner can't, we'll open it and make sure. Some men might just make fun of you for it and be like, well, you can't open it. But when we walk away, we're like, it's the sense of pride that a man has.
Yeah.
It's pride.
Definitely.
And men have pride. And if a woman attacks a man's pride, especially over these small things, it sticks with him. It absolutely eats him up.
I did that once in one of my relationships, and I did notice it, and I went, "Fuck, that was a dick move," because
it's
you can really
the little
notice
things.
it.
The little things is what matter for men, because it's the chance that we can go, we just want to be useful. That's what men are, and that's just how we're wired. We just want to be useful, and because we have a forced doctrine, you'll find that men are willing to really step up very quickly when it comes to physical stuff. If you need something lifted, 100% we'll do it in front of the person that we care about, because we want them to see that we are useful. We want them to see how strong we are because we can do it. Because that's what we are. We're physically, our physical capableness is very high. And we want to show that and flex that, because to us it's a way of saying that we're useful, we can be relied upon, we have a purpose, we have a drive, and it's the little things that matter. And when you make fun of the little things, it sits with men. Because it's their pride. And men put more pride in the little things that they can do to make someone think that they are useful. We put so much stock in that, on the little things. It's not the big stuff. And so you make fun of the little things, you will hurt him, and it will chip away at his armor, and eventually he's just going to have a breakdown, because men, we experience life differently to women, because there are differences when it comes to men and women experiencing life. And when it comes to men, we don't get complimented as much as women. We just don't. And men are used to that. It's not like we're out here asking for women to be like, hey, you need to coddle us and look after us and yada yada. But it's just the idea that when men fail, it's like we fail. And we get beaten down for it.
Down in the dumps, yeah.
We get thrown into the mud, because when men fail, the idea is that we need to stand up. And the reason why we have to is because we're strong enough to do it.
Yeah.
We have to. We are strong enough to do it because we have a strength. It's not that, it's because the idea is like, well, women, when they get knocked down, are just as strong. And I'm like, we're talking different mentalities and physicalities.
Yeah.
When men get knocked down, it's because they are so physically strong. that they have to stand up, and that's what gets in our head, is that we can't be weak, we can't be pathetic, we don't have time, we have to be useful, we have to pitch in because we can. It's like when you have someone who there's a fight going on and you know that your friend is, you know, martially trained, and it's like he could stop the fight, but he chooses not to because he doesn't want to get hurt. And I'm like, so basically it's cowardice. The person has the ability to stop the pain and suffering, but they choose not to. Whereas for men, this situation was hyperbole, because obviously that wouldn't happen, because a lot of the time if a man can stop something, they will step in. And a lot of the time men step into situations that they're probably going to get their ass kicked in, but they'll do it anyway.
Oh, definitely.
And it's always because of a fucking woman. Because men just have this protection idea. It's like when a man and a man are fighting, we all know deep down straight away, we're like, okay, that could be pretty violent. But if a woman is hitting a man, we immediately, the moment I said that, we immediately knew that it's not as dangerous. We immediately knew that the woman's likely. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that she can't. It's just we know that he's probably not in as much physical danger as the woman, and that's the difference. Because men, we deal with things and we live life differently because we do have a force doctrine. We do have the dominance in physicality. We do. Because I'm talking about the average. I don't care if there's a woman out there, like one or two women out there that can outlift, you know, this other guy. Because that's the exception. There's a minority amount of women that actually have a force doctrine versus men on average who are stronger than women, and so we have a force doctrine. And force doctrine is how you run societies, for example. Like, the reason why we don't do things is because there's consequences. Well, who enforces the consequences? Well, chances are it's going to be men, because consequences normally involve force. And so you have men. So that's just the concept, is that men, that's our strength. We lean into that because we like to protect, and because we have the power to do so. And the power to do so when we want to protect someone individually or significantly, someone who's close to us that we care about, that comes down to pride. And our pride is what kicks in. Like, I'm not going to lift the groceries and shopping. Like, for example, if my mum says get the shopping out of the boot, I'm going to lift as much as I can as a flex. But if there's a girl or a woman that I really like, I'm gonna lift it out of there to show that I'm capable. I want to show my maximum capacity of capableness. I want them to be like, you know what? If he's around, it's only going to be one trip, and I'll never have to lift heavy shopping ever again. I'm taking the burden off of you, and that's the whole point. Men will just burn themselves into the fucking ground just so a woman can have a peaceful life. And that's what men do. We will break ourselves to do it. And if you don't have a man that's doing that, I mean, that's just a personal thing. But if you don't have a partner that's doing that and they're male, then you don't have a man. Just date a woman. Especially if you're a woman. Just date a woman.
Yeah.
Because that's just the whole point. That's why men are simple. We can just survive on the minimal amounts of things. We can survive on minimalistic things. We don't need too much. And it's like, well, will men just like tits and anime and games? And I'm like, and? I guarantee if you look after him and say that those things are amazing and you're there for him, you'll never have a lonely day in your life.
That is really well. The way you explained that was so well. Like, I feel like my eyes have been opened up. Because I know you guys like simple things like that, but from your perspective and actually hearing it and what it sounds like and what it feels like for you guys, I didn't even think of it like that. So thank you.
I think it's the little things
I really like that.
Really shocks people. I wanted to bring up the little things because that's where a man's pride really gets hurt the most. Because something that's large, if I failed in terms of, like, if my pride got hit because I lost a 1v5 in real life, I mean, sure, I lost, but that's not going to mentally affect me. It's not going to mentally fuck me up because my pride's not at stake, because it's a 1v5, because that's just logically, no one's going to win that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, you know, if I can't open the jar and then my girlfriend makes fun of me, that does get to me, because it is something so simple that I should be strong enough to do. And it will affect me if she keeps attacking me, because you're attacking a man's pride, because men have pride. It's a male thing. It's a very masculine trait, is pride. I'm not saying women can't have it, but it's a very masculine trait, and men are just hardwired to have it. And it's the little things that kill us. It's not the big stuff. Because that's why I always say, like, a men's suicide rate is so high, and yet there are so many men around us that we don't even know they're going through this shit. Because they say, oh, well, men never speak up. And I'm like, it's because we're not wired that way, because the way that we treat it is that this guy's likely had a lot of He's had a lot of attacks on his pride, a lot of attacks on his character, and they've been subtle and small. There haven't been large things. But all this shit adds up, and that affects men deeply. Because the thing is, if men aren't talking about stuff, then what are they likely doing? They're deep thinking. Because if you're not talking, then you're thinking. And if you're not thinking, then it's because you're fucking talking. And when it comes to men, we don't talk that much. It's because we're always thinking. And this idea where I like to break the stereotypes, where it's like, oh, well, women communicate better than men. And I'm like, do they? If you go, oh, where do you want to go for dinner? And a woman says, I don't know. Is that good communication? What about if a woman's trying to...
No, you know what my partner does? I fucking figured it out.
There you go.
For that example, he'll go up to me, he goes, guess where I'm taking you? And I'll go, that, like,
he makes you pick it
down the road.
under the idea that it's his idea.
Yeah, and then he goes, exactly, I figured it out though. But I still let him do it.
Well, so the idea is like, I'm getting some chips, are you hungry? And you'll go, no. And then he'll just get chips on his own, and then she'll get pissed off because it's like, and that's the whole point. It's like, that's not good communication, because men are very simple in terms of logic, because men think logically on average versus women who think a bit more emotionally on average. Doesn't mean they don't have a logic.
Oh, yeah,
it's just,
I'll always admit that.
It's just men are not fucking mind readers.
Yeah.
We're just not, because you can't have...
If someone... Yeah.
Well, you can't have women saying that... What was I going to say? It was like, you can't say that men are just really fucking dumb, they're really stupid, but then also on the flip side, just go, how come he didn't read my mind and get my messages and check out my signals? How did you... It was like, well, you're calling them dumb, but then you're expecting them to do something that's highly intellectually challenging. So it's either they're super dumb, or they're incredibly highly intellectual that can pick up on these fucking hidden signals. And it's like, so
like
why are we saying that women are better communicators? I don't think that's true. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they are.
To a certain degree, no. I don't think they are.
I think men are better communicators, but I think women are stronger cognitively. Like in terms of like cognition style, I think women can think better. But it doesn't mean that they show how well their thinking is. I think men communicate better, but women think better. And the reason why is
because they're more logically and they'll just blurt it out and tell you exactly how it is.
Well, men can be more blunt. Men are normally more blunt.
Yeah.
Women like to dance around the point, and as I said, it's like it's not that men hate. I don't think men are gonna hate women in this case for that reason, like in terms of thinking and whatnot. But men don't hate women more than women hate women. It's like women are undisputed.
I'm very big on that, especially with that food thing. God, that shits me when people do that, because it's like I'll literally go up to my partner and I'll go, I'm hungry, let's go get some food. Or he'll go, oh, do you want this? And I'll go, yes, I do want it.
But you know what?
No,
a woman won't do that if they really like the man. And they'll do the one-off time that they'll actually communicate is for a man they really want, but then for all the other men they'll say, he never understood me, he just didn't get the hints and the messages. And then the one man they really want, he'll just be like, oh, you actually are hungry? Cool, I'll get some food. And then suddenly it's not exciting. He's listening to her. He's doing everything that she wants. He's boring. He's average. He's standard. He just listens to everything.
Oh, yeah.
And then it gets boring. And I'm like, so then you don't know what you want.
Yep.
Women just don't know what they want. And I'll say also, this, as I said, you can flip my logic onto men as well, and the same thing applies.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be men who are like, I want a woman that has massive tits, but then they'll have a woman with massive tits, and then they'll go, well, I've got her now what?
Yeah, I agree
with
that.
And then they'll just get bored, and they'll just sleep with, and then it turns into like, men will normally be like, well, I'm going to sleep with a woman who just shows me, because at the moment another woman shows him more interest, he'll start to idolize her and fantasize about her.
Do you mind just looking up? I don't know if it'll be able to show that, but do you think men cheat more than women?
No, women cheat more than men. That's just I didn't even hesitate, but I'm fairly certain that'll be the statistic.
Why do you think that?
Well, because number one, who's more likely to admit that they cheat? Because the answer is men. Men will likely admit that they cheat more than women, but that's because women do it more and they don't want to get caught.
Yeah.
But I'll look it up. Men versus women in...
Oh, fuck. Why didn't I claim that?
Because the fact is, women like to say that they're more manipulative and the better at, that sort of stuff. But the fact is, because men are so simple, you're more likely to get a man... Because this is like cause and correlation, right? Causation and correlation. You're more likely to get a man just to admit that he cheated versus a woman who will do everything they can on average to admit that they didn't. Men will say they cheated and tell you why, whereas more likely a woman will, if they get busted, they'll then explain, they'll try and mental gymnastics and say, well, it's because I wasn't getting treated well, or because you were treating me emotionally poorly, or
Yeah, they'll
ignoring
just
me.
gaslight you.
It's the fact it's like, well, now that they've been caught, they're going to try and defend that point and say, well, I'm going to try and lessen the blow. But, I mean, as I said, I'm not trying to say that I could be wrong here, but I do believe women cheat more than men. 100%. So it's actually playing out how I said it would. With supposedly men having a higher relation, but as I said, this is a study or a statistic that has been disputed because of that reason, because a lot of women have admitted that, they won't admit, they're less likely to admit that they cheat versus men who will just straight up admit it.
Yeah,
and so this is one of those statistics. It was a statistic that happened as well, because this was a test, right? Because I don't want to just say this and then just go, hey, trust me, bro. Here's another example of skewed data. There was a study done to determine whether or not DEI hiring practices were efficient in corporations, right? And so when they did that, it turned out that DEI hiring was actually profitable for the company. And so they started saying, well, see, it's really good. DEI, it's awesome. But then another study was done and went, hang on a second. These companies, with the programs that they were talking about, these programs already existed. They just weren't called DEI, and they weren't as full send. And so they tested the tests they did were on companies that were already running a similar program, and these companies were already profitable. And so it looked favorable when they did these tests under the DEI standard, because the companies were already profitable. And so this is what I mean by the idea of you can have a study that just confirms your concept, but then another study's like, hang on, you confirmed something that was already in existence. The fact is the systems were in place, they weren't just called DEI, and they were already profitable. And so you've just done a study and said, well, this is DEI because it fits the margin, and the companies were profitable anyway. And so of course it's going to look favorable. And that's what I mean by this sort of stuff. The idea is that men will more likely say that they did, because they are more blunt, they are more open and more blunt. They will more likely admit that they did cheat versus the amount of videos I've seen where women, there's like, what's the greatest secret you've ever said? Oh, that I cheated on my boyfriend. Never told him. Because they don't want to get caught. Women don't want to get caught. Oh shit, I even checked this. Nature and infidelity. Emotional affairs. Women are more prone to emotional infidelity. Yeah, emotional infidelity just means they're talking to another dude and they're sleeping with him. They just didn't admit that they were with him. You can't have 91% of married women admitting this, saying, I only emotionally cheated on you by talking to another guy that I loved. What?
Crazy. But you know what? I will have to say as well, do you think men are a lot more jealous than women? Do you think they display more jealousy? Or maybe not physically, they might hold it in, but do you think they are more jealous to a certain degree?
There are two ways I'm going to look at this. Number one, are we talking, because I could skew this and say, well, I don't want to just skew it, but let's just do a thought experiment and say, is there a difference between someone being more jealous or someone being protective? And in number two, are they more jealous because the woman is baiting jealousy, or are they not baiting jealousy? Because if they're acting in a way that would elicit jealousy, then is it his fault that he feels jealous because he's becoming protective, or is it because she's acting like, I'm getting all this attention from other men to make you feel bad, and that's making him feel jealous?
Okay, I will give you an example, okay? I'll give you a real life example right now.
Okay, and then I'm going to counter with my own real life example, depending.
Yes. Okay, I'm not
like
going to, this is just going to be one of them. So I have, had technically now, a gay best friend for 7 years, and then my now partner that I'm with has pretty much asked me to cut him out of my life completely. Now, he is very much gay. He's not one of those guys who do the whole, oh, I pretend to be gay so that I can actually see tits. Like, no. I've never
Fake allies.
been around. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been around him like that.
Male
anyways.
feminists.
I'm always around. Yeah, I'm always around like with a group of people, and if we do hang out one on one, it's literally just driving
And
and
it's
stuff
weird?
like that. But 7 years. Pardon?
Like when you hang out one-on-one, it's super weird.
Yeah. Oh
Well, then it's
no.
No, it's not. Okay, because I was gonna say there could be ulterior, because if they act different when that's one-on-one versus acting different compared to when they're with friends,
Yeah, no.
then it
I'd
could be an
say
ulterior.
no. Yeah, no. He's not. He's pretty much the same.
Okay.
Like he's just, and he talks about his boyfriend and stuff like that. Like all stuff like that, and
I just want to
very
point this out too, by the
confidently.
way.
And I feel like,
It's
and
highlighted
he
that on
has
stream.
asked me to cut him out of my life, and he got really annoyed when I said I've been friends with him for 7 years. Can we talk about it? Like, why do you feel like he is he, oh, what's the word, like threatening your masculinity or something? Do you feel like he's gonna suddenly switch up and become straight and try and bang me? Like that type of style. So there's my example.
No, that's fair. That is fair. My example that I have, because it's actually slightly different, in which case I think in this case, because you gave me the example and I need to give an answer. So my answer would be it's more protective with a lack of trust. That's the honest opinion from me, because
That's
he
what I
should be
was
able to
thinking as
trust
well.
you to not sleep with a gay man. I mean, let's be honest.
Exactly, and I've said it to him so many times that I'm the type of person, and I am. If I feel like the relationship is falling apart and I do not want to be with that person anymore because I feel like I'm not attracted to them, or if I'm attracted to somebody else, I will end it. I am not going to cheat, and there will be signs, and I'm not one of those people who will just mess you around, who are just gonna go, nah, I'm gonna do it behind your back, and then, oh no, you caught me and stuff. No,
And this
if
is
I'm not
true,
feeling
by
the
the way.
relationship anymore, and I'll break it up.
I can confirm this too, because you're 3 wines deep. This is just facts.
And there's been some other incidents where there's been like it was so pathetic. Like there was this guy who had this little boy, and he was trying to give me some artwork or something, and the guy was talking to me, and he was like, oh yeah, this is my son, I'm so sorry he's doing this, he just thinks you're very pretty. This kid's like 5 years old, and he's like, oh, he thinks you're really pretty, and he made you this drawing, is it okay? And I said, yeah, that's fine. And then my partner got all jealous, saying that the dad wanted to hook up with me, and it's
I don't
like,
think that's jealousy. In this case, I don't think that's. I think that's it's protectiveness. It's protectiveness, and I think it is built from it might be insecurity and trust here. Because the fact is, in this case,
yeah.
in this case, I mean, you have a dude where there's he's got a kid, and the kid is the predominant factor here, where he's drawn something and he's like, my child thinks you're pretty, and he's got all this. But then he's taking it, like your partner is like looking at I'm not saying your partner, because this could be a hypothetical, I'm not going to make assumptions, but the idea that if you had a partner in this situation, allegedly, just focusing on the male, like on the guy, like the father of the kid, instead of the kid, who is the crux of the situation, I don't think that's jealousy. That sounds like protectiveness and insecurity.
Yeah, that's what
because
I was
the child,
thinking.
because it would be jealousy if he saw the child and went, "Oh man, that child's got a banger." Like, I'm jealous of everybody. Like, I can't believe that child is like rizzing the shit out of you. This is wild. I wish I could do that. Like, jealousy is like a self-comparison of realizing there's a lack of like comparison. Like, they're less on the scale. Whereas if it doesn't matter who you're interacting with, if you're interacting with anyone that's just giving you a compliment, they may see it as like, oh, you're complimenting, so you're flirting. That's ridiculous, and they get hyper-focused. That's not a jealousy. That's a reaction of what was the word that I fucking used earlier? That is. It's like it's overprotecting, and it's also insecurity, but it's overprotecting.
Yeah,
And it's insecurity.
I definitely think that
It's
as
the
well.
idea
Like,
that there's
I've
also a
been
lack of
thinking about
trust.
it for a while. Yeah, that's what
It's
I've
a trust
been thinking,
factor.
'cause
It's
I think
insecurity
he
that other
won't-
people can be
yeah,
better, but also
he won't
also
open up about it, but I did hear that
Yeah.
apparently his other kind of situationship or whatever, I don't know if they were in a relationship, she did
I
cheat on him and just
fucking
leave him.
hate the word situationship. And I've put my foot.
Situationship?
I don't normally put my foot down on like we're gonna die on a hill because I'm very open-minded, but when I hear the word situationship, it
It
just
is though. It's a good way to
ticks
explain
me
it
the
because you're not
fuck
in a
off.
relationship.
Yeah, exactly right. It's like, why are you acting like you're in a relationship, but you just don't say you're in a relationship? To my mind, logically speaking, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't compute. Because I'm looking at it from a
Yeah.
logical perspective where I'm like, hang on, so you do everything in terms of sleeping with each other, sharing finances, you talk to each other like you're dating, you act like you're dating, you hang out with each other's family, you're dating, but then you just, when someone calls you out on it, oh no, we're just hanging out, we're just in a situationship, we're not official. I'm like, that to me just,
Oh,
I
she
don't...
never met the family or anything. I think they were just kind of hooking up.
He's sleeping
and
with
then-
someone. He's just sleeping with someone. Essentially, he's just sleeping with
Sort of,
someone, but
yeah,
didn't want the
but they
responsibility
were
of a
talking
relationship.
A lot, and yeah, and I think they were gonna get serious, and then she.
That's
cheated
honestly
on
the best
him,
situation
and-
for a man, because
Yeah,
they get
pretty
the
much.
relationship experience, but they don't have to commit.
Pretty much, and I think ever since then he won't admit it, but I already know about it, and he has kind of spoken to me about it, but he doesn't like it talking about it, and that's why I think it dwells in from that. And I know it can be traumatizing. I've been cheated on, and it can be hard in a relationship trying to trust, going, oh my god, are they gonna cheat on me? Oh my god, look, they're going out, they're gonna cheat, they're gonna kiss every dude there, and I know that feeling, but I'm over that now, and I don't really care
Yeah.
because
To me, I think
I'm
it might
not
be it.
insecure like that.
Well, exactly right. When you're saying insecurity instead of jealousy now, because now that I've explained
I think
jealousy,
it's
I think you're
insecurity.
understanding it more. I think it's insecurity
Yeah.
and overprotectiveness. Because I
Yeah.
sat here and just went in my head. I'm at the point in my life where if someone cheats on me, like if I'm with someone and she cheats on me, then I'm just breaking up with her. That's the end of the story, and that's called
Yeah.
security. That's just secure. I'm secure in myself because if you're gonna cheat on me, it's over. I'm not gonna sit here because the moment I say, well, hang on, let me justify this. Because the moment I try to justify it, it shows that there is a desperativity in this. It shows that, well, hang on, I really want to be with her, and I'm willing to look past a couple of things and justify some bad behavior and some loyalty issues. It's fine, because you're showing that you're desperate because it's the idea that, oh, well, this is as good as it's going to get, and I really want her. Where I'm like, if you cheat on me, it's over. That's called security in myself. Because it means I'm showing I have nothing to lose, and also I offer that same standard to myself. If I cheat, I expect her to just throw me to the curb 100%. Now, I've never cheated in my life, but I also hold myself to these standards. And that's the security versus insecurity concept. It's like if you cheat, I mean, that's it. It's done. Because if you cheated on me, it means you want to be with that person. If you didn't want to be with them, then you wouldn't have slept with them, in which case you would have only been sleeping with me, in which case we wouldn't have had a cheating situation. So if you're cheating, it's because you obviously don't want to be with me anymore, so it's done. And that's the end of the story. And that's just the security concept. I don't have to think twice about it because logically, as I just broke it down there, it didn't make sense, did it? When I said, well, if you cheated, then you wanted to be with him. And if you didn't want to be with him because you cheated, then because you want to be with me, that doesn't make sense. Because logically, it doesn't add up. And if I can't break it down logically and it just doesn't make sense, then I'm not going to overcomplicate it just so I can mental gymnastics your shit decisions and choices in life and then gaslight myself into thinking that what you've done is correct. Fuck no. I'm not compromising my morals and beliefs for someone else's shit behavior, even if I'm sleeping with them, because I'm going to be focused. I'm also about me. I matter in a situation when it comes to relationships. I fucking matter. Because if you sleep with someone else, it's because you're hurting and betraying me, because I'm part of the equation. And so I hold myself to the same standard. So if I cheat on you, it's because I'm hurting you. It's not just because, well, I wasn't feeling very emotionally accepted. I wasn't feeling very wanted lately. That's bullshit. That's self-serving. So no. That's a self-serving bias, by the way. If you cheat and you blame it on external forces to justify your internal reasonings, then that's a self-serving bias, and that is an antisocial behavior. And I'm going to type that in here. But anyway... yeah, it sounds more, it's not jealousy, and I'm glad that I was able to shut that down for you, because you kept saying it, now you've changed it, which is good, because it's not
I
jealousy.
have, yeah, because I'm
You're
just,
welcome.
I've
I'm
been
glad I
thinking
see. I
about
could be a
it.
good
Thank
counselor.
You. You can. You can test on me.
Well, I jumped on it really quickly when you said it was jealousy, and I immediately cut on that and went, hang on, I don't think it is. Self-serving bias. It's a cognitive distortion in which individuals attribute positive outcomes to internal factors, like skill and effort, and negative outcomes to external factors, like luck or other people or unfair circumstances. So it's a psychological defense mechanism to self-esteem, like preservation. So as I said, they cheat because they really believe it's because of a good cause, because the external factor is, well, I'm cheating and I can justify it because the external factors said so. The external factors being you weren't emotionally being with me, you weren't looking after me, you were being very distant. That's the justification. That is the self-serving bias. It's essentially a defense mechanism, right? And I think I was spot on with this. And I think a lot of women will exercise this concept because as long as they can justify external factors, then they put themselves first, because putting yourself first has always been the self-love, self-empowerment, self-belief. So you put yourself first. But in this case, with this example, self-serving bias is an antisocial behavior. It's not actually a good thing. Because when it comes to the situation at hand, if you're with a partner, your partner is always a part of the equation. It's not just about you.
Oh, okay. I really like that. Yeah. Because, yeah, I'm big on if you cheat, I'm gone. Like, there's no second chances and that. You're obviously not in this relationship, both mentally and physically, so you can fuck off.
They were biased or looking for someone else. If you get rejected from a job, it's not because of you, it's because of something else, an external factor.
Yeah.
I slept with someone else, and it's because you did insert thing here. It's exactly a self-serving
Yeah, they don't want
bias.
to take responsibility.
It's accountability that they're just avoiding because, as it says here, it is a psychological defense mechanism, and it doesn't mean that it's always bad, but in this case, 100%. If you justify the reason why you cheated, it's likely because of a self-serving bias if we break down the situation, because not all every situation's the same. But I'm glad that I pointed out the self-serving bias because hopefully you're learning a bunch of shit with me. Hopefully.
You. I am.
I mean, now you can tell your partner, hey, by the way, you're not jealous. Don't say that out loud. That's probably going to cut on his pride. Don't say that out loud.
Go, sorry, bitch.
But it is
Excuse
overprotectiveness, and it is a little bit of insecurity. Insecurity isn't a deal breaker, and it's not exactly a red flag, obviously. Insecurity tends to happen, especially if
it
someone
goes
thinks
with
they're punching
everyone,
above their
and
weight.
I
Because
was like that, yeah.
men
I'm not one
downplay
to judge.
themselves more than women. If you ask a woman, what do you think on a scale of 1 to 10, they're obviously going to rate pretty high up. But men will always downscale themselves down to about a 3 or like a 4 or a 5 or a 6, because, on average, because, and that's why you have this case where you have a man who's with a woman, and if he thinks he is absolutely punching above his weight, which most men fucking do, because getting into a relationship is fucking wild, because men are like, holy hell, a woman wants to be with me? This is crazy, because a lot of men, most men, don't think they are the 1%. They just don't, because they know they aren't. We're not the 1%. But the idea that a woman wants to be with them is really special, and it's interesting. And so men will downplay themselves, and that's how they get stuck in their own head, and they start to downplay their value and their status, and all that, because they think, well, I can't be with this woman. Why the fuck does she like me? She has to be cheating, or there has to be something going on where it can't be forever. How can she like me, of all people, because I'm punching way above my weight? And this is a common thing.
I love the way you're explaining this right now. This is awesome.
Well, it's just
Just
a
wanna
common
point
thing.
that
It's a men's
I
perspective.
know, I know, that's what I love about it, is that I'm actually hearing it from a man's perspective. Like, it's
So it's
just,
not a man's.
I've
It's
never
also
been
not a
able
man's
to
perspective
really...
from just saying women are shit. It's a man's perspective from just a very logical aspect. This is because as I
Yeah.
said, anything that I say, you normally, and I'm saying normally, not all the time, but normally you can flip the logic. Normally. But when it comes to a man's perspective, we're obviously not going to flip that to a woman's perspective, because women look at men differently. But as I said, this is just obvious observational techniques that we can use from behavior. As I said, men will downplay themselves, and women will upplay themselves. They'll upscale. So even if you have a woman who's a 5, in general, just a 5 for looks, 5 for attitude and behavior, she's still going to think that she deserves the 1% man, because also it's internal, it's hereditary, right? It's innate. It's an innate trait because women are very selective. Every woman wants the best man, whereas men are just and because of that, most men don't end up with most women. And so when men end up with women, it's very shocking when a lot of men end up with a woman, because women normally are very selective and they pick higher tier men. So when a man normally gets picked by a woman, it's always the insecurity that kicks in first and goes, why the fuck is she with me? Why'd she pick me? Why me? There's plenty, because men love comparing themselves to other men. They do it all the time. Because women like to outcompete against women, but men like to compare themselves to men.
Yeah.
Because women are like, she's competition, whereas a man is just like, men like to compete with other men, but it's more like they compare. They make a comparison and go, well, he's doing better than me. He looks better than me. That's fine. I mean, he goes to the gym more than me. Maybe I should go to the gym. That's the self-improvement mentality of a man. They see another man who's in shape and they go, fuck, maybe I should go to the gym. Holy shit. Whereas women love to compete with women and they like to bring women down, drag women down, because it's the innate thing, right? They like to pick the best man, and if you have other women who are also in your league or a threat, you want to pull them down because you want to be the woman that gets picked. Because women are selective.
And they'll do anything to fucking do it.
Which is why women, when they're being friends with women, I mean, we all know that the people who hate women the most are women.
Oh,
Men can't hate women anywhere near what a woman can, at all. And the reason why we know is because women they know how to hurt, like verbally and mentally, especially
Your guys
with
is
men.
more physical.
They fucking love attacking men with words. Whereas men, how many times have you seen a man just hit it, like just beat it out with another man? They beat the shit out of each other, or they attack and have a tackle, and then they're like, "Oh man, you're all right," and then they'll just end up just moving on with their differences. Or even if they don't move on with their differences, the fight stops, and then that's the end of the fucking confrontation.
They can get over it.
They separate themselves. Whereas, man, women love to play that mental game. They do.
And then they think about it for weeks, and then they'll try and do every petty thing under the sun.
Think about a woman who
down.
hears all of a man's secrets, and then when they have an argument, what do you think she's gonna do?
Bring them all up.
100%. Absolutely. More common. I'm not saying men don't do it, but the thing is, men are less likely because they don't have to. Because, as I said, men are naturally stronger than women, and there's that idea of power. The power difference in terms of physicality means that men don't have to do that. It's normally a woman who'll say something that's more aggressive, and then the man responds in kind.
Well, technically, actions hurt more than words to a certain degree, because if
That's a fair argument. That's a fair point.
That
Well, actually, it's not a fair argument. Hang on. Hey, I like what you say, and I'll let you talk. I like what you say, but I want to say it's not a fair argument because I wasn't arguing the point that men. I wasn't arguing that. Yeah, I didn't make that statement. I just realized I almost put myself in my own hole. What you're saying is good. It's correct, and I agree, and that's why it's correct. But yeah, I just want to point out that I didn't make the statement.
No, I know.
So, yeah,
I knew what you meant.
Yeah,
I just
just in case, because I'm sitting here like, hang on. I mean, that was a really fucking good point. And then I'm like, it's not an argument because I didn't argue the point. So anyway, I just wanted to correct myself.
Yeah. No, I know. I knew exactly. Yeah. I was just thinking of it while I've got it in my head, because I don't care what anyone says. People say words speak louder than actions, and then other people say actions speak louder than words and stuff. But technically, actions do speak louder than words.
Could you say it's situational?
Physical ways, and like. I think
I'll leave the floor
would
with you.
prefer getting called ugly than getting punched square in the face and breaking my nose. Like, I think that would be a lot better. But another thing you could say is when you're in a relationship or something, you could say, I'm gonna do better. And then you go, oh, okay, but then you don't actually do anything about it. So then they just keep saying, oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, don't worry, I'll take you out on more dates. Oh, I'll do this, and I'll hang out with you more. And they actually saying it and then actually doing it is two different things. Because when you do it, you can see that, oh, they're actually trying. Or even if they start doing it physically and maybe not bringing it up, like not explaining it, then you go, oh, okay, you notice it a bit more, rather than someone just saying, oh, look, I'm going to take you out on a date on Tuesday blah blah blah, and then it rolls around on Tuesday, and you go, oh, okay, and then it starts leading into long term where they go, well, saying something and actually doing it are two different things, because I could say I want to go on a 10-kilometer run right now, okay, but you're full well I'm not going to go do that. And actually doing the action is something that people need to think about, and they go, oh, okay, is this, and then depending on the type of person, obviously, they'll go, oh, I'm gonna spend my time to actually try and be better, and I'm actually gonna work on it, where
it also depends on the action. That'll save you.
Yeah.
Because if you're making, because what you're saying is also really good, and then you said it depends on the person. That was a really good cover, but also say it depends on the action, and the reason being is I could sit here and say, okay, so is it better to murder someone or talk about it? Because actions speak louder. So I'm like, just make sure you cover that, because this is what you call like covering the basis, and also just making sure that your stance is where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everything you're saying so far, like you're cooking, you're doing great.
Smell the oven.
Yeah, you're doing awesome, especially when you said it depends on the person, and I'm like, just also say it depends on the action. Say it. Otherwise, I could just say, well, I could argue in this case that murder, like we should. So, just make sure, because obviously it's an extreme, but it is still an argument.
But like everything, like depending on the type of action as well. Like if you're fighting with someone and they go, oh, I'm gonna fucking kill you,
I'm gonna hit you, like I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, that's probably in an argument. That's better to hear it rather than actually experience it. So in this case,
rather than someone coming up to you and literally punching you square in the face, knocking you out.
Depends on the action, 100%. Just to make sure that because then you're what you're bringing up, your whole point is 100% covered, and it 100% sounds much stronger, because then they can't rebuttal you with something. In terms of like your point, because rather than just like, don't assume someone's going to rebuttal you, but in this case, if you're making a point or a stance, in order to show that you've actually put thought into it, it's not surface level, because obviously some people parrot something they see in a headline and go, yep, that's fact, that's true, and they'll say it, and then you press them on it, and then it just falls apart. So it just shows that you've also thought about what you're saying, which also lends a lot more strength to your argument as well. And if someone wanted to argue it, they have less ways of getting in there and confusing people. So you were absolutely on an 80% track. Like, it was really good. So you're doing great. And call me out too, like if you think something is like that is happening, then let me know, because we're here to get better.
We are.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't get better because we're just that good.
Well, there's that too. Yeah. I can't wait because my plan is to cut this and upload it to YouTube, and when I do, I can't wait for the comments to be like, wow, fucking kill yourself. This is shit. Your takes are garbage. And I'm like, yeah, this seems like the internet. I'm fine with this. Very internet.
Yeah, but you put it up for a reason. It's not about other people. It's about for you. And if people
I agree, and
honestly,
I think I've been saying some crazy good shit tonight, and I think you've done a really good job too. I'm gonna cut this, but I think we've both been really good tonight with our takes. They've been very switched on. And that take you just did there, in terms of like its structure, was probably one of the best ones you've done. Did a really good job. Getting better.
See, the wine helps.
I think the wine helps, because number one, you care less about chat, even though there's no chat here. But I see you, Meat Boy. I appreciate you. But if there was a chat here, I think it helps that you're not looking at it. But also, wine might make you feel a bit more comfortable when it comes to giving opinions and takes, because when you're giving an opinion and a take, there are people who can give really shit ones because they just don't know how to articulate what they're saying. That's common. And that can also be a mental barrier you have to deal with. So the wine might just make you loosen up a bit and just say, fuck it, I'm just going to say what I want.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I am tonight. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about... Do we want to keep going on this, or do we want to talk about the shit we had for games?
We can fucking pivot. It's totally fine. I'm just here for it. So if you want to talk about games, we can. There was something I wanted to bring up with games. Let me just do the chat GPT first, just so I can demonstrate it, because I saw it before, and I'll see if it'll do it again. Plus, I've got the plus plan. So I'm gonna use ChatGPT because I fucking paid for it. I paid for it for uni, obviously. But anyway, so let's have a look at.
Oh, I just saw ChatGPT can make mistakes. Uh-oh.
No, it's 100% accurate.
No.
Don't ignore that.
Yeah,
that's
it's supposed
bullshit.
to be 100. Yeah.
No, that's
It's
not real.
gaslighting you.
Yeah, that's gaslighting. That's 100%. ChatGPT, as we all know, is 100% correct, and I'm kind of annoyed that it's even there. So what I should do is just do that. We don't need to see that. Well, that's bullshit. Oh, wow. Okay. Anyway, now that we've gotten rid of the fake news, so the percent of Americans, capital A, go fuck yourself. Percent of Americans that
I hate when it comes out.
identify as LGBT. So the reason why I'm saying this is because at some point, when are we going to say that there may be a causation for the correlation? And that was my argument. 2024, 9.3% of the US adults identify as that.
Is
right?
that it?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, it's really small, right? It's crazy small.
How
And
is
this-
there so much of a...
And I'm not saying, I'm not condoning this, and it does suck that it happens, but when they say that someone who is transgender, like the transgender kill, like the death rate, like the murder rate is super high, the reason why it's high is because it's being compared to 1.3%. So even if you have 10 murders of a transgender, because you're comparing it to such a small number, the percentage of murder rate for a transgender is going to be through the roof, because it's being compared to such a small number. And so I'm not saying I'm not condoning it. I just want to say that is the reason why the numbers will be high, is because the number that you're comparing it to is so small. Anyway, so
Yeah,
see how
there's
it's
a
really small?
transgender
And
girl
honestly,
there.
only 2% are gay, 1.4% are lesbian, which is fucking... I thought this would be the highest number, because, let's be honest, it's the hottest, bro. But I thought that'd be a higher number in general, just, jokes aside. But yeah, it's only about 9%, right?
It's crazy.
So, how many people in the, let's just say, Western gaming industry identifies as LGBTQ? I forgot the Q. Sorry, guys. Did I forget the HDTV as well? So, isn't this an interesting
Ooh.
statistic? So 1/4 of the Western gaming industry identifies as LGBTQ, but it's only 9% of the entire of the USA, and only 2% are actually gay, and only 1% are transgender out of the 7%. And yet in the gaming industry with Western development, 1/4 of it is LGBTQ. So we have such a minority group, but we have such a large ratio in the Western gaming industry. And so my argument was, at some point, we can't say that there is no causation for the correlation in comparison to woke writing and ideology being put into games media because of this number. Like 1/4 is a large amount, considering how tiny it is overall in all of America. So by the way, America has like 352 million people, and only 1.4% of them, or 1.3%, are actually transgender, and yet 25%, 1/4 of the game developers are LGBTQ. And that's why I'm like, at some point, when do we say that there is a causation when it comes to the amount of wokeness or ideology or self-inserts, or the trans ideology, or the gay ideology, or the LGBTQ plus support, or the pride flags, all of that in the industry? At some point, do we say, hey, there is a correlation here because of how astronomically high this percentage is from such a minority group? Because they're isolated and compounded into this one industry. So I'm like, that was my argument. Like, when do we say that there is a causation? When do we say that, yeah, this is the reason why games and the writing, like writing in games and
Oh, okay.
are becoming a problem? Because this is gaming developers, so these people are developing the games and writing them and doing the lead design and all that stuff. And one of the good examples, I mean, we have so many games that have come out that are like this. And I shouldn't say so many games and then just sit here and just be like, well, you know, none. I mean, Dragon Age Veilguard for one. I mean, we've got Dustborn as well. We've got Relooted, which is a
lot
fucking
of story
wild
games.
concept.
Yeah, there's lots of story games because they like to dive deep into the whole.
I think story games are even worse too, especially the cinematic ones, because you'll have games where they write really shitty, incompetent male characters, and they'll write Boss Babe, Mary Sue, unbeatable female characters that could just do anything.
Yeah.
Because the idea, this is part of
With
the
big
ideology,
tits,
is
though.
that women,
Add that bit.
not even with big tits. That's not true. I'd actually dispute that. Because if it's with big tits, I don't think men would care. But it's because it isn't. Because men are simple. I told you, men are simple. You got big tits, they'll love you for life. And, you know, as long as you don't... I mean, when you have big tits, it's a double-edged sword. Because big tits, they're fucking shocked that you're with them. But then eventually, because you have big tits, they're like, hang on, why are you with me? Because you got big tits, you can have anybody, but you're with me. And then hence the insecurity thing. But anyway. In this case... There are a lot of games where it was proven that they were like uglifying women in games. So, for example, the new Fable female character. Why is she ugly? She is. It's not the only game, but there are a lot of games where they are creating this concept where, and they said it's because they're trying to stop the male gaze, and I'm like, I wonder who wants to stop the male gaze, because I have a sneaky suspicion there's a very small minority. There's a very small minority that just doesn't like men. I think it's misogynist. I really think I really do believe it's misogyny, because in LGBTQ, do you think masculine men are a part of this group? And masculine men tend to be, where is it? Masculine men tend to be even women. Because, by the way, the studies were done psychologically, even women want to play as hot women in games.
Yeah, I was just about to say, they will always go for the hot women. I'll admit that.
Do you think it's always... I love this saying, and I know it can be controversial, but it's always the refrigerator guarding the snacks. It's always someone who has a refrigerator build that has a problem. It's always the refrigerator guarding the snacks. So, when it comes to this sort of stuff, I mean, I'm just saying, when it comes to this concept, it's like the idea about hot women or good-looking women selling games. I mean, that's just a tried and tested concept. Because they try to say, like, look at it this way. They try to say how many female gamers are out there. Now, an old statistic was that there are 50% female gamers and 50% male gamers. But they included mobile gaming in that, where mobile gaming at the time was, because everyone has a mobile. When you talk about actual gamers in terms of like playing RPGs and all that stuff, it was still heavily male dominated. Because mobile gaming, while it is a game, that was the logical concept.
Quickly, would you say that also dives into, you know how we're talking about women like to fight other women? Do you think a lot of the women who make these games, who intentionally to get rid of the whole male gaze and stuff like that, do it because of a insecurity thing as well? Like, do you think that they're trying to compete to a certain degree? Do you know what I mean?
Let's have a look at developers of... what should we say? I mean, I used Dragon Age. Veilguard. Let's have a look. I don't really want to use Wikipedia.
Like, would that kind of dive into it?
Because number one, I mean, the lead developer was a trans. I'm not saying that there's a problem with that, because if you can make the game good, then you can make the game good. But that's the reason why, for the first hour, that there were surgery scars for your character creation for some fucking reason, and you couldn't have tits bigger than a B cup, and they looked saggy. And when I was in the game and officially said I don't want fucking pronouns, you set up an item called the mirror. It's a mirror, and then it says, "Are you sure you're not trans?" So just pointing that out there, that there are self-inserts.
That's another thing. Like I said with the work stuff, I feel like people need to just kind of step it back a little bit and realize that you're there to make a game, and it's not supposed to be personal. Like, you don't make work life and stuff. Try not to make it too personal.
I hear what you're saying. I just saw it. I'm like, I clicked on images. The first thing you see for a dark fantasy game is fucking bright colors and purple glow. Are we seeing a problem? I mentioned this when I was playing the game. I went, I'm sick of games.
That's so bright.
I'm sick of games that are coming out and they're just so fucking colorful. In terms of, like, they're just rainbow colors. I'm sick of it. But yeah, I actually got a headache looking at this fucking game. I got a headache. And I was getting eye strain just because of how, like, look at this! It's... I'm tired, you know? I'm over this shit.
I guess, to a certain degree, though, when you're looking at a game, just speaking of just when you look at something, or anything,
Fucking
when you
hell,
look
that
at a
just
screen,
screams masculine,
what do you
doesn't
look
it?
at first? Ooh,
He's just a masculine. What a masculine man that is.
I know, right? Oh my
Man,
god, what is
that's-
that thing underneath?
Well, I'm pretty sure this is the trans who is in charge.
Okay. But yeah, what was I saying before? When your eyes draw to something, and you're like normal people, like literally everyone, when you look at a dark area, what do you look at first? The brightest thing there. So that's why I think it's also
It stands
a
out.
marketing thing.
It's because you can flip reverse that and say if you're looking at something that's entirely bright, but you see a small dark spot. But to be fair, I
Yeah,
think it's
that's
less
good.
strong. I think the idea of bright colors is very
Definitely.
domineering. So even if there is a small dark portion in a very predominantly bright section, you're going to notice the bright section more than the dark, even if it's in the minority. Versus, you can't flip reverse that actually, because I just thought about it, because then if you have nothing but dark and one small bright color, you'll notice the bright color over the dark. So, bright colors are very strong. They're very strong and they're very attention drawing. So it's obvious. And it doesn't shock me that the idea of the LGBTQ as a rainbow flag or bright colors doesn't shock me at all, because I know the idea is like we're supposed to show all the colors of flags
Yeah, and
around
try
the
and
world
stand
to
out.
unify, and I'm like, yeah, but you picked a fucking rainbow.
And to stand out.
I'm not
Because
falling
they
for
always
that.
want to stand out as well, to
Well,
a
of
certain
course.
degree, but it's like, but so does everyone.
But then you have people saying the transgender murder rate is incredibly high, and I'm like, okay, out of
'Cause you
how
guys
many
are out
people
there
in the
more.
world? Just in America alone, out of how many people? Of course the number's going to be high. I'm not condoning that it's good. I'm just saying that the number will be high. Say, if you have 5 out of 10, that's 50%. But if you have 5 out of 1,000, little bit different. The ratio is different. So the lower the overall total of the number, then obviously 1 or 2 numbers, or 1 or 2 or 5, is going to be a bigger percentage because the pool is so small. And that's where I get this conflation of statistics, which happens all the time. But in this case, it doesn't mean that I'm condoning it. I have to keep saying that because I am still on Twitch and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just the idea that this is where they call control of the narrative, right? They make a narrative and you fall for it and you build on it. And this is the idea with here. I mean, at what point do we just say that this is fucking ridiculous? Because we look at a lot of games that became the idea of wokeism. Last of Us 2. Now, I'm going to mention that because I've talked about this on stream with you, and I don't know if your viewpoint has changed.
Still love that game. You know what I will say though? I am sort of happy with the series, but not really. Not really. They kind of... Obviously, they had to make it more about the story, which makes sense, but... I don't know if I like it very much.
Kevin Scott, ready. Follow for a follow. I'm gonna be honest. If I can get somebody's follow without having to follow them back, then it means that I've succeeded. Because it means I'm doing something right. Following for a
What's
follow
this
means nothing. That just means nothing. It means nothing to me because there's no substance to it. Because if I follow you and you follow me, then what? Who watches who, and what was it built on? You're not here because you want to watch me. You're here just because you're looking for a follow. That's all it is. And to me, I'm like, there's no substance, there's no weight. So I'd rather just not have the follow. Not an insult to you. You do you. It's your model, but... You're from Chile? I miss my friend from Chile. I miss them. They were a good dude.
Is this on Kick?
Yeah, it's on Kick. Kick's the only one that doesn't come up in the chat, which is fucking wild to me. Everyone else comes up in the chat, but in like the multi-chat. But Kick's the only one that's separate that I have to like watch and look out for. Otherwise, I just miss them. Forrester, how you doing?
Is it coming up?
Hopefully you're
No.
doing well.
Oh, no.
I'm just having a look here. So okay, because remember, they were like, gamers were wrong with Last of Us 2. They were wrong, is what they were saying. That when, you know, that game was awesome and it wasn't shit because the storyline's great. Well, now they tested it against normies who aren't gamers and they just watch TV shows and they'll lap it up. And I'm like, sure, let's just get the basic bitch people who just eat slop. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's grant them that argument. The moment seriously in season 2 when they followed the story of the second game of Last of Us, they had a 55% decrease for the season.
They made it way worse. Oh my
But they were like,
God.
it's the greatest story ever told. Now, if you have gamers saying it, and now you have the normies who don't game and they watch this sort of shit saying it, I think it's because your story is shit.
Yeah, maybe it's a sign.
And they can't even blame this on wokeism. They can't even blame it on the fact that that's what the intention was. That was when the idea of that's when this sort of rhetoric was getting very strong during this time. They can't even blame it on that because we're in a world now currently when the season just came out that has nothing to do with that. They just ran the same story against people with a slightly different ideology, and they suffered just as bad. And now they're confused. They're like, well, the gamers were right, but they can't be. But then the viewership was right, but they can't be. But our story's the best, though, so we should probably release yet another remaster of Last of Us 2, the greatest game ever. At what point do we just say, come on, it's ridiculous. Call a spade a spade. You don't even, like, honestly, it's exactly the concept. They don't want to concede ground by giving the positive or by giving the victory to the other side. They want to be able to concede ground without looking weak, and I think that's what their problem is. They don't know how to admit that, yeah, the story is shit without then vindicating the initial concept from the gamers, which
Look,
is
I
who they
think the
shadow.
whole thing with that as well is it was kind of expected that he was going to die, but I don't know. I know people got mad about the way he died, and to a certain degree I understand, but I don't know, just the whole thing just felt so... I feel like they got to a point where they just wanted to get it over and done with.
I don't think Pedro Pascal personally was the best choice for Joel. I'm just saying.
Really?
Yeah, really. Ali said the same thing.
Oh,
Ali was like, do you have something against Pedro? And I went, I don't have something against him personally because I don't know him, but I do hate the fact that he's in everything, and also he doesn't fit certain roles, especially roles where it should be quite a masculine lead, because he is not a masculine man. He's just a safe bet.
Who do
He's
you
just
think should have played it?
I'm sure there are fan castings. I personally don't know yet because I don't watch the show. I just know that Pedro was not the pick.
Everyone's saying Hugh Jackman.
I don't think
But
Hugh could do
he's-
it.
Yeah.
I don't think he
could
can.
either.
Let's just say fan castings for Joel.
I
Let's see if
know
this
some
comes
of
up.
the ones for Ellie. Oh my god.
I don't know why they went with the chick who Ellie is currently.
Neither. Like, she's a good actor, but not for that. Like, she did well, but just no. It wasn't
See,
really
this
her
is
thing.
Viggo Mortensen is an interesting option, but I think he probably would have done him some damage because considering the way that the character goes out, that's the problem. Because the way that the character goes out is the issues, because that's the whole issue in general, was that the character goes out in such a poor women empowerment way, because that was the message. Because remember, I think in the show, let me just double check, but I think in the show they had Joel actually losing hand-to-hand combat with Ellie in the show, like, because he was trying and he lost, and I just went, no, that is fucking ridiculous.
Wait, what?
I don't quote me on it. I need to double check. Did Joel in the show lose hand to hand with Ellie? I think. Now, whoever they picked for Ellie,
You mean Abby?
Abby? No, I think didn't he have a combat with Ellie? Was it Ellie or Abby?
No.
I thought it was Ellie.
He didn't have any combat because in the show
He hand to hand somebody. Surely. If I'm making this up, I'll take the L. I'll take the L.
I don't think so because I've seen it all.
Well, it hasn't come up
He
yet,
hasn't
so I'm kind of worried.
Squared up with anyone. He didn't fight her because they had Dina against a gun, which they changed that as well. And no, he didn't really fight it. Each other there. There is no scene. Ah! Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think it's Ellie then. Alright. It was some random dude. Okay. What's the other girl? Abby, was it? Not Abby.
Abby, yeah, no, they didn't get into a fight. I will have to say they did do that pretty well. Like, to reenact that, they did do that pretty well.
I could have swore I saw a clip of him losing to somebody. And not for his death scene.
Okay.
Anyway, it could just, as I said, I'll take the L on this one. I'll take the L on this one because I can't confirm it, so that's on me.
Is there a kid there? Because I was gonna say they did kind of get into something.
It was
in
a
the
chick.
first season.
Put him in a fucking
No.
triangle choke or some sort of choke or something, and just that was the end of the fight. And I'm like, bro, stop it.
Oh, okay. I have no idea.
Anyway, so my issue with it, and the biggest issue that a lot of gamers had, was that Last of Us 2, the story, it shat on the first game because it didn't follow anything in the first game at all. But they set up
would
something.
you rather another game of just that? Like, really?
No, because
really?
they had some. It wasn't just going to be another of the first game. Because remember, the whole point of the first game, because I played the first game, thank fuck, because it was really good. The whole point of the first game was the dynamic between him and Ellie, and realizing that Ellie was the cure. But to get when you finally bust your ass and deal with everybody trying to either use her for political reasons or use her for, or just to kill her because they like how the world works and they want to be in charge, taking out the Fireflies, I believe they're called Fireflies, maybe whatever that group is called. The idea is that they can make the cure, but it will kill her in the process.
Yeah.
And they build up the relationship with him and his his dead daughter, and that he ended up becoming quite close to Ellie and realizing that he sees her as a daughter and was like, hey, I still want the cure, but it shouldn't cost her her life in that process. And that's why the final sort of like concept is you storming the place and fucking saving her life. Even though it was going to cost everybody a cure. And it was confirmed, by the way, by the writer. I'm pretty sure, where they said, yeah, they would have found the cure. That would have cured the whole thing. And that was the dynamic that they left on, which was the idea of like, well, Joel wants to get the cure out there, but he doesn't want it to cost Ellie's life. That was the whole point.
You know what? I actually wanted to talk about that whole finding the cure and stuff. When you think about it, even if they did magically find a cure for that, the world wouldn't. Do you think the world would go back to normal? Because I think no, but then the other day I was thinking about it where yes, it can, because you know what? We had dinosaurs, we had the Ice Age and stuff, and you notice how that all got wiped out, but then over time we adapt and we manage to change things and things evolve, and that's why I think technically you could, and people go, oh, but it wouldn't be back to the old life. But the thing is, how do we know what is really the old life? Like, how do we know that we didn't already have this hundreds and hundreds of years ago? Or how do we know that like, just everything, you know how people say they evolved from caveman days and stuff like that? But the thing is, we don't know what really happened over these millions of years that the world's been here, that they can't just adapt and make a whole nother future, and whatever that future is, obviously it's going to be a lot different, but each one's been different. They had the Ice Age, and that's why I think a lot of people believe that the Egyptians were very ahead of the time. Like, they had because people, you think about it, How the hell did they make those pyramids just by themselves? They had to have something.
No, I'm gonna have to debunk this with you, but because I'm gonna go into that, I'm gonna debunk it with you because I debunked it with King, and I'm gonna do it for you. But in this case, it's also a moralistic argument because number one, the idea is like, let's look at it from this light, right? Let's back up and look at it from this light. Do you think a world where the cordyceps virus is running rampant, and if you come into contact with it with an open cut or wound, you just become, you get infected with a parasite and die, is better than actually curing this disease and then being able to overcome it and then trying to rebuild the world from there, knowing that even if you encounter the number one disease that's trying to take over the world, you can cure it, and so you can overcome it and continue to rebuild. Which world
but how
do you
would
think is better?
rebuild though? Because
You only
how do you know
rebuild
that
within your
that's gonna work
within
and
your
it's gonna-
capacity. You rebuild
And then
within
how
your
do you
capacity.
actually get it out there?
What do
Like,
you mean
how
get
do
it out there?
you even get it out there?
Well, what do you mean?
Like, how do you cure people? Like, is
That'd
it
be a
do you just
vaccine.
give it to the people who are fine, and then
That would be a
what,
vaccine.
Yeah, but
That's
what
the
would
whole point of
stop
a
them
cure
from
is that
getting-
if someone gets infected with it and the virus is inside them, the vaccine kills the virus.
Yeah, but what's stopping them from getting ripped apart? And how are they going to help the ones that are already infected? Are they just going to bomb it all and just?
The world is already
assume that
in that
people-
position. Except, think of it this way: the world is existing in a state where this virus is killing them and destroying them, regardless. Whereas, what if a world existed where they could actually vaccinate through it? So people are still going to die regardless, but the vaccination is going to stem the tide, because then you can start doing more dangerous things in terms of resource gathering because you have a cure.
True.
You can overcome the virus. It's like the Black Plague was devastating Europe, and then they overcame it.
That's true. That's
And the
why
world
I was
rebuilt.
originally, I was thinking, I was like, oh, there's no way you could rebuild from that. But like I said,
You
with the
could.
other stuff, how they probably could, because how did we get this far
I think we need to
from
break.
all these years
I think we
of
need to
other
separate the
stuff?
idea of rebuilding back to the current world we have to just rebuilding
Yeah.
in general, because the
Yeah.
current world we have
Yeah.
isn't exactly. It's not necessarily the best part of evolution, because evolution is a singular line. Who's to say that where we are now is the correct evolutionary chain where we should be? For example, should we have discovered technology? Should we have discovered
Fucking
fossil fuels? What if we never did? What if the world was better when the population was at 1 million people and the world was still, resourceful in terms of greenery and all these other animals? Who's to say that where we are now is the correct evolutionary chain? And so if the world goes through a cordyceps parasite virus that wipes out most of the population, and then suddenly you have a way to curb that and you're immune to it, and you slowly evolve and rebuild again and repopulate, maybe who's to say that what they're doing, they might evolve and repopulate with less technology, but who's to say that isn't better for the Earth? Who's to say that isn't the correct way to evolve? Because, as I said, when you're devastated by a disease like Europe, but then they took quite a few years, but they did evolve and move past it. But at the time, you can't evolve and repopulate when you're being devastated by a virus. And so I believe, in terms of moralistically, an argument being made is that finding the cure, you could even say he should have let Ellie die and just cure and get the cure for the Earth, because he would have cured the world at the cost of her. But because he was so attached to her because of his missing daughter complex, you could also say that Joel also fucked up because he robbed the world of a cure. And then in the game, in the second one, right? They just went, oh yeah, fuck that storyline and fuck that concept that we built up and fuck the dynamic that we built between two people who are the anchor points of a story. Yeah, fuck all that. Let's just go into this lesbian bullshit and make sure we kill Joel off, because, his story wasn't important in the first game. He had nothing to do with the first game. He was pointless. It was all about Ellie. Get fucked. They absolutely cooked the story and they fucking know it. And they just tried to rerun it in a live action where they had a really good first season, because shock horror, that wasn't based on the second game. And then they did the second game story and they had a massive tank in ratings, and even people were like, this is bullshit, I'm not watching this. And I wonder why. Anyway, I wanted to full circle that and just let you know that that's why I just absolutely hate the second game. It is not the second coming of bullshit. The writing is shit, and the people who like the first game, including if you were a fan of the first game, you deserved better.
Yeah. That's really good. I can't argue with that.
I know. Most people I have this argument with are also like, well, fuck. Fair enough, but still, the second game was pretty good though, and I went, hey, I'm not going to convince you. You can still have it, but I know they're going to think about it late at night. They're going to be like, fuck, he was right. I'm like, that's the whole point. There's nothing wrong with asking, because this is the thing, it's not selfishness. I'm going to fucking cook, but it's not selfishness. We are the consumer. They make products for the consumer. And so they need to follow what the consumer wants. If the general populace wants a certain story or a certain thing, or if they don't like a certain thing, we aren't being toxic or selfish. We are being correct, because we are the consumer. They make products for us to consume.
How would you do it?
Absolutely.
How would, just basic, I know you're obviously not a game developer, but
I get you.
what would you do along for the storyline?
For the second game, okay, for the second game, if it was me, for the second game, have a 2-year time skip, so Ellie's a little bit older, 2-year time skip, and make the Fireflies the supposed quote-unquote enemies, because, as I said, make the dichotomy between the fact that if they're trying to capture Ellie, because they can make the cure that can solve the problem and cure the Earth or cure the issue. But the problem is you can focus on the dynamic between Joel and Ellie trying to come to terms with the fact that they can save the world, right? They can stop this bullshit.
Would you still kill Joel?
No. Joel would be there to the end, and the reason why is because it would be the becoming of it. I think the ending would be that Ellie willingly submits herself to the Fireflies, who were the enemy the whole game, in order to get the cure to happen, and Joel would have an emotional moment, but he would understand through, as you build the situation throughout, at that point, he'd be understanding of what is going on. It is also him saying that he's letting go of his PTSD or his trauma, of treating Ellie like his dead daughter, of which he doesn't want to lose her again, but his daughter who's dead is not Ellie, and you need to separate that in the storytelling, because you connected it in the first game, now you separate it at the end in the second game. And also, it's bittersweet, but Ellie also willingly volunteers, and then she sacrifices herself to save the Earth, and Joel understands that and has a sad moment, but also that is the bittersweet ending, because that is the moralistic story you could have told in the second game, with the Fireflies as the quote-unquote enemies. That is the psychological relationship you built in the first game, and so you explore that and untangle it in the second game.
You know what? I agree with that to a certain degree, but I honestly would still kill Joel off.
Honestly, if you want to say that, that's fine. You could even have Joel die at the end and understand that he goes, I accept it, and then that's with his death, he has a moment with Ellie, and then Ellie understands that, you know what, I'm not sacrificing myself just because I want to die, because Joel died. It's because I understand what Joel was, Joel let go of his daughter, he let go of the pain. He understands that I'm not the daughter and blah blah and all that crap, and then Ellie sacrifices herself willingly. And then all the characters you interact with in the second game, you cut to them in the final cutscene, where it's like, they're doing monologues or narration, where they understand the sacrifice, because Joel and Ellie interacted with them throughout, and they also were arguing, because remember, it's like, the whole point was that she was fucking immune, and that was the crazy concept. Because there are people who don't want the virus to be cured because they benefit from it, because self-interest.
Yeah,
Whereas the
exactly.
Fireflies were like, we want to cure it, but it's also going to kill Ellie. And then Joel became self-interested because his PTSD and his trauma kicked in. And so you could say that his trauma, when it kicked in, actually hurt humanity. And then that's what you explore in the second game. You don't explore fucking Ellie's sexuality in the second game 5 years later. Get fucked. You lean off the first game, built off the dynamic that you created. It is 101. What I just said is already a better fucking game. Because you're still getting the psychological depth that you would be exploring, because you set it up in the first game and now you break it down in the second game, and then you have the release, the reward, the coming of, the finishing touch. And it still focuses on Joel, it still focuses on Ellie, and you can still kill Joel, and when you mention it, I'm like, yeah, you could still do it. You could still do it. I agree. And you would have a self-sacrifice with Ellie. 100%. And it's a bittersweet. It's like it brings into contrast the morality of things. She self-sacrificed herself, and is that a good ending or a bad ending? It's a moralistic argument you could have had at the end of the game, because you've just played out the relationship.
Seeing the world trying to mend? Would you do that as a third game, or would you do that just? No,
I wouldn't do it as a third game, and I wouldn't show it in this. I wouldn't show it at the end of the second. I'd leave it up to the interpretation. No, not even DLC. Leave it up to the interpretation and just have the second game end with the cure being developed. But don't show the world how it is, because you need to leave it up to the player to be like, was this moralistically a good choice or a bad choice? Because the moment you show them the outcome of the choice, there's no moralistic argument to be had, because you've seen the outcome. If you don't see the outcome, you'll have people debating until the end of the days. That was fire, by the way, what I just said.
You did. You cooked.
That was good. That was good.
Cooked. Yeah, that was pretty good. I can't even argue with it. I'm
just saying, like, that was just, I just made that up on the spot. That's just that's a better story, and it links to the first story, and it still links to Joel and Ellie as the anchors, because they carried the first game, and their relationship was the main focus. So you focus on that on the second game based on Joel's decision. You can have Ellie saying, you can have the division as well. Just have Ellie initially against Joel by saying, I could have saved the fucking Earth, even if it cost me my life. I could have cured it. I am the cure. And then you can have Joel, leaning into it by going, well, he sees her as her daughter, his daughter, and she can be like, well, I'm not your fucking daughter. And then that can be the initial divide at the start of the game. And then that's the separation. That's the conflict. And then those two are trying to survive, and they're at odds because one of them wants to be the cure, the other one doesn't. And then by the end of the game, you do a heel turn, a double heel turn. You can have Joel understanding that it is what needs to happen because he gets over his trauma, and you can have Ellie understanding that it is the right decision, but she sees Joel more as the father that she never had. And that's the bittersweet heel turn. Oh my god, why didn't I write the game? This is fire. Fucking hell.
This is really good.
Good God. That's the story that should have been told.
I like it.
It just is. Because you still keep Joel in there, and I guarantee you, if you kept that, if you made that story and you still had Joel, by the end of this fucking season 2 Last of Us, I guarantee you it would have been like, oh, this is one of the best TV show game adaptations ever done. Guarantee.
Okay. And you could do that really well for TV, though.
You could stretch it out very, very well. Absolutely.
Okay. So, I have one question. Say you could just change the ending on The Last of Us. So, do you know the ending?
You're talking about the second one or the first one?
Second one.
Okay, no, tell me the ending. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Okay, so pretty much her and Dino, they get over the whole thing after they get into a massive fight with Abby. Tommy comes back and he goes, I found where she is, after like 2 years later, after Ellie's trying to heal after all of it. She goes back to, she goes after Abby again, leaving her whole family behind, and pretty much Dina leaves. She goes after Abby, gets her in a position where she's drowning, gets flashback of Joel, she stops killing her, lets her go. What would you do?
I'm also noticing that I hate this even more, is that Joel was killed by Abby, whose father was the Firefly surgeon that Joel killed to save Ellie, and I'm like, how can you be so close to a link but so far from the overall story? You've got to be fucking kidding me. This is just what you call like a crux in a story, right? Like this is just, oh, we need someone to kill this character and we just have to somehow link them to the first story because our second game has nothing to do with the first story. And that's just the loose attachment they make, and then people are like, oh, so good, great writing, so brave, amazing, stunning and brave.
You're so valid, Queen.
Yeah. Best writing ever. I mean, the Last of Us writer still thinks that they're one of the best one of the best stories ever, and I'm like, really? Even the game and the fucking normies disagree with you, my friend. I'm sorry to say, but you were definitely stupid. What a shit story you wrote.
I know, when I hear the writer talk about it, she's very passionate about it, but you can tell there's a certain amount that she
Nah, this seems like dumbass fucking...
agree with.
This seems like dumbass fucking... overcoming a vengeance, because, you know, this is dumb. This is dumb. The idea that during the brutal encounter, Ellie gains the upper hand, nearly drowning Abby, even though, like, remember the connection that Joel and Ellie had. Because remember, like, it's supposed to be about her being the cure from the first game, and now we're talking about a flashback from Joel playing the guitar and wanting to reconcile, and then Ellie breaks down and chooses to spare Abby, ending the cycle of vengeance. The game, before I fucking pop the mic, the game should not have been about a cycle of vengeance. It should have been about curing the fucking cordyceps virus that she's immune to.
I know, it did kind of fall out of that. It kind of stopped being about the...
This is wild.
virus.
This is wild. You see what I mean? Like, this is a nothing burger. This is something that they feed you and go, this is good writing,
But,
lol.
you know,
and I'm like, no.
Yeah, you know, one of the reasons why I think they decided to not kill her is because with Lev being in the thing, it would just circle back, because then Lev would go after her.
They would lose a bunch of women taking control, right?
Mm.
And even in this case, you could still have Joel and Abby having a fight, but not having Joel die. Even in the story that I created, because you could have this connection, and Abby could be one of the big like chapters that you deal with and then overcome, and that could be like the second chapter before the end, where they both, you know. Joel wants to do the reconcile, and he wins the fight and spares her, and Ellie sees that, and then Ellie understands the concept of, we can't be doing this, because Joel didn't just kill people for the sake of killing them just to save Ellie. He's like, you know what? You do need to say, you are the cure for humanity, and I can't just be killing people just because I want to overprotect you. And this could have been the change where he spares Abby, and then Ellie sees that and starts to understand the turning of, like, okay, well, maybe we should stop this vengeance shit, and that could plant the seeds for Ellie to understand that maybe she has to give her life in order to save humanity. And it is the right thing to do, and she's seeing Joel overcome his attachment to Ellie as you're the daughter that I never got to see grow up. That could have been, like, the fucking turning point. That could have been the huge turning point, with the link being the fucking Firefly surgeon was the father of Abby. That could have, like, it all could have linked together for a perfect chapter 3 and an ending where they do a flip reverse of their ideologies, where Joel finally lets go and Ellie finally sees a father she never had, and there's a bittersweet ending. Because remember, the game initially focused on Joel losing his daughter, and then the whole point was focusing on Joel and his relationship with Ellie, and understanding that it's like he never had the daughter. But we all know when Ellie was like shown in the first game, we all knew it was like, okay, here's the father-daughter fucking dynamic that's going to happen. And they explored that and made Joel very apprehensive against her initially, and then by the end of it, you're shooting up fucking surgeons because you don't want her to die, even though she's the cure to humanity. And so that's what I mean by, like, he can, at the end of this, understand that heel turn and go, you know what, I've let go and I've understood. And he could still die in the end fight, not even against Abby, but just in general. He could be on his way out. And as I said, he could do the flip turn and understand that he's finally let go. And Ellie, while she's like, you're the father I never had, and she has the more bittersweet ending, still understands that she has to sacrifice herself because Joel's story has come to an end. His conclusion, his arc has come to an end, and so has Ellie's. All of this could still make sense, even with Abby, because once again, my argument is not that like Abby can't be a part of the story, because I know a lot of people like Abby's one of the worst things to be introduced because of what she did to Joel. Where I'm like, you can still have her in this fucking game, and it would still make sense in my timeline. I'm just telling I'm telling you a better version of the game. You could have had this, including Abby, and it would still fit.
You need to still keep her. I think that's a big.
Well, it's also a testament, because it means that I'm on their side in a small way, because it means that I'm agreeing that Abby is still relatively a well-written character that can still fit in this dynamic. And I'm like, yes, in the story I've made, she fits perfectly, and this is the story I thought they were going to go with after I played the first game. And I think a lot of fans expected that too. Not just because they weren't expecting an Abby character, but just where I went with my story is because they set up the dynamic between Joel and Ellie because he lost his daughter, and that was the whole concept of the first game and why the game ended the way that it did with Joel making that decision. And so we all thought that that was the logical thing they were going to explore because they are anchor characters. You can't have one without the other. They both work together because the whole point of the first game was the dynamic between the two and the trauma that Joel endured when he got shot and survived, but his daughter died in his arms. And that's why he hated humanity.
Did
and he
you
hated...
like? Yeah, I was about to say. Did you like that they did that? Like the way she died, or?
I did, because it made more sense about his attitude towards, like in the first game, it made more sense with his attitude towards people and his attitude towards other individuals that were being nice. It made sense.
Yeah.
And that also immediately established his psychology towards others. And then when you introduced the girl with Ellie, everyone went, "Oh my god, it's like a daughter he never had," and he immediately knee-jerked. He didn't care about her because even Joel knew it, and they pointed that out in the first game. They were like, clearly Joel's not stupid. He knows that he's just going to look at her and be like, it's just like my fucking daughter. But he was so salty that his daughter died, he didn't see Ellie as another human being in general. He didn't see that at all as another human being, let alone it's going to be a future person that he's like, you know what? I really want to look after and protect you. And that's what I mean. Like, this dynamic was built on their relationship. That their relationship was the anchor that held the first game together. And then in the second game, when you just break that, that's the problem. Not to mention, it has nothing to do with the ending of the first game and why, because that was the finale in the first game. The finale was the penultimate. This all boiled over, and he realized that he wants to protect her, but he went overboard. He wants to save her because of his attachment and his trauma that he's starting to lean into to protect her at the cost of humanity. And then in the second game, they didn't explore that at all. And as I said, you could have done a reverse double heel turn where he understands that he finally lets go of that, his trauma and attachment to her, and go, you know what? If my daughter was alive and all this stuff, she would have made different decisions, and he would have come to terms with it. And Ellie, having the bittersweet flip reverse, would have understood that you were the father figure I never had, and while she's still, bittersweet, she's obviously not happy about it, she still makes the decision to self-sacrifice, because self-sacrifice is about suffering. She would do it because she's suffering, but she knows where the suffering is coming from, because it was the relationship she had with Joel that finally made her understand that she had to do it. And that would have wrapped up all the stories and the relationship and the dynamic perfectly, and linked to the first game perfectly. This is why Last of Us 2, I stand on the business. I stand on the hill that it is a shit story. It just is. It doesn't matter about the woke ideology or this fucking women empowerment bullshit, or it just became a sexuality, like an identity discovery fucking story. I don't care about that. What I care about is the story itself just actually sucks. It's shit writing, and fans of the first game deserved better. They deserved better.
Yeah, I agree. Especially in the beginning, I was so fucked
You
up.
deserve better. You deserve better.
I do.
Has.
I do.
Everything I just said sounds
better.
fucking awesome, because it's still a morality debate at the end of the day. Even if this ending happened, it would still be controversial, but it would be a debate, and that's what you want people doing, debating an ending, whether it's good or bad, because people would have different perspectives and opinions. This is how you fucking follow up the first game. And I'm like, you deserve better, because it was set up so well in the first game. You shouldn't settle for shit in the second game. You shouldn't settle for it and go, well, just because the writer says it's good doesn't mean that it's good. A good writer can still fuck up and write something shit. Look at all the plot holes in fucking Harry Potter.
Oh god, don't even. I fucking hate Harry Potter.
People saying that she's a great writer, and I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, she's a basic writer. She just got lucky. Her writing is shit. Her continuity is shit. Her plot holes are shit. But she built such a fantastic world that everyone else has been doing the heavy lifting and building such an imaginary world in the way they want to build it, because that's exactly what it's built on, imagination. And it's so open and broad because the rules just they're not consistent. Whereas Last of Us 1, the rules and the ending and the story, consistent. The Cordyceps virus, consistent. The parasite, consistent. The ending, consistent. The relationship between Joel and Ellie, very fleshed out in the first game and consistent. The second game, no. It was during the high time of messaging and empowerment and all that bullshit and ideology getting pushed, and during that early movement of woke garbage, and the writing suffered for it, and they lent into it thinking it's the next big thing. They fucked up, and they didn't admit that they fucked up. Instead, they doubled down. And that's why they're in such a hole. And that's why the gamers are vindicated. Because everything I just said, I explained it on the fly. I'm not even a fucking game writer, and I just gave you a better game with detail, including the story and the relationship between the two, taking into account the first game's works, and it was 10 times better. And I will not be argued out of that. We deserved better. Gamers deserved better. The fans deserved better. And I'm not gonna get fucking gaslit by a shit writer who says, you know what, it's fucking good and you're wrong. No, you're actually shit, and I'm calling out shit writing when I see it, and that was shit writing. And you know it, and they're being dishonest and gaslighting, and that's dishonest. Alright, end scene. You can take the floor.
I don't even know what to say. That was so fucking good. Like, I was genuinely in awe. That was... When you think about it, like, because when the game first came out, I played it the day it came out, right? And I was so ready, I was so hyped, but literally as soon as I opened it, I got a bad feeling. I knew he was gonna die, I knew they were gonna do that, but I don't know. When I finished the game, well, not when I finished the game, I was about halfway through, so before Abby's bit, I hated it. I actually hated the game. And I was like, how the fuck is anyone going to replay this and stuff? And obviously, over time, my thoughts changed, and I do really enjoy it. Like, I love the whole gameplay style, I have to say. They did do really good gameplay style. Just story-wise, yeah, when you think about it, especially like that, and considering you just came up with that on the spot, already shows how dog shit it really was.
This could be
and
a hot
after
take.
I watched the show... Yeah.
I was gonna say, this could be a hot take only because not a hot take, but this is a take. Oh shit. I'm gonna reword it. So you continue. I'm gonna think on it because I'm gonna make a take without actually thinking about it. All right, no, I'll just make it. I'll just make it and then I'll clean it up if I can. But here's the take that I'm just gonna. I haven't thought about it, but let's just say it. I think games that you can psychologically debate in general. So just psychologically debate on the choices that are made in the game will always have more replayability than games that you can't. And the reason why I say that is because when you see Joel die in number 2, that's normally the death of a game because you can't psychologically argue or debate that. He's dead. It's done. The story is done. The dynamic between him and Ellie is done. It's over. And now they're trying to create a new dynamic midway through, and they just can't do it because Ellie is just not an anchor point, because you spent the whole first game trying to fucking build that up, and the second part of the game on the second game trying to build it or work around it, which was weak at best, and then you just removed Joel, and it was just obvious. It was obvious that you just gave up. I think if you can psychologically debate a game because of its ending or its choices in the game, so even if you know the ending, even if you can psychologically debate the choices in the game, I think that's what gives it replayability. And I'm going to stand on that point. I haven't thought about it, because I could get proven wrong with a game that just proves that wrong, but I'm willing to take that hit. That is my take.
Okay.
So the floor is yours.
God,
go
I
for
really
it.
don't have much. Like, yeah. It really is. Like, I've noticed certain games... A lot of story mode games they can be hit or miss. Like, I've played some, I feel like early stages, we had some really good games, but as they've been going on, like when people have been making second games, but that's like everything, even with shows and movies and that, the second one usually isn't better than the first one. Everyone always loves the first one. And that's why I think it's really hard, because people want to go, oh, we'll give the people some more. And they usually don't either give enough, or they take away too much and they ruin the whole thing, and then it all just flops. And they lose all their fandoms, and they lose all their just everything, and then they complain. And then, like, for example, I think if they didn't release a second game, that I know it would be frustrating, because there's no second game, but look, that was a great game, and I think they shouldn't have touched it. And especially with the show, I completely think that the show really highlighted the dog shit side of it. Because at least with the game, it had, like, good gameplay, and you could, like, do cool stuff in it, and you could make stuff. Anyways, the show really highlighted how dog shit it really was. And when you look at the behind the scenes and the writer of the second game as well, she even seemed very hesitant. But when she was when they're just explaining why they did certain things in certain episodes, you could tell they couldn't, like, all the actors even, they couldn't really explain it properly, and they couldn't, what's the best word for it? And they were so lost. Like, they just seemed very lost. And even just look, I know I'm probably diving too deep into what they were doing, but, like, I think they should have just left it. Personally, I think the first one, I know it would be great for a second one, and usually that's why people are like, oh, that was so good, or that is so, we want more and stuff. But then they have to take the risk that it is either going to be really bad, or sometimes the occasional where it's even better than the first one. But that's a risk that you have to be willing to take, and knowing that you're going to do that means you're going to lose a lot of the fandom for certain reasons, because you can't please everyone at the end of the day, and no one can please everyone. Like you said, there'll still be people who are going to fight you on that whole storyline, and that whole that you think that it's dog shit, because then other people are going to go, oh, but this and this. And I will say some of the parts were good. Like, I would definitely say, I know the whole story was a bit rough, but I liked some of the references and stuff that they had. That was pretty good. And in the show, they had some really nice references about Joel, and I'm glad that they did show more of Joel and Ellie a little bit more in that. So I will be thankful for that. So they did kind of redeem themselves in that sort of sense. But no, I agree with you. It wasn't good writing.
I think it's
but
like
I really
there has
don't have
to
much to say.
there has to be a level of acceptance that we're willing to also agree on.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, when we expect better, when we expect better, we have to set a standard for what we agree to what better is. And in this case, because that way you can't just keep saying, well, I expect better no matter what they produce, in which case, then what the fuck is better? Because you don't have a layer or a limit. So in this case,
Yeah, and
we
you don't
expect
know
better.
what you want.
Yeah, this is obvious. This is one of those obvious cases where the precedent was set before, that they had a blueprint ready for something that was better, and they under-delivered. They just did. And when people got upset at that, they tried to gaslight everyone, saying, no, this is one of the greatest stories ever told. And it's not. It's just not, especially because I'm basing it off of the first game. You set up something amazing in the first game, and you shat on it in the second game. You completely just overlooked it. And that was the problem. Because there are games that actually do better. And we could say that initial stimulus versus expectation can be different. So initial stimulus being that when you see a game for the first time, it's new and exciting, and so it has that advantage of being brand new, versus, well, once you've played it, your expectation is much higher for the next one, because you've got so much of a built-up idea in your head as to what it should be. And in this case, it's like games, that phenomenon doesn't always work, because you have games like Mass Effect 1, which was really good, to Mass Effect 2, which was absolutely phenomenal, because it upgraded up and it leveled up in every way, and yet the story in that game was essentially a glorified DLC. And Halo 1 to Halo 2, Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2. There are a lot of games that go from 1 to 2 and can actually beat this concept because they build off of the first game and the story that was told and the core points and the crux of it all. And they focus on it. And then they work on what I was talking about, where they actually link it to the first game, but they specify on it, because you need to identify the psychological links between all of it, because that's what gives you your story, is the debate. If someone's talking about your game 10 years from now because of the story that was happening in it, I mean, that's the whole point. It's the testament to the game itself. So, when you get people just saying, oh yeah, Joel died, and it was shit. Well, so once that happens, that's an ending. That's a full stop. People aren't debating that. Instead, people are like, well, now we're going to debate why the story was shit. Because it didn't link to the first one at all. And
yeah,
that
you
was
can't
the
just
disconnect.
say something shit because of no reason.
Exactly right. That's the
back
disconnect
it up.
between the two. And that was a disconnect between the writer and a disconnect between the fandom or the fan base. And I'm like, look at it this way. If the fans like your first game, you should be pandering to them because they are the consumer.
Oh, lap it up, yeah. Lap
You
it
should
up.
be
And I know
making
they
a
want it to be
game for
different,
them
but
because they are buying
it
your
didn't end
product.
well. Yeah,
They're the ones who
And
got you to
they
the
will
dance.
lap it
That's the
up.
whole point.
exactly.
They got you to the dance, and then you change the tune, and then suddenly they're not dancing, and then you think, well, that's because you just don't understand it. I'm like, no, these are the people who were diehard fans of what you initially created, and then you betrayed them. It's not about being toxic. It's the fact that they are your fans. It's like, well, in this case, they wanted Dragon Age fans, like Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 fans, to really like Dragon Age Veilguard. And I'm going to be honest, you don't even have to be a Dragon Age fan to see why that Dragon Age Origins fans and Dragon Age 2 fans might not like Veilguard. They just might not like it because it's fucking obvious in the difference. And then they're wondering why none of the original fans, the ones who actually spend a fuck ton of money being loyal to your brand, are not buying your shit. And they're shocked. Because people aren't accepting slop. And it's the old school fans that are understanding this. They're
Yeah,
the ones
and
that are
people
like, I like
complain
what
that they
came
lap it
before and you're
up,
not giving
but
me what I
wouldn't
wanted.
You lap that up? Yeah. Like, if you had made a game that good, you would want to lap it up. I know full well anyone would. And even if people think that it is repetitive, to a certain degree, you can make that story great again. You could do it really well. Like, you just came up with a whole nother type of story for it. Like,
Well, for Last of Us 2, and it didn't sound
Yeah.
far-fetched, and it showed that there was a lot
Exactly.
of depth that you could have involved
and you still
good writing
included some
for.
of the characters that they had.
And I included some of the characters. If you really, I
And
was
if they
generous.
wanted to add all that Dina and all that, that's fine. That's
You could
like,
still have
if they
done
want
it.
to do
I was
that,
very
they can
generous.
still do it. Yeah.
Because a lot of people are like, when they complain, they always complain about Abby, and that's why I was like, oh, hang on, if in my story, you could still include Abby, even if I gave you that leeway and gave you that. I was like, we can still include her. And it would still not, it's crazy because it wouldn't ruin the story I made at all. It actually complemented it. And it just goes to show that the writing itself was shit, not so much the characters, because the characters were established and the character writing was fine. It's the story itself that sucked ass. Because the story I gave, these characters would have fit perfectly, and I went, well, exactly right, it's a story problem. Your storyboard and your overall arcing idea of like the writing of the story was wrong. It was shit. You gave us a subpar story. You introduced a new character, and you went, instead of going, how does this character complement the overarching story we've set up from the previous? You went, we've introduced a new character. How do we write the story around this new character? That was the problem. And before people say, hey, hang on, well, you haven't written anything. Motherfuckers, I've written a part 1 of a book. Hell yeah, chapter 1. I've actually done some writing, yes. I'm proud of myself. But anyway, I digress. The point is, everything that I'm saying doesn't sound insane.
I really like Railgun.
So, yeah, and I said, fuck no. I was going to say fuck off, but, that's too aggressive for Twitch. But for Kick, it's fine. So, in the Kick me saying, you'll go fuck yourself. The Twitch me saying, fuck no. And the YouTube me is saying, no, stop
Freak
it,
no,
you
dude.
silly Billy, stop it.
Stop that.
Stop it, enough. You didn't expect Sai to write smuts? I could. Actually, my favorite type of... Actually,
Oh, God.
ironically, I've said this on stream before, but my favorite type of poetry that I write is romantic. Romantic poetry. Did you didn't know that, did you, Haz?
I did not. I want to see. Do you
I write
have any?
Yeah, I've got poetry. Have I not sent you something? Have I not? Let me double check.
Never.
Never. That's a strong
I was
word.
not aware of this. I feel lied
really?
to right now.
Hang on. Let me have a look. If I just type in poem in our history. Oh, no shit. That didn't come up. Oh.
It's okay. I know you hate me. You just use me to get money.
I got a hype train. Level 2.
Yeah.
That's right. It means somebody donated a gift sub and I got half of it. So I made $3 today, because of you.
Nice. You're welcome.
It's because of your.
We
it's
can make
because of
another
the
3 tomorrow
PNG.
if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, we can work it out. I mean, you gave me 10 bits, and I know you got paid out 5 bits. So thank you for giving me. Thank you for giving me an increase. I know you didn't get paid out much. Yeah.
Nah, not at all.
I'm well aware. Yeah.
It was dog shit money.
Okay, no, hang on.
Awful.
But, who did I send it to? I've got a couple people. Hang on, where's Tess? She's
No, it's okay. I know you're fake.
She's a gorgeous redhead, right? I probably sent her some romantic poetry. I'm not interested in her though, because if I was interested, she wouldn't be so fascinated with me, because everyone's interested in her. That's the thing. If you have a really good-looking chick, like a really good-looking woman, right? Then the chances are everyone around her is just saying all these nice things about, oh, you're so amazing and adorable and lovely. Whereas I'm just like, oh yeah, cool. Red hair, awesome. You look alright, I guess. And I stand out because I'm the only one saying that. And that's where it's like, hang on, who the fuck are you? You're not treating me like everyone else. That's the ploy. It's all manipulation. Tess isn't here. She doesn't understand. It's fine.
Oh. Why am I saying something? I should include Haz to my list of victims. I'm a little concerned.
What do you mean victims?
That's a little out of context.
Okay.
Yo, I'm scared.
I'll send this to you. I said romantic. I didn't say smut. I did say I write romantic.
Boring.
Poems. Oh, get out of here. You're gonna like it anyway, so shut the fuck up. You're gonna like it. When it comes to my poems,
It's aggressive, much.
I know because
Hardcore poem,
this is
dude.
a poem that I modified. Well, I'm not going to send you the modified version because it's not as good. But I modified a poem because I had to send it for my university for my class that I passed, and they complimented my poem and said, "Holy hell, that was a really good poem." And I went, "Thank you." So take that, university approved.
What am I looking at right now, you?
So yeah,
A bread
and by the way,
Yum.
my poems
that
are
right
my poems are cringe. I'm well aware because poetry is cringe, and I don't care anybody who
Oh
says
my
poetry is not
God.
cringe.
That is
Yeah,
like
I-
a whole fucking story.
I write poetry on the side, cringe
Right, I'm
romantic
reading
poetry.
that. Do you want me to read that now or
Yeah, read it now.
after?
You can do it in your head. It's fine. You can read it in your head.
Okay,
That's
good.
fine. Yeah, it's not a problem. I guess I'll take the floor. Just having a look at what Meat Boy said. The money providers probably gave them a mandate of add social issue X to bring people into this demographics. I agree. I think that was actually a thing. It was something to do with BlackRock. So BlackRock mandating
Deja vu, each twist and turn.
Sweet Baby Inc. You know, you want to keep reading it. I'm telling you, it's a good poem. It's a good poem. You might be feeling something by the end of it. It's a nice poem. It's you'll be like, you know what? It was cheesy as fuck, but it was really good. And I'm like, that's exactly right. There's no credible evidence. Yeah, we know there's evidence. Come on now, because we've already had this discussion with ChatGPT, sort of omitting things, right? Because you have to ask specifically. But come the fuck on. Alan Wake. Alan Wake. Sorry. Wait a second. Hang on. Alan Wake got Game of the Year?
Did it seriously?
I'm pretty sure it did. Wait, Alan Wake 2. I should have said.
I've never played it.
Let's see if it double checks, man. Let's see if Alan Wake
Should I
2.
play it?
No. Okay, didn't give it
Anything's
to
better
him.
than
Okay,
Plague
okay,
Tale.
okay.
I
That's fine.
cannot believe that there is another one coming out. That is fuck.
Well, I swear it wore a Game of the Year award, but it's obviously... Okay, so this is referencing Game of the Year award at the Game Awards 2023. It didn't say any other Game Awards, but I'm telling you now, it did win at other Game Awards. It's just not specifying, which is
Was
why...
never lost in the forest as long as I preserved at the end of the forest came to me.
But, in
Not
this
defend me.
case...
That is so
How-
cringe, but so cute. Love it.
That's what I mean.
It's very
Like,
old style.
It's old style, it's old romanticism, and
It's cute.
that's what I like about it. I'm an old school guy, and when I write poetry,
As
it just
dies
it
of
spews
cringe.
out.
Yep.
You can die of cringe, it's fine. You can die of cringe, but you won't, because while it's cringy, it's that
Reenact
good
it on
cringe.
stream. Sorry? Side-eye?
It's actually good
Side-eye?
cringe. You know it's cringe, but it's adorable cringe. It's like it's the shit where you're like, this isn't you. It's not normally you, but I totally
Yeah, I
understand.
threw
it's
up
so
in my
cute.
mouth a little bit
It's like the
reading it,
adorable
so
side.
It's a W. It's good.
Yeah, that's as I said. I told you that poem will win you over. It's a good one. I write a bunch of shit like that. I write poetry on my side. I don't say I'm good at it. It's just I like writing it. Anyway, we all have hobbies.
I used
fuck
to
yourself.
love writing poetry.
So, how many copies did Alan? I almost wrote Alan Woke. I don't even
That is
think
so
it cracked a million.
confusing.
I don't think it cracked a
Why
million.
is there a bread sandwich? It looks good though.
I don't think Alan Wake 2 cracked a million. 2 million. I'm wrong. My bad. I'm wrong.
Get owned.
I'm wrong. The marking it as Remedy Entertainment's fastest selling game to date. The milestone was achieved approximately 14 months after the game's release in October. So by early 2024, the game sold 1.3 million units.
Alright.
Hang on. It
It got
didn't
50.7 million.
from show
Should I play it?
when it only had 700k
19 hours? Get fucked.
copies sold. Now this is information I specifically had, so we'll have a look. Are you kidding me? This is why you follow up with information you fucking know with ChatGPT, because when I said didn't it get Game of the Year, Alan Wake did not win Game of the Year. I followed up and said, hang on a second, didn't it get a Game of the Year from a show when it only had 700k copies sold? Yes, that's accurate. Alan Wake 2 received significant critical
Bro.
acclaim and won Game of the Year awards.
But it
Like,
but it
fuck it.
never lies.
I'm telling you, because it makes me seem insane. It was named Game of the Year by several outlets, including Time Magazine and Video Games Are Good, even when it had only sold around 700,000 copies to 1.3 million. So it didn't even crack the million. No, it didn't crack the million, because that was why it was so controversial at the time. And this is what I mean. Like, this is the shit you ask, because ChatGPT makes you look insane if you don't specifically say something, because then it won't pull it up. And I'm like, because initially up here, it made me look stupid, where I'm like, it did only sold 700,000. I was correct at the time of what I was saying, that it only sold 700,000 copies, and it got Game of the Year. And this was like, no, it didn't. You're wrong. It sold 2 million, and it never
That
got
is
Game of the
always
Year.
right.
And then I followed up and said, no, it did. And it was like, yeah, that's true. Like,
Yeah, sorry. Let me back down.
that's what I mean. Like, fucking ChatGPT, like, when I sit here and go, if it says that I'm wrong, I don't take it to heart, because the most of the time when I'm asking ChatGPT something on stream, it's because I know it's right. It's like a detective. You're only asking questions you know the answer to. Anyway.
Damn it. I still get auto-modded.
Oh, you
Fuck
got
your
auto-modded?
stream, honestly.
Hey, I got you covered. I'm on Kick now.
Thanks.
That's allowed.
Yeah.
Hang on, cringe is only good when you're not on the receiving end. You should ask Sai about that. I mean, I am a pretty cringy guy, but my poetry, it's got a really fine balance. My poetry is actually something that when... It's like confident cringe. You're reading it and you're like, good God, this is cringy. But then you're like, holy shit, he was confident when he sent this. And also, it's not as bad as I thought. because it attacks something. It attacks something on the inside. It just hits that old school romantic style, that cringe bullshit that you actually love and you didn't realize until you read it. It just hits that little nerve.
If it makes
I'm
you
confident.
like
Yeah,
throw
I'm
up in your
confident.
mouth a little bit, you know it's good.
Oh, hell yeah. Especially if you do it twice. Throw up tastes better on the second time down because you've adapted to the first time.
Gross.
I should have had your actual face reveal up on the screen this whole time because that's definitely you.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Who was it that said AI is always correct? Well, you'll eat shit because I just proved to you that it is always correct because I had to follow up with an actual fact and it was fucking right. It sounded like I was wrong at first, but as I said, this is why I'm the AI guy. the AI guy. I just work it
I was
out.
about to say.
Yeah. Every time I say I'm the guy, I just think, fuck, there's a new moniker somewhere there. This was good. Critics and award bodies emphasize storytelling and innovation. By the way, I just want to point out, because I said it up here, it said it didn't win Game of the Year because it lost to Baldur's Gate 3. This game came out during Baldur's Gate 3, and now it's saying it won Game of the Year awards against Baldur's Gate 3. Are you hearing this bullshit? That's why, to me, it stood out. Because I played Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm like, this is Game of the Year. And then they're like, Alan Wake 2 got Game of the Year because it was so great. And I went, okay,
Have you played it?
I've watched a playthrough of it, and it's not good. It's not good.
Really? I want to play it. It
Really?
looks pretty good.
I'm gonna have to put it on my
Yeah.
shit games list. I'm gonna have to put it on there and go, because I want to play, because I got a Twitch payout. I got $20, so I'm gonna buy a couple of games. Yeah, I know,
That's
right?
good.
It's not exactly the same as
Yeah.
your payout of $30, but I will get there eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
$30.
Yeah, I know. What can I say? I don't travel as far as you in traffic every day. It's my fault. I don't deal with as many children as you do. And to be fair, honestly, now that I've said it out loud, you deserve a better payout because you deal with more bullshit.
Yeah, totally.
I'm just sitting here thinking, you know what? I did pass my exam because I tell you what, my attitude's going to change when I find out I didn't. But I'm confident, but my attitude will change. But anyway.
I have a sad note to you.
You know what? I'm interested because I know that Newt's interested in this. Let me type it in. I'm pretty sure it's like
Newt Live.
a Pokemon mod where the second player is the CPU. I'm pretty sure this exists. So Newt wants to do
What?
this with me, but he's taking for fucking ever. Why'd you type hot in the chat? You're referring to my poem? Because it was pretty hot. It's a good poem. It's a good poem. You're going to read it again. At some point, you're going to read it again and go, you know what? It was actually a good poem. So, because we need to get a two-player game at some point. I know we have a podcast, which, by the way, this podcast has been the strongest, and I knew it was going to happen because I was like, you know what? The more we do it, the better we're going to get.
Newt have tits?
Does
No.
Newt have tits? No, he doesn't.
That's why. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't. But yeah, there is an idea, like, he wants to, because I want to do a Soul Link with him. I want to do a Nuzlocke Soul Link with him. And I don't know when he's going to be available for that, but I really want to do it. But I'm just thinking, like, if I can get a game with you in for something, that would be great. We could get a two-player game going. If you've got suggestions.
We could do, the Dark Pictures games. We could do that if you like.
We could. I've still got to ask Duran about
But
Man of
those types
Medan,
of games,
but
I feel
Duran's
like
been really busy
shouldn't-
lately.
Yeah.
And,
Maybe
Duran, as
not
you've
that,
noticed,
because-
she's not in my chat lately because, yeah, she's been very
Fake.
busy. Fake fan, frankly.
I know.
Yeah, just ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, if you want to do because I can buy a Dark Pictures tonight once I'm done with stream because I was planning on trying to get the other thing. So because Man of Medan I could do with her, and then if you want to do something else, because I haven't played any of them.
Maybe,
So-
but I don't know. I feel like that should be one of the games that you play because if I fuck up something, it can change the whole story. And
Well, that's fine. I'll just blame you. I don't care. But if you want me to play it on my own, because I do very well with horror games on my own, because obviously it's
Yeah,
clip-worthy
yeah,
and blah
I think
blah
so.
blah,
Yep.
and I like horror
Yep.
games when it's a single experience because it's got more of a horror
Yep.
factor. Because I think if
Yep.
I'm with somebody else,
So-
I'm probably going to be a bit more like, it's like ha ha. It's less horror and more we're hanging out.
Yeah, no,
But if there's
no.
another game,
But yeah,
Don't
I'll
you wanna
try and
play?
find something.
yeah, is Plague
If I-
Tale
oh,
co-op?
you know what I should get? Oh,
Why
fuck
is
off.
Plague Tale not co-op? There's 2 people
I'd
at all
hang
times.
myself.
There's Hugo
I'd hang
and the dumb
myself.
bitch at all times. How is it not co-op? So yeah, I tell you what. Wait, okay, hang on. I got an idea.
She like has a stone. No, she just had a few wines.
Has a stoned. I got an idea. Has. I got an idea. I got an idea.
I wish I was.
I want to verse Has in.
Oh my god. You will
That
kick
sounds
my
like a
ass.
perfect showdown. Challenge Has in golf with
Yeah.
friends.
That'll end well.
Do you reckon we could do that? You and me. I'll verse you in golf with friends. I fucking. And by the way, if Newt was here, he'd be like, yeah, because I think he's streaming. But if Newt was here, he'd be like, bro, you fucking hate that game. And I went, yeah, with a passion.
Sucked in.
So yeah, I reckon I should or a tabletop sim, maybe. I could verse you in golf with
I was
friends.
thinking like fucking Split Fiction, but okay.
Oh, okay. You were thinking more
Yeah,
co-op
go.
rather
Yeah.
than competitive. Oh, we could do that. What about a Hang on. What about a Jackbox game or something?
Oh yeah.
I don't have enough. I don't have enough fans.
Because I was gonna say with Split Fiction, I'll buy it and then you can just get the free version.
Okay, but hang on.
Just
What
put 'em
if we did do this? We could do like the Quiplash sounds kind of funny,
Oh my
right?
god.
Let's do
Yes.
Quiplash. Let's do Quiplash.
Yes. I love it. Yes.
Or Fibbage. I've heard about Fibbage. That could be kind of fun. So Quiplash and Fibbage. We could do a Jackbox with that, even if it's just you and me, and then maybe computer or whatever. We could just muck around with that, and then if we get some people in the stream, because I'm streaming on 3 platforms. I mean, I got to do stuff that'll pull them in, right? So
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
think
a
Borgie's
Jackbox
about
game has
the-
got to get a click at some point, and then if they can vote on it, I can set it all up, and then, yeah, you and I can play Quiplash or
Okay.
Fibbage. I reckon I could bait Newt into coming with us for Fibbage or Quiplash.
You reckon?
I think I could bait him in. Well, hang on, let's have
For
a look.
when?
Well, I'll do it right now. He's
Right
live.
now? Okay.
Yeah, he's live. It's on the screen.
Not truck anymore. I'm not a bus anymore, bro. Like, I want to stop.
So,
I would like to stop the bus.
hey Newt,
No. I want you. How do I?
can
You
I
know what?
bait you in
Wait.
for
Good luck.
Fibbage or Quiplash in the
Where's home? Home is this way.
Jackbox games?
Jackbox.
Actually, where's the taxi rank?
Jackbox, fine. Fuck it, he'll know.
Ah, okay.
I rock with the outfit right now.
Shit. Can you bait me in for Fibbage or Quiplash? Hell yeah. I'd be keen. What side? What shit? What shit are he talking? How about if I can manage the building? Destruction. Okay. Sweet. I don't have my bed is still here, but my fucking house.
I also
isn't.
proved you wrong because I did bait him in and you said I couldn't.
Bullshit. There's still no way.
I did it
How'd you prove
live.
it
He said he wanted to do it.
Maybe. Yeah, but I don't know.
There's no
I don't
maybe.
think
He's
think I
doing
was
it.
okay.
he's right now.
I mean, right
There's
now,
no
no.
way.
No, not right now.
No.
No. I just meant I
I'll
could
be
bait him
honest,
into
man,
it.
Like, I'm kind of sick of listening to this soundtrack. It's like 2 songs on repeat. So if this is
Oh.
actually happening, I'd be real keen.
Shit.
Wait,
Oh shit.
right now? Let me just double check.
I don't know, man. I'm wondering what the deets are from your end, bro. We don't have to do it right now, but I am keen regardless.
Okay, hang on. I'll rate him, and then we'll go. There's no way! Right now?
That is crazy. Wait, so you're not going to stream it?
I probably won't, because I
Yeah.
like to set shit up in advance, but Newt's already live, and we could just sit down and just, like, organize it, because he said he's sick of listening to...
Cool.
Are we gonna do this? Okay, hang on. Alright. If I have to gift in the game, I will.
Oh, how much is it?
I don't know. It's not gonna be expensive.
Is it on Steam?
It'd have to be on Steam, because it's a Jackbox game. It's like Jackbox party games. Because I know Fibbage and
I don't think I
Quiplash
have
are pretty...
them. Hold on. Jackbox.
It'll be really cheap.
Oh god, which one do I get? Why does it say there's like 29? What the fuck?
Alright, everybody.
I'm
so
so taxi.
confused.
It handles much better.
I'm gonna talk to Haz about organizing this Jackbox stuff, but it looks like Newt is kind of sick of playing this game currently, and we came in with a better alternative. So we'll see if he wants to do it, and then we'll go from there. But I'm gonna raid out now. But thanks for being here. It's very only the host needs to get it. Wait, what? Really?
And I cooked it.
Seriously?
Okay, well if I buy it, I'll host it. I don't give a shit.
Fuck yeah.
But anyway,
That was fun.
Beanieception, Beanie, I'm
Oh
on
my
my
god,
way.
he's literally getting
Beanie,
off.
if you want to be a part of this Jackbox shit, we'll
Full
do
game. I
it.
don't know if I'll stream it. Depending on if I can get enough people to play with me.
What? You fucking...
Oh my god.
We're playing, dude.
Stop.
But yeah, I think I'm done with that demo for now. Because like, I don't think there's much else to do until I get the full game. But it was fun. Who's got it, by the way, Cy Guy? Like, I'm happy to play. I don't own it though. Like, I know you can join in though.
How
Alright,
the fuck do you join in? What?
quick raid before he ends. I don't know how to join in, but we'll
Okay,
figure it
so-
out. I'll talk to you in the Discord, Has. But yeah, we'll go from here, and I'll
Alright.
catch you later.
Cool. Oh yeah, jackbox.tv.
I had no plan for this stream today. Like, my only plan at all is done now. I'm finished. Only I know though. Only the host needs to buy it. Saga is raiding me. My alert didn't pop for some reason. This is such a surprise. There it is.
Raiders approaching.
That's
Thank you
funny.
for the raid, Saga. Hey everyone for Saga's channel. My name
You're
is
still
Stu.
live, by the way.
Yeah, I'm aware.
No, anyway.
I'm aware. I keep clicking stop stream, and it won't.
I'm
It
pretty
won't.
sure